I live with my broke aunt and now she's obsessed with me. My name is Chu Liufeng, a freshman at Xiaguo University. I've been staying at Aunt Xing's place for a month now. Aunt Xing Yishan is one of my mom's closest friends, but recently, she has gotten into serious trouble. Her husband suffered massive losses from an overseas investment, racked up a huge amount of debt, and when he couldn't pay it back, he simply abandoned her and their daughter and disappeared. As a result, Aunt Xing is now facing a financial collapse. But just then, I awakened the do one good deed a day system. Naturally, I became someone who lives to help others, a selfless philanthropist. So of course, I helped Aunt Xing get through her crisis, assisted Sister Liu, a young married woman, with her work troubles, helped a beautiful teaching assistant drive away a loud-mouthed punk, even helped a top-tier celebrity solve a personal mess. As the saying goes, good deeds bring good rewards. While performing daily acts of kindness, I unexpectedly awakened a series of supernatural abilities, unmatched strength, the power to pause time, and even the ability to foresee the future. Chapter 1. Early morning. Clean room. A handsome man suddenly opened his eyes. My name is Chu Liufeng. Ever since I can remember, I have set myself the standard of being a good person, so I secretly vowed. God, I will never reconcile myself with gambling and drugs in my life. Therefore, with my good character and unremitting efforts, I was successfully admitted to Xiaguo University and became a freshman. College life is great. Although school has only started for a month, I have already fallen in love with life as a college student. The only regret is that my mother was afraid that I would mess around in college and make her a grandmother too early, so she entrusted me to her very good friend, Aunt Xing Yishan. Aunt Xing is very beautiful and has a very nice personality. She is very nice to me. However, sometimes she treats me too much like a child, which I can't stand. I am 1.85 meters tall. Because I play basketball all year round and often train with sports students, I have a very strong body, like a handsome model, with 2 pectoral muscles, 8 abdominal muscles, and a height of 20 meters. Purely natural, without any technology, and not a pointy head. He is at the peak of his youth, and his muscle contours are maintained in the best condition. Their qi and blood are extremely vigorous, which means that their whole body is filled with surging vitality. Do you know what sheer dianzu is? Tactical fadeaway. But in Aunt Xing's eyes, I am still very young. But am I really that small? Xiao Feng, are you up? Aunt Xing's sexy voice came from outside the door. Hurry up and get up, it's time to drink milk. Aunt Xing's voice is gentle and intellectual, and her tone is so soft, as if she is acting coquettishly, which makes people feel itchy. Aunt Xing, I'm not little anymore. I'm this big now. I opened the door with an indignant look on my face. A beautiful young woman of 7, with sweat all over her body, was standing outside the door with a smile on her face. Aunt Xing looks very young, no more than 30 years old. Her fair and delicate face shows no signs of aging. Her tearful eyes are full of charm that can make people obsessed and linger. Aunt Xing has the habit of exercising in the morning, so her smooth face is flushed at the moment. Looks very beautiful. A pair of straight and slender long legs, round and tight, the tight yoga clothes show off the plump figure, showing the charm of a mature woman to the fullest, and every frown and smile is full of charm. Looking at the woman in front of him who was half a head shorter than him, Chu Liufeng couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Even though she is a mother who has given birth to a child, her figure is still so amazing. Har, you're big, it's okay for you to be big, little brat. When Aunt Xing saw me get up, she turned around with a smile and headed towards the restaurant. Looking at that graceful back, the long legs and the slender waist, Chu Liufeng was also attracted. Yoga is good, we must practice yoga. Aunt Xing's waist-to-hip ratio is simply amazing, too perfect. Even though there are many beautiful women in Xiaguo University, this kind of exquisite figure still stands out from the crowd. To put it in a less elegant way, this is simply perfection. Chu Liufeng took a deep breath. After a few breaths, he slowly turned around and sat down at the dining table. At this time, Aunt Xing also came over with 2 cups of snow-white milk and a few slices of bread, placed them in front of Chu Liufeng, and said with a smile, "Drink the milk quickly and eat it with the bread slices. It won't make you swallow." After Aunt Xing finished speaking lovingly, she raised her head, revealing her swan-like white neck. Finish a glass of milk gracefully. Afterwards, she gently wiped the corners of her mouth with a tissue, a satisfied look on her face, and spoke softly. Hiccup tilde. Comfortable. After doing yoga and drinking a glass of milk, Aunt Xing felt relaxed all over. Then she lay on the dining table, supporting her little face with her hands, and stared at Chu Liufeng with her big, blinking eyes. Xiaofeng, drink quickly. Your mother has given me a death order. If I make you thin, your mother will not let me go. You know, your mom is scary. Aunt Xing was as playful as a girl. She suddenly made a funny expression, pinching her neck with both hands, sticking out her tongue and rolling her eyes, as if she was really being tortured by her best friend. This made Chu Liufeng laugh and cry. Aunt Xing is in her 30s. But her personality is still like that of a playful girl, quirky and eccentric. This may be related to the fact that she became financially independent early on and has been a full-time housewife at home ever since. It is said that Aunt Xing made a lot of money more than 10 years ago. Later, after marrying Aunt Xing's husband, who is also an elite businessman, it is truly a powerful combination. After Aunt Xing's husband got a sum of money, he smelled a business opportunity, so he left his young wife and went abroad to invest alone. He really made a lot of money, and it was said that he could achieve several small goals in a year. Later, Aunt Xing simply became too lazy to manage her own finances. As long as she didn't start a business, she would have more money than she could spend. Therefore, all the financial power of the family was given to that uncle. All she asked was for him to send her tens of thousands of dollars every year, and she would be content to be a wealthy lady. So Aunt Xing has a very young mentality. Once a person is in a good mood and has no worries about food and clothing, he will live a very happy life. Although it is as old as an old Bentley, its body is still that of a top-notch Maybach. This kind of look has a more mature and feminine feel. Very good. Those young fairies are totally incomparable. There is a saying that goes, a woman is like a glass of aged wine. As time goes by, she becomes more mellow and elegant with age. Chu Liufeng couldn't help but be fascinated by it. Just at this moment, Aunt Xing suddenly leaned close to Chu Liufeng's ear with a sly smile on her face. Xiaofeng, tell me the truth, have you ever hooked up with any girls at school? Chu Liufeng's mind moved, and he spread his hands. How dare I? Xing Yishan raised her lips and frowned, as if she was saying angrily. If you ask me, your mother's behavior is really unkind. My Xiaofeng is so handsome and has such a good figure. If I were a dozen years younger, I would probably be attracted to him. But she doesn't allow you to have a relationship. Chu Liufeng smiled bitterly. Aunt Xing, please stop teasing me. How dare I do that? If my mom knew about it, she would definitely fly over and kill me right away. He, what are you afraid of? Isn't Auntie here? Aunt Xing held Chu Liufeng's arm and swung it back and forth, winking and saying. Xiaofeng, if you really want to have a girlfriend, I can consider keeping it a secret from your mother. Your mother doesn't have any surveillance cameras on you anyway. She can only believe whatever I say, so, can you understand? If young people don't fall in love, can they still be called young people? Aunt Xing had a wicked smile on her face. It seems like he is planning something malicious. Chu Liufeng felt uneasy because of her shaking. Good. Just then, Aunt Xing received a call. She frowned, feeling a little uncomfortable with being interrupted, and then answered the phone with a bad tone. Hey. What's up? After a few seconds, I don't know what was said on the other end of the phone, but Aunt Xing's face turned pale instantly. What? Wang Lei? You are such a bastard. Aunt Xing couldn't help but shed tears. How could I be so blind as to fall for a beast like you, woo. Then Aunt Xing threw her phone away angrily, and fell flat on the dining table, sobbing and sobbing. She cried like a pear blossom in the rain, which made people feel distressed. Chapter 2, Do One Good Deed Every Day. Aunt Xing, I'm sorry. Chu Liufeng was confused by Aunt Xing's sudden breakdown. It took him several seconds to react, and he quickly stepped forward and gently patted Aunt Xing on the back. Aunt Xing, what happened? But Xing Yishan said nothing, just lay on the dining table and sobbed. Chu Liufeng hurriedly hugged Aunt Xing with concern. Aunt Xing's delicate body was held in his arms. The usually naughty and charming aunt was now as fragile as a fragile porcelain doll. Woo. Xing Yishan looks like she is made of peaches. His whole body was covered in water, and soon Chu Liufeng's chest was soaked with tears. Chu Liufeng stroked Aunt Xing's soft hair with tenderness and care. Aunt Xing, please don't be anxious. Tell me what happened slowly. I reached out and stroked her smooth back, which felt smoother than top-quality silk. Chu Liufeng patted her gently and said softly, Aunt Xing, tell me what happened. Chu Liufeng didn't know what had happened and could only offer pale comfort. After a long while, Aunt Xing finally calmed down and slowly sat up, but her eyes were red and her face was still pale with anger. That bastard, he never came back from abroad, and he took away all the money in the family. Not only that, he also borrowed tens of millions of foreign debts in my name, and then ran to the United States to spend the rest of his life with his group of foreign girls. I was so blind. How could I believe this beast? Aunt Xing was shaking with anger. The yoga clothes were deformed due to crying, revealing a large area of snow-white skin, and her hair was also scattered. Our seventh sense of brokenness reached its peak at this moment. According to Aunt Xing's description, Chu Liufeng soon found out the whole story. Aunt Xing's husband has been investing in a small African country in recent years. I don't know if it's because of bad luck this year or because of the adverse circumstances. The country was plunged into war, and his factory was naturally bought for 0 yuan. It went bankrupt a month ago. He was also in a lot of debt. But instead of thinking about how to solve the problem, he just wanted to throw the jar into the ground. During this month, he deceived people here and there and raised a large sum of money in the country. He even borrowed more than 50 million yuan in the name of Xing Yishan and secretly pledged everything in his home that could be pledged. This method of using loans to repay loans and then mortgaging easily raised hundreds of millions of dollars. He fled to Eagle Jam with a few black girls he had raised locally. Everyone was waiting after Eagle Sauce had landed safely. Just be frank and stop pretending. Lost all contact information. The whole person seemed to have disappeared into the sea. After banks and some lending institutions were unable to contact him, they found Xing Yishan. The phone call just now was a collection call from the bank. And a long list of debts was sent. Chu Liufeng looked at the phone with a shattered screen. The string of debts and more than a dozen real estate mortgage contracts suddenly fell silent. Rough estimate. Xing Yishan has a debt of about 50 million, which is only half of her goal. The detached villa they lived in was also mortgaged to the bank. There is also the final notification from the bank on the phone. If the overdue debt of 10 million is not paid, they will come to seal up the villa at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. What the hell? It's simply the rising sun in the east. Husband and wife are birds of the same forest, but when disaster strikes, they fly away separately, right? The key is to just fly on your own. And Aunt Xing was the only one who took the blame. Don't let me find you, you bastard. Sign up. I'm signing up now. Aunt Xing suddenly seemed to think of something and reached out to grab the phone. Because she used too much force, she fell into Chu Liufeng's arms all of a sudden. Her fingertips brushed against her creamy skin, leaving several red marks. Aunt Xing, calm down, calm down. Chu Liufeng shook his head and hurriedly hugged the beauty. I took a look at the bills. The earliest one was from half a year ago. This shows that the bastard has been planning this for a long time. He must have had a backup plan. Besides, he has already fled to the United States. There is no point in reporting it. And the bank doesn't care about that. It's a vulnerable group and will come to seize the house tomorrow. The most urgent task now is to find a way to sort out which debts are due. Chu Liufeng tried hard to make his voice sound firm and powerful. Xing Yishan heard it. I also know that what Chu Liufeng said makes sense. But this made her even more desperate, and her little face was full of brokenness. I haven't managed finances for many years. To put it bluntly, she doesn't even know how much money is in her card. Chu Liufeng first helped Aunt Xing sit on the sofa. I poured her a cup of hot water so that she could calm down. After all, things have already happened, and being angry or sad will not solve any substantive problems. The most urgent task now is to understand Aunt Xing's financial situation first. And what happens to those debts? Half an hour later, Chu Liufeng took Xing Yishan and sorted out the family's assets to see if there was anything that could be converted into cash to repay part of the debt. It doesn't matter if you don't check it. I was shocked when I checked. The only 1 million yuan left in the card had just been withdrawn, and the rest of the savings were gone too. There were only a few $1,000s in cash left at home. And also the house deeds, car deeds and so on. I can't find them all. It seems they have been mortgaged long ago. There is not a penny in the dozen or so bank cards, and there are only a few thousand yuan in cash at home. However, Xing Yishan's personal debt is as high as more than 57 million. Of these, 20 million will mature in 7 days. Two people knew the result. They were all dried up in silence. Aunt Xing looked ashen, heartbroken, and slumped on the sofa in despair and powerlessness. As a wife, she felt extremely broken. Heaven and hell are just a matter of days and nights. Seeing this, Chu Liufeng hurriedly took out a bank card from his room and handed it to Xing Yishan. Aunt Xing, this is the more than 200,000 yuan bonus I won from participating in basketball games in the past few years. You can use it first, and we will find a way to make the rest. These hundreds of thousands are already a lot for an ordinary college student. But given Xing Yishan's current situation, it's just a drop in the bucket. Useful, but not much. But just at this moment, something strange happened. A ethereal voice suddenly sounded in Chu Liufeng's mind. Ding! Their host's act of kindness that could bankrupt him has been detected. Daily. The daily good deeds system is being bound. Fuck, system, why did you pause like that? I thought it was the daily competition. Chu Liufeng complained in his heart. This daily competition is not worth watching. It makes people dizzy. His younger brother often vomits after watching it. As if the system had heard Chu Liufeng's thoughts, it changed its name. Ding! The daily good deeds system has been successfully bound. Do one good deed a day. Every time the host completes a good deed, he will receive unexpected rewards. Host, please do more good deeds. Oh shit. Do one good deed a day system. Based on my long-term experience of replying to comments from system merchants in the tomato novel comment area, I analyzed that I had obtained a plug-in system. Chu Liufeng knew that the time to change his destiny had come. But the name of this system feels weird. Do one good deed a day. Aunt Xing Yishan. I'm sorry. A strange smile suddenly appeared on Chu Liufeng's lips. Chapter 3, Damn. Butterfly. Xiaofeng. Looking at the bank card and Chu Liufeng's handsome and gentle face, Xing Yishan couldn't hold it anymore. The tears that I had held back with great difficulty burst out again, and my eyes were filled with tears. The yoga clothes on her chest were soaked with tears. The purple underwear color. It's all my fault. I got Xiaofeng into trouble. Her eyes turned red and she suddenly hugged him, holding him very tightly. Chu Liufeng was still immersed in the great surprise of the successful system binding. In an instant, a faint and elegant body fragrance lingered around the tip of the nose. Then, I felt a soft touch on my chest. Come back to your senses. I saw Xing Yishan's soft body in my arms, twitching. Chu Liufeng. Aunt Xing, do you know that you are testing my willpower? He took a deep breath in a hurry. The military training was still somewhat useful. He reached out and patted the snowy and smooth back, comforting her. Aunt Xing, what are you talking about? You are my mother's best friend, so your business is naturally my business. Besides, it's only tens of millions. We can definitely pay it back. If we can't pay it back in 1 day, we can pay it back in 1 month. If we can't pay it back in 1 month, we can pay it back in 10 years, 20 years, or even a lifetime. Besides, Aunt Xing, you are still so young, just like an 18-year-old girl. We can pay it back slowly. Chu Liufeng is very confident. I said this just to comfort Xing Yishan. After all, we have the system, so how can we be short of money? Just tens of millions. Hearing this, Xing Yishan's shoulders trembled slightly. She raised her head and met Chu Liufeng's eyes. The two were so close that they could feel each other's breath. Puff tilde. Xing Yishan burst into laughter. You're still 18, but I'm old tilde. She was encouraged by Chu Liufeng. Xing Yishan was not someone who would easily accept her fate. I adjusted my mindset quickly. After all, paying back the money is secondary. The main thing that makes people angry is that they have to bear the blame for no reason. Don't teach that bastard a lesson. She couldn't vent her anger, and she would die with regret. Xing Yishan's eyes sparkled. She stood on tiptoe and rubbed her soft red lips against Chu Liufeng's ear. Okay, listen to Xiaofeng, we'll pay it back slowly. Now let's wait for Auntie to sell some bags and jewelry. She has bought a lot of expensive luxury items over the past decade. If I sell these things, even though they'll be discounted as second-hand items, they'll still be worth a few million. Although the urgent problems cannot be completely solved. But at least it can reduce some of the pressure. I'll take the money first, and return 1 million to my Xiao phone later. The situation is pressing and now is not the time to be pretentious. So Xing Yishan simply accepted Chu Liufeng's bank card. Then she ran upstairs with her tender white feet and rummaged through the cloakroom, searching for jewelry and bags. It was at this time. A golden light suddenly flashed in Chu Liufeng's pupils. The golden eyes sparkled and shone brightly under the rising sun. Ding! A kind gift from the host has been detected. Reward, Eye of Perspective. Perspective? What the hell? Chu Liufeng only felt a flash before his eyes, and the scene changed instantly. It was as if all the barriers of the world were removed in an instant. You can see through all illusions, even through the floor, and you can have a clear view of the scene in the basement. You can even take a close look at the wine stored in the wine cellar in the basement. For some unknown reason, Chu Liufeng raised his head and found that he was in Xing Yishan's bedroom. This raise of head. The picture suddenly became strange. The structure of the furniture and the placement of items in the room are clearly presented as if they were disassembled. But there was no sign of Xing Yishan. Only a few pieces of underwear were casually draped over the bed and on the floor. Strange. Chu Liufeng muttered softly. He shook his head and searched around curiously. Soon, Fuck. Chu Liufeng blurted out, fuck, subconsciously, and his pupils shrank suddenly. The scene before him startled him. A red one. What comes into view is the dense network of blood vessels. Their whole picture appeared a strange red. Chu Liufeng blinked his eyes hurriedly, still not quite used to it. This kind of perspective was like watching a horror movie. After taking a few deep breaths, Chu Liufeng gradually adjusted himself. Look up again. Much better. This time the picture is not of blood vessels, but of muscles and bones. Hold. Chu Liufeng cursed inwardly. I gave you a chance, but it's useless. But the good thing is that Xing Yishan has a lot of jewelry, and she is still looking for it slowly. Chu Liufeng's ability of perspective became more and more proficient the more he used it. The yogurt clothes turned into a transparent stream of light, and the soft skin as white as mutton fat came into view. Butterfly. Holy crap! Chu Liufeng's eyes narrowed. He saw a butterfly birthmark on Xing Yishan's waist. It seems to be flapping its wings to fly, and is so beautiful that it is beyond description. Still watching. Quickly press the gun. At this time, Xing Yishan bent down and searched for a jewelry box in the jewelry cabinet. The yoga pants outlined the perfect peach curve. She suddenly felt like she was being spied on, and her pretty brows furrowed slightly. Why do you feel weird? Is Xiao Feng here? But this is my own cloakroom, and there is no one else here. Xing Yishan shook her head and continued to search for her precious jewelry. Seeing this, Chu Liufeng quickly retracted his gaze. He couldn't bear to watch it anymore. If he continued to watch it, he would get suffocated. However, after using the ability of perspective for a while, Chu Liufeng became more and more proficient. This ability of perspective is also a little bit of a black mark. You actually have to blink your left and right eyes twice and a half to open or close it. Moreover, the golden eyes can also change according to one's thoughts. If you want to show off, you can also flash golden light. If you want to be low-key, it's no different than usual. It's just that the eyes are brighter and more lively. Gain new abilities by chance. Chu Liufeng had a lot of fun. He looked at the ceiling and then at the floor, as if he had discovered a new world. In this constant scanning, he scanned the entire villa thoroughly. To prevent people from spying on the bedroom, install cameras. Also to ensure Aunt Xing's privacy. Chu Liufeng also carefully checked her bedroom to see if there were any hidden cameras. As he looked around the room, Chu Liufeng's eyes moved slightly, and he suddenly discovered a strange place. It was an expensive famous painting on the wall. But Chu Liufeng didn't care about its value, but the wall behind him, which was a little strange. Oh, what a surprise! The corners of Chu Liufeng's mouth slightly raised, revealing a smile. Coming to the painting, Chu Liufeng took it down. Looking closely at the wall behind, there seems to be nothing unusual. But Bang! Chu Liufeng clenched his 5 fingers into a fist and threw a punch fiercely. Just smash a hole in the wall. It is hollow. There is also a small wooden box in the wall mezzanine. Took it out. Chu Liufeng opened it easily. There were 12 gold bars neatly arranged inside. Under the light, it emits an alluring golden glow. It's hidden really deeply. If Chu Liufeng hadn't gained the ability of perspective, I'm afraid this gold bar will never see the light of day again. Chapter 4. Look, what color is my aunt wearing today? Each gold bar sparkles with an alluring luster. This is 1 kilogram. Chu Liufeng took out his mobile phone and checked the recycling price of gold today. 1 gram is 666 yuan, so these 12 gold bars are worth almost 8 million yuan. This is a windfall. Although I don't know how much I paid for it. But now the price of gold. As long as you buy it, it's just a matter of how much you earn. This is a study room, and the table is a little dusty. Apparently, even Xing Yishan didn't know about these 12 gold bars. It was that Chu Dongxi who hid it secretly. Since he can hide gold bars, he can naturally hide other things. Chu Liufeng turned on the perspective again and kept scanning everything in the room. But unfortunately, there is nothing else. There is only this one secret compartment in the study, but there are several safes. But the safe was empty. The contents had been taken away long ago. 2. Carrying so many gold bars through customs is also very eye-catching. I guess it's not that they don't want to take it, but that they don't dare to take it. This is a good deal for Chu Liufeng. Chu Liufeng thought about it and was about to tell Aunt Xing. The moment I raised my head, my pupils automatically focused. Aunt Xing was standing on tiptoe to reach the jewelry box on the top shelf of the closet. The tight yoga pants stretched the perfect figure into a breathtaking curve. Chu Liufeng took a deep breath, picked up the small gold box, adjusted his mood, and walked quickly upstairs. When I walked into the cloakroom, I saw Xing Yishan sitting in the middle of a pile of jewelry and bags. The floor was filled with various brand name bags and dazzling jewelry, sparkling under the lights. Aunt Xing's eyes were full of reluctance. She is not a person who likes to spend money, and everything she buys is what she really likes. Just like the gold bracelet whose shape suits her aesthetic very well. It only cost tens of thousands of dollars when she bought it, but it has been with her for more than 10 years. But now, no matter how reluctant I am, there is no better way. She was frowning, as if estimating the price. Aunt Xing, look, I found this. Chu Liufeng squatted down and handed the box containing gold bars to Xing Yishan. Xing Yishan took the box doubtfully. The moment she opened it, her eyes widened and her hands began to tremble unconsciously. Where do all these gold bars come from? Xiaofeng, did you rob a bank? No, I found it in the secret compartment in the wall of the study. It was hidden quite deep. Study? Secret compartment. How come I don't know about it? Suddenly, Xing Yishan seemed to have thought of something. A hint of suspicion appeared in her pair of peach blossom eyes as she looked Chu Liufeng up and down. Suddenly he grabbed Chu Liufeng's ear and said with a fake smile. How did you know there was something in the wall, little brat? Did that bastard tell you? You and that bastard are hiding something from me. Chu Liufeng grimaced in pain and waved his hands hastily. Oh my dear Aunt Xing, I swear I have absolutely no contact with that bastard. This is what I happened to find. Do you believe me when I said I can see through things? Xing Yishan narrowed her eyes and gave a creepy smile. Xiaofeng, you've grown up now and can tease your aunt now. You can see through things, so you mean you see me every day? Come, take a look. What color am I wearing today? If you guess wrong, don't blame me for blaming you. As she spoke, Xing Yishan spread out her hands and knelt in front of Chu Liufeng. There was a hint of cunning and teasing in his eyes. Look, why aren't you looking? Can't you see through things? Or is it that my figure is no longer attractive to you? Chu Liufeng spread his hands helplessly. The world is becoming more corrupt and people's hearts are no longer the same as they used to be. These days, no one will believe you even if you tell the truth. He actually has a way to prove it. After all, Aunt Xing's butterfly, birthmark. But he was just joking. After all, he was the one holding the secret of the system, and he would not tell it even to his closest relatives. It would be a shame not to watch it anyway. Chu Liufeng looked at him unscrupulously and made up a random excuse. What are you talking about, Aunt Xing? How can you not be attractive? Don't you know that I think about you every night before I go to sleep? I just thought there must be something left in the study that you didn't take away, so I looked for it, and I didn't expect to find it. From this angle. This. To be honest, Chu Liufeng felt that he couldn't get enough of this. Xing Yishan is like a ripe peach, exuding an alluring scent. It makes people want to take a bite. She felt a little uncomfortable being stared at by Chu Liufeng. Xing Yishan's cheeks also flushed slightly, and she coughed lightly to hide her panic. Is it that simple? It's that simple. Hearing this, Xing Yishan then hugged Chu Liufeng's head with her eyes curved, and gently rubbed his ears with her delicate hands. That's fine. Did Auntie hurt Xiaofeng? Come, let me blow it for you. Who tilder who tilder Xiaofeng, don't learn from that bastard. My Xiaofeng is the best, don't let her learn bad things. Also, what does it mean that you think about your aunt every night when you go to bed? Xing Yishan said suspiciously. I've heard that there seems to be a very popular method for you young people to fall asleep quickly. Is it related to what you think of your aunt? Chu Liufeng. After a while, Chu Liufeng was held so tightly that he could hardly breathe, and then he spoke in a muffled voice. Auntie, can't breathe. Xing Yishan. Only then did she react. Her face flushed and she let go of my hand awkwardly. Then she tried to divert attention. She picked up a gold bar with her slender white jade fingers, then slammed it against the wall, saying angrily. You buy all kinds of things for those mistresses, but you have to hide things when you leave something for me, you bastard. Don't let me find you, or I'll kill you. I, Xing Yishan, grew up eating vegetarian food. Forehead. Looking at the excited Aunt Xing, her body was shaking because she was too angry. Chu Liufeng quickly looked away. You can't watch it. You can't watch it. A little seasick. After a long while, Xing Yishan's emotions gradually calmed down. The two looked at the jewelry and gold bars on the ground. Start to study the value of these things carefully. Probably about 10 million. Although it still cannot fill the gap of huge debts. But at least it can give them some temporary relief. I was busy for a while. After roughly estimating the amount that can be obtained from selling these items, Xing Yishan rubbed his temples and felt sweaty and sticky all over. She lifted the hair beside her ears and said to Chu Liufeng jokingly. Xiaofeng, after tossing and turning for so long, I am sweaty and sticky all over. I feel very uncomfortable. I have to take a bath. Play with them by yourself first. There are stockings in my closet. They are all worn. Don't take them without permission. And they're high heels. I'm going to wear them out later. Please don't do anything bad with them, even if you wipe them clean afterwards. Chapter 5. No, you can eat anything? You are really hungry. Xiaofeng, be good and obedient tilder. Don't reward yourself secretly while your aunt is away tilder. Speaking of. She stood up, twisting towards the bathroom. Xing Yishan's white and tender feet stepped over the gold bars and walked towards the bathroom, muttering to herself. It's only over 10 million, which is not enough. I have to find some rich ladies and beautiful girls to lend me some money for emergency. If it really doesn't work, let Xiaofeng go and sell his erotic appearance. After all, my Xiaofeng is so handsome, a handsome man 185 centimeters tall. It's not too much to charge them 100,000 at a time, right? Those sluts have been coveting Xiaofeng for a long time. You are not allowed to have a relationship. You only sell your body but not your heart. This doesn't count as a relationship, right? I can do my job, you can give it a try. Chu Liufeng. It seemed as if she said it on purpose for Chu Liufeng to hear. He kept looking back and blinking. She was just making fun of herself, her red lips couldn't close because of her smile. If it weren't for Aunt Xing's age. Just looking at the appearance and what it says, who the hell would believe that this is the old A8? This is clearly the latest model of Bentley. Chu Liufeng wanted to laugh when he thought about how his mother was worried that he would mess around in school and let her have a grandson too early, so she chose his best friend to supervise him. My mom is a little confused about who is the little white rabbit and who is the big bad wolf. After all, we only spent a short month together. In front of Xing Yishan, I am as innocent as a blank sheet of paper. No more worries afterwards. Xing Yishan's mood seemed to have returned to its quirky, optimistic and positive state of mind. I even started humming a little tune while taking a bath. Chu Liufeng also happily appreciated the modern version of a beauty emerging from her bath. But just at this moment, the ethereal voice of the system sounded. Ding! Detected that their host gave gold bars as a kind gift. Reward, physical fitness improvement. Question mark. Is this possible? As the system's voice fell, Chu Liufeng clearly felt that his body had become stronger, and his muscles had become more firm. What made Chu Liufeng most happy was, it seems to have been improved as well. The muscles have become more and more enlarged. He stood in the cloakroom, took off all his clothes, and began to admire himself. TSK. Chu Liufeng was also fascinated by himself. Under the dim light, I felt like an ancient Greek sculpture, full of sculpted beauty and infinite charm. My previous body was already perfect, enough to score 90 points. Now, it has directly exceeded 100 points. He is simply the walking god of hormones. At this time, the bathroom door suddenly opened a crack. Xing Yishan was wrapped in a bath towel, her wet hair casually draped over her shoulders, her fair skin was faintly pink, and she exuded a faint fragrance after bathing. She forgot to bring in her change of clothes. He was cautiously sticking his little head out to see if Chu Liufeng had left. Suddenly, see the scene in the cloakroom. The lines of the back muscles are smooth and powerful. As Chu Liufeng continued to pose, the muscles are tense and bulging as if they were created by a god. Full of powerful beauty. There have also been further changes in temperament. There is a strong dad feeling, full of dad flavor. Xing Yishan's sight seemed to be fixed, and her eyes widened instantly. His eyes were full of shock and disbelief. The cherry-red little mouth that was originally slightly opened could not be closed in surprise at this moment, and a strand of crystal saliva flowed down from the corner of the mouth. I couldn't help but watch it in fascination. A trace of panic flashed in Xing Yishan's eyes, and her face quickly turned red, spreading from her ears to her cheeks. Almost instinctively, he spoke. Bar. Xiaofeng, what are you doing? But their voice seemed to be choked by something, becoming light and trembling. Chu Liufeng turned around upon hearing their voice. Auntie, are you done washing? Xing Yishan. Pupils tremble instantly. Oh my god, is this still a human? Not yet. After quickly saying something, Xing Yishan slammed the bathroom door shut. Plop, plop, plop. She pressed her whole body against the glass door, gasping for breath, and her heart began to beat wildly and uncontrollably. The thumping sound could be heard even in the quiet bathroom. And this one closes your eyes. Chu Liufeng's extremely perfect figure appeared. My cheeks instantly became hot and I even felt a little unsteady on my feet. Xiaofeng has really grown up. From now on, I'll call you Da Feng. At this moment, Xing Yishan didn't look like a mature aunt at all, she was clearly a shy girl. No. Xing Yishan leaned against the glass door, closed her eyes and shook her head wildly. Xing Yishan. What are you thinking about? This is the biological son of my best friend. Besides, I am his aunt, even though we are not related by blood. But he is also Xiaofeng's elder. If I eat him, my best friend will definitely kill me. And if I really do, then how should I face my bestie at that time? Should we just call each other by our own names? You call me Haojime, and I call you mother-in-law. No. Absolutely not. And that also costs extra money. 100,000 is too little, at least 500,000. Forehead. Seeing Xing Yishan's strange behavior, Chu Liufeng took a look subconsciously. He had an urge to go in and take a shower together. But after hesitating, he gave up. After all, the timing is not yet ripe. Although the right time, right place and right people are all in place, Xing Yishan is now in an irrational situation. If we wait until she wakes up, the relationship between them will definitely reach freezing point, and it will be a waste of time and effort. What Chu Liufeng wants is Aunt Xing's heart, not just her. After all, as long as you have the heart, don't you have everything else? Don't rush for a while. Anyway, this thing is like a spring. The harder you push, the harder it rebounds. It should have been washed in half an hour. Xing Yishan washed for an hour and a half. I spent the last hour preparing myself mentally. But she found that it didn't seem to be of much use. The more I want to forget that scene, the more I can't forget it. Finally, I even convinced myself. A look of regret and shame appeared on her face. Ah! Xing Yishan. What did you just do? Xing Yishan's face flushed, and her fair skin was also stained with red. She felt embarrassed and shy, but inexplicably, she felt a kind of immorality. Gulp. Xing Yishan also buried herself under the water and blew bubbles, trying to calm herself down. But I can't calm down in the warm water. She felt she was losing control of herself. After all, Wang Lei has been abroad for more than 10 years, and they have been separated for most of the time. In addition, since 5 years ago, she found out that Wang Lei was playing black pearls abroad. I have always found him disgusting and have refused to have any in-depth communication with him ever since. Although they are husband and wife in name, they are not in reality. This is probably why Wang Lei could be so ruthless in transferring his property. The reason why she was burdened with huge debt. But it's not her fault, right? We all live in different places, and we can all endure loneliness and keep ourselves clean. Why can you play mistresses? No, you can eat anything. You are really hungry. You have no shame at all. Nausea. So disgusting. You can even spend some money to find a white pearl. Chapter 6. You are a little disrespectful to your mother's best friend. Call. Finally. Xing Yishan took a deep breath and sat up from the bathtub. I feel like I've been soaking for too long, I'm a little tired and my whole body is weak. What is meant to come will come. Keeping avoiding is not a solution. Let it be. She wiped the water off her body, wrapped herself in a bathrobe, and walked out of the bathroom. After changing into a well-cut knitted dress that hugged her hips, she perfectly showed off her voluptuous figure, full of intellectual charm. She then put on black stockings and a pair of sexy red-soled high heels and went downstairs. Chu Liufeng was browsing his phone in the living room board. Looking at Xing Yishan, who was walking down with a red face. Chu Liufeng asked knowingly. Aunt Xing, why is your face so red? Do you have a fever? Xing Yishan lowered her head slightly, her eyes were flustered, and she didn't dare to look into Chu Liufeng's eyes at all. The ventilation system in the bathroom is broken, yes, broken, it's so hot. Chu Liufeng did not expose Xing Yishan's little thoughts. After all, her every move is under his eyes. This was also the first time she saw Aunt Xing being so feminine, so shy and lovely. There is a feeling of being proud. In Aunt Xing's eyes, I am now. Finally, she is no longer Xiaofeng. By the way, Xiaofeng, do you have classes today? Auntie has something to do, and I want you to come with me. Xing Yishan's voice was a little soft and trembling when she spoke. I don't have any classes, Aunt Xing. You've rewarded me, so I'll definitely obey you. Tell me, what's the matter? Reward? What reward? Xing Yishan was stunned. Then I saw Chu Liufeng's eyes fell on my high heels. Suddenly I remembered that I had just asked Chu Liufeng not to rummage through her closet. She couldn't help but sigh, her pretty face flushed. Bar. You little rascal, you've learned bad things. You really don't mind the stink. How can it smell bad? It smells like Aunt Xing's sweet scent. It smells really good. Ha! Xiaofeng, you've grown up, ahem. Auntie, of course, knows that you're not a child anymore. It's normal for you to be curious about certain things. Xing Yishan's eyes were flustered and her pretty face was red, making her look even more beautiful and charming. But, that's dirty, I was just teasing you, why did you take it so seriously? And I understand you at your age. I went through this myself, too. You just need to find a girlfriend. She suddenly thought of something and her expression froze. Oh no, your mother won't allow you to have a girlfriend. But not looking for a girl, your mom is really getting old and confused, there's something wrong with what she did, I have to have a good talk with her some other day. How can you not find a girlfriend? Isn't this going to make you feel depressed? No, your mother must be in early menopause, that's why she's so confused. It's like being in a brainstorm. Xing Yishan kept talking to herself, asking herself questions and answering them. Sometimes he shook his head, sometimes he looked sad. Chu Liufeng was stunned. Is this the woman with a fever? I feel like my CPU is short-circuited and my brain is about to burn out. But after a few words of flirting, Xing Yishan also gradually let go. regained its usual dominant position. I won't do that anymore. It's too dirty. If you really need it, tell me and I'll find a way for you. Xing Yishan took a deep breath and brainstormed for half a day. Finally, he blushed and whispered a solution. R. Chu Liufeng was stunned. Is there any way to solve this problem? It seems that Aunt Xing's mentality has undergone some subtle changes. What's the matter? Anyway, that's it. I won't talk about it anymore. Now my aunt is going to meet a beautiful girl, who is also a wealthy woman, and borrow some money from her. How about taking my Xiaofeng with you to help out? Just to keep up appearances. Chu Liufeng raised his eyes. Aunt Xing, didn't you tell me to sell my erotic image for 100,000 yuan a night? How dare you? Xing Yishan's eyes widened instantly, and a white and tender finger stretched out. If you dare to carry me on your back, carry me on your back, I. I will tell your mother and let her deal with you. Yes. Chu Liufeng nodded with a wicked smile. I understand. As long as I don't go behind Aunt Xing's back, it's okay. Aunt Xing can come with me. I'm still young and can handle it. Har. Xing Yishan tilted her head and clenched her fists. She slowly stood up and came in front of Chu Liufeng, looking down at him. Then she kicked her high heels away, raised her foot and stepped on Chu Liufeng. Chu Liufeng. You are so brave, you dare to tease your aunt. Do you believe me? I'm going to tell your mother right now. She said her own son was a little disrespectful to his mother's best friend. Chu Liufeng looked at the jade feet stepping on his chest. After taking a deep breath, slowly raised his hands. Raising my hand is not an apology, but Aunt Xing, you still need to practice more. It doesn't hurt or itch when you step on it, who would be afraid of it? Half an hour later, a pink Bentley drove out of the villa. Go straight to a high-end restaurant with beautiful environment and quiet atmosphere. There was already a rich aunt waiting there. After arriving at a very private and quiet box, Chu Liufeng met the rich woman in person. She was not the kind of woman he imagined, fat, heavily made up, old and ugly. On the contrary, this rich lady has a slender figure. Her pretty face was full of blush, and she looked very beautiful. Although she is only about 1.62 meters tall, her figure is not as amazing as Xing Yishan's. But it is also full of maturity. The most important thing is that she really has great results, which is amazing. A charming standard face of a beautiful young woman. Although it is not quite the same as Aunt Xing's face, the beauty of the mature woman makes Chu Liufeng's heart tremble. But she seemed a little drunk, with a few empty wine bottles in front of her and her face a little red. Xiaofeng, let me introduce you to this auntie, her name is Li Mingxi. I have more than a dozen houses at home, and I collect rent from them. More than a dozen buildings, not suites, one building has 7 floors. There are several buildings near your Xiaguo University that belong to her. Chu Liufeng blinked. More than a dozen houses waiting to be rented out. Oh my god, this is a real rich woman. Wow, it turns out that the circle of rich women is full of rich women. Aunt Li, hello, I'm Chu Liufeng, you can just call me Xiaofeng. Li Mingxi was holding a wine glass, with a drunken look in her eyes, when she saw Chu Liufeng for the first time. His eyes lit up instantly, as if he had discovered a rare treasure. Li Mingxi stood up instantly and staggered around Chu Liufeng. Her high heels made crisp sounds on the ground, and every step was full of rhythm. As she walked, she looked Chu Liufeng up and down, back and forth. The appreciation in his eyes was undisguised, as if he was appreciating a fine work of art. Xiaofeng? He's so handsome, his muscles and body are so good. As Li Mingxi spoke, her eyes were full of surprise. Speaking of. She put down the wine glass, grabbed Xing Yishan's hand, and said cunningly. My dear Yi, I didn't expect you to eat so well recently. This handsome boy is so charming, with great muscles, and you can tell at a glance that he knows how to cook. Are you feeding Xiaofeng every night now? Are you still able to handle it? If you can't handle it, I can help you. Chapter 7, Rich Woman, do you want to work 20 years less? Do you want to reach the pinnacle of life? Even if Xing Yishan had this idea. But just say it so bluntly. At this moment, her face was a little embarrassed. But she understands her wealthy friends. After achieving financial freedom early on, I often meet many young people who don't want to work hard. Plus, I had drunk a bit of wine, so I have always been quite open in this regard. But they are not casual people. On the contrary, their vision is also extremely high. If you meet an ordinary young person who doesn't want to work hard, their tongues are really sharp, and they often make people break down and cry. Such sarcastic remarks as, "It's okay if you're ugly, but you have beautiful thoughts, only trash don't want to work hard if you're so ugly and still don't want to work hard, just die, you piece of shit." Whatever you say comes out of your mouth in a coherent manner. Few people can catch their eyes. After all, this is the era now. It is still a version that requires a lot of modeling. But now. This is Li Mingxi, who has extremely good taste. His eyes were so moist that tears were about to come out. It is even more rare and extremely proactive. Handsome, right? Are you envious? Humph. You can't eat it even if you want to. This suddenly made Xing Yishan feel an inexplicable sense of pride. What are you talking about? This is my best friend's biological son. The words haven't been finished yet. Li Mingxi's eyes widened, as if she had just met someone new. My best friend's son. No way, my dear Yi, you usually keep a low profile. I thought you didn't have that kind of fetish. I didn't expect you to have such an exciting time. No, I want to play this too, okay, we are good friends, right? As she was talking, she suddenly felt dizzy and leaned towards Chu Liufeng. Handsome boy. I feel a little dizzy. Could you help me to the bathroom? Xing Yishan. Chu Liufeng. Come on, we're always talking nonsense, but she's still a college student, she just lives with me. College student. Li Mingxi's eyes became brighter. College life is great. I really miss the days when I was a college student. Xing Yishan hurriedly pulled her to sit down. Stop talking nonsense. Xiaofeng and I are not in the relationship you think. I really have something important to talk to you about. But Li Mingxi picked up the wine glass, came over to Chu Liufeng and sat down. Leaning against him intimately, smiling foolishly. It doesn't matter. It's even better if it doesn't matter. I don't have any psychological pressure anymore. I originally felt a little sorry for stealing your love. Chu Liufeng felt that Li Mingxi was completely drunk. This is too proactive. Li Mingxi came closer and took off her slim shoulder jacket. However, this rich woman does know how to take care of herself. She still smells good. Every move she makes has a unique little fragrance, which is particularly good. Little handsome boy, what's wrong with you? How can you bear to live with such a beautiful girl? Isn't it a silver wax spearhead? It would be a pity if it looks good but is not useful. Chu Liufeng. I can't. Good looking but useless. He laughed out of anger. I really want to let Li Mingxi taste his power now. Let her know why chrysanthemums are so red. Li. Meng. She. If you tease my Xiaofeng again, I will tear your mouth apart. Looking at Xing Yishan gritting her teeth, she looked like she was about to rush over. Li Mingxi stuck out her tongue, forced herself to be serious. Whose mouth do you want to tear apart? Tearing it is so rude, I think you can kiss my mouth to pieces, come on, my big baby tilde. As she said this, she pouted and moved closer. Xing Yishan really had the urge to slap this thirsty drunkard. But she also knew. Li Mingxi was just joking, she didn't really have any bad thoughts in her mind. Seeing Xing Yishan's helpless look. Yer tilde. Li Mingxi suddenly became like a female general who had won a battle. She raised the wine bottle and made a yer gesture. He, you have nothing to say. Is this your Xiaofeng? You're still saying you're not together? You want to lie to me? No way tilde. But it's not your fault. I understand you. Your husband is abroad, and you met such a handsome guy. No one can resist it. It's human nature. Don't worry. I will keep my mouth shut. No matter which mouth I use, I will keep it shut. Li Mingxi suddenly kicked off her pair of red-soled high heels, and her two slender legs curled up on the soft seat, looking sideways at Chu Liufeng. Chu Liufeng only then noticed it. This woman's body proportions are simply unbelievable. Although she is only 162 centimeters tall, she has a pair of slender legs and very fair skin. Every frown and smile is full of charm. She moved closer to Chu Liufeng, lifted Chu Liufeng's chin with her slender fingers, and said drunkenly. Right, little handsome boy, tell me, is my big baby Yi crazy? I've known her for several years, but this is the first time I've seen her bring a man here. Let me tell you, I always thought Yi's last name was Ling Dan. Oh. Li. Meng. She. Xing Yishan couldn't bear it any longer and rushed over, and the two women soon twisted together and entangled. The ancestor once said that he loved watching women fight. This scene is indeed very erotic. After a round of teasing, Li Mingxi quickly knelt down and begged for mercy. Har har har, all right, baby, I was wrong, please spare me, please spare me. Wiped the sweat from his forehead. Li Mingxi suddenly said seriously. You two, are really not together. Xing Yishan was panting, and her face was covered with a layer of fine sweat because of the fight. No. Har. Since you don't support this handsome boy, then don't blame me for stealing your love. Handsome boy, do you want to take a shortcut? Do you want to work 20 years less? Do you want to reach the pinnacle of your life? Do you think my legs are pretty? Hey, why are my black stockings snagged? It's all my fault, my dear Yi. I tore them. But I have a new pair in my bag. Can you please help me change them? Young people nowadays all like these beautiful legs in black stockings. Come and touch it, don't be shy. Be bold, Auntie will let you bully me as you like. Don't you like it? Auntie also has shiny silk, gradient, thick tights, fishnet stockings. Which one do you like? Auntie can wear them all for you to see. Chu Liufeng leaned against the wall. Inevitably raised hands. The look he gave Xing Yishan was as innocent as a white rabbit. Although he felt an irrepressible excitement in his heart. This wealthy woman is indeed too open in her speech. But he also knew that as long as he showed the slightest hint of intention, then Aunt Xing would probably be very disappointed with herself. Although the rich woman is beautiful, Aunt Xing is more fragrant. For a better tomorrow, I endured it. Seeing Li Mingxi moving closer and closer like an octopus, Xing Yishan had a cold face. Take your stinky feet down, they are almost in Xiaofeng's mouth. They are going to make me pass out. Huh? Stinky? Who said I stink? I've maintained myself so well, so fair and tender, I wonder how many people would want to eat me. Li Mingxi smiled carelessly. She took off her half-leg stockings, revealing a pair of snow-white and smooth thighs. For some people, this is enough to make them eat 3 bowls of rice. You? Xing Yishan held her forehead with her hand. Originally, Chu Liufeng was brought here to give her some confidence. But now it feels like bringing him here was a complete mistake. It feels like a sheep walking into a tiger's den. This circle of rich women in my circle is really starving. Chapter 8. The rich woman was deeply moved, it felt like being hugged by my father. That won't work either, put it down for me. Xing Yishan helplessly helped Li Mingxi sit up straight. After smoothing down her lifted skirt, he sat down with a helpless look on his face. This drunkard has a fever again. Li Mingxi suddenly smiled slyly and said. Look at the look in your eyes. You said it's okay, but I don't believe you. All right, I won't tease your little boyfriend anymore. Handsome boy, pour Auntie a glass of wine. Chu Liufeng picked up the bottle of wine. Filled Li Mingxi's glass. She took it, took a sip, bit her red lips lightly, and cast a coquettish glance at Chu Liufeng. The wine poured by the handsome boy is delicious. Burp tilde. She is indeed a mature beauty. She looks very charming in every frown and smile. She is simply a natural beauty. Li Mingxi lay on the table with her head drooping. She felt a little dizzy and her words were unclear. Tell me, my dear Yi, what is it that you suddenly want to see me about today? Borrow money. Har. Li Mingxi's eyes widened instantly. Baby, you are actually short of money. Okay, how much do you want to borrow? Baby, just name a number. Li Ruoshi was very confident and was ready to take out her mobile phone to transfer the money. Xing Yishan hesitated to speak. 100 million. How many? 100 million. Li Mingxi immediately shrank her head and squeezed Chu Liufeng with her small shoulders. Then you should borrow from your boyfriend. He has hundreds of millions. Xing Yishan rolled her eyes instantly. But she no longer rejected the title of little boyfriend and was too lazy to correct it. It doesn't matter if it was a misunderstanding. Otherwise, this starving woman in front of him would probably want to eat Xiaofeng alive. How much can you lend me now? I'm short of money. Aunt Xing's tone was filled with anxiety and helplessness. Li Mingxi shook her head, her eyes were hazy with drunkenness, and her unclear voice was hard to hear. If you want to borrow 100 million, you should have told me earlier that I still have it. But I definitely don't have that much money now. But if you only want to borrow a few million, I can transfer it to you now. People always like to compromise. For example, if you say that the room is too dark and a window must be opened here, everyone will definitely disagree. But if you advocate removing the roof, they will compromise and be willing to open the window. Xing Yishan naturally understood this truth. Although she didn't want to do that. But there was no way, she was really short of money. If I asked to borrow 10 million right away, I definitely won't be able to borrow that much. If you borrow 100 million, at least there will be room for bargaining. Just like now. 10 million, right? Do you have 10 million? I'll pay you back in 3 years, and you decide the interest. Xing Yishan gritted her teeth and stated her target amount. Li Mingxi looked puzzled and asked curiously. What are you going to do? What's wrong? Are you bored as a rich lady at home and want to go out and find something to do? Xing Yishan sighed. But she just shook her head and said nothing. If something like that happens at home, you definitely can't tell anyone about it. If I say that, then I may not be able to borrow a single penny of the money. After all the houses and cars that I can mortgage have been mortgaged, and I can't squeeze out a penny. Seeing this, Li Ruoshi just shook her head. I didn't ask any further questions. She was almost drunk in Chu Liufeng's arms. My dear Yi, I'm not making excuses. I'm just very tight on money recently. I'm negotiating a big project that will cost me a lot of money. Hearing this, Xing Yishan's heart suddenly tightened. Then you still have money. It's only 10 million, there must be some. But, good Yi, how about lending me your manly boyfriend for a few days? I really like him. Sleeping in his arms gives me the warm feeling of being held by my daddy. It's so reassuring. I've never had this feeling before. I promise not to harm him. Hearing this, Xing Yishan's face suddenly turned cold. If you say that, Mingxi, then we can no longer be sisters. She is short of money. But he is not so short of money that he would ask a younger generation to sell themselves to pay off his debts. After all, no matter how you look at it, this is her business, and Chu Liufeng is innocent. Li Mingxi was still leaning on Chu Liufeng's chest. Looking at Xing Yishan's cold face, she was stunned for a moment, and then she burst out laughing. She waved her hands, as if to dispel the unpleasant atmosphere just now. Okay, I'm just kidding. Look how nervous you are. I was just joking. How could I really borrow your boyfriend? Li Mingxi sat up straight as she spoke. His eyes also became clearer. He was no longer as drunk as before. My dear Yi, we have been friends for so many years. If you are in trouble, I definitely can't just ignore you. Li Mingxi's tone became serious. 10 million is 10 million, I'll go back and prepare it, and I'll transfer the money to you in 2 days. If you don't want to tell me, I won't ask you what you're going to do with the money. Just take your time. If you really have nowhere else to go, come to me. I don't have much else but a lot of houses. You can live wherever you want. Hearing this, Xing Yishan also felt that her attitude just now was too cold. I was immediately moved and nodded. But the feeling of being touched didn't last for 3 seconds. Her expression froze instantly. Because Li Mingxi suddenly returned to her drunken, nympho expression. With a silly smile on her face, she kept squirming in Chu Liufeng's arms. But I'll get some interest first, so don't blame me anymore tilder. Handsome boy, do you think your aunt is pretty? Are your legs thin? Want to touch it? You have a really great figure. Chu Liufeng spread out his hands innocently. Aunt Xing, It means that I didn't do anything. I am passive. See this scene. A feeling of guilt suddenly rose in Xing Yishan's heart. Well. Xiaofeng. Aunt Xing, I'm sorry. Aunt Xing will slowly compensate you later. You should bear with it for a while now. After all, Li Mingxi was now drunk and unconscious, and she had helped him so much. It's hard for me to say anything, both emotionally and logically. Only. Watch and watch. Aunt Xing suddenly felt jealous and uncomfortable. Just do it casually, you nymphomaniac, eh? She turned her head, averted her eyes, and pursed her lips in displeasure. I've never done this before. Next up is the rich lady game. We must not let Chu Liufeng go with him. Otherwise, I'm really afraid that he will be eaten up by those sluts. Hey, I can't stop making up for it, no matter how hard I try. The handsome boy smells so good. Li Mingxi's eyes narrowed, arching his body excitedly like a child. Chu Liufeng was helpless. Not long. A slight snoring sound was heard. The alcohol took effect and she fell asleep on Chu Liufeng's neck. It was like a beautiful dream, with a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. Suddenly. Dad, I miss you so much. Li Mingxi uttered a few unclear mumblings in her sleep. Chu Liufeng wanted to carry her down. But instead, Li Mingxi hooked her neck. Their whole person hung on him tightly like a koala. The two white and tender legs were still tightly clamped around his male dog waist. No. Daddy, don't leave me. Aunt Xing, this is. Chu Liufeng asked in a low voice, how come Li Mingxi, who was curled up in his arms, gave him the feeling of holding his daughter. And tonic. This is what a tonic is really called. If Xing Yishan hadn't been here, Chu Liufeng really didn't want to endure it for a moment. Damn, these ripe, beautiful and rich women. It's so addictive day by day. Alas, this stupid woman. Xing Yishan frowned slightly, hesitated for a moment, and then explained. When Mingxi was very young, her mother passed away, and her father remarried several wives. Plus, she was a girl, so they didn't take care of her much. She was often bullied when she was a child, and she longed for the protection of her father's love since she was a child. But until the day her father passed away, the relationship between the father and daughter was very tense. I don't know the specific situation, but it was Mengxi. How should I put it? She lacked a sense of security. She couldn't sleep every night and could only rely on alcohol to fall asleep. But she was fine at other times, but she would lose her composure as soon as she drank. She can be called anything, daddy, master, anyway, she's a crazy woman. Don't worry about what she calls you. It's all fake anyway. Just listen to it for fun. Hold her first. Xing Yishan didn't know what to say. The more a person lacks something, the more he desires it. For someone who has never felt the love of a father, what she desires is actually very simple. But this kind of knot is a knot in the heart and is very difficult to untie. At least that's what she thought. After all, it's impossible for his father to jump out of the coffin. Or maybe he could really let Chu Liufeng be his daddy. Let her feel the feeling of being protected by father's love. That's impossible. Chapter 9 The Shy Little Rich Woman, Aunt Xing's Wonderful Imagination. Just hold her. Let's send her home. It's inappropriate for her to sleep here. Xing Yishan shook her head helplessly. Pick up the red-soled high heels and torn black stockings on the ground. Walked out of the private room. Chu Liufeng followed closely behind, holding the petite Li Mingxi. After physical fitness is enhanced, he can now hold Li Mingxi's slender waist with one hand. The two are not in the same league in size at all. So Chu Liufeng felt like he was really holding his little daughter. But this rich woman knows how to take care of herself. Even if she was drunk, this woman didn't smell bad, and still exuded a refreshing fragrance. This kind of taste made Chu Liufeng addicted. It can really arouse his hormones. Aunt Xing, is Aunt Li usually this crazy? Suddenly. Chu Liufeng spoke suddenly. Xing Yishan, who was walking in front, did not understand the meaning of this sentence and replied nonchalantly. Not really. Mingxi drinks often, but she wouldn't get as drunk as she did today. Maybe she has something on her mind today. If there were outsiders around, she wouldn't be so crazy. I told you, she lacks a sense of security. She usually gets drunk and behaves inappropriately when she's at home. I remember one time when I was drinking at her house, she got drunk and cried and hugged me, calling me mom all the time. It was unbearable. Xing Yishan had already opened the door of the Bentley. He frowned and thought about it. It wouldn't be appropriate to just leave Li Mingxi in the back seat like that. So let Chu Liufeng work hard for a while. We sat in the back seat together and hugged each other all the way. Then Xing Yishan drove out of the parking lot and headed straight towards Li Mingxi's house. But she usually doesn't have any contact with strangers. You two met for the first time today, and she's so close to you. It's the first time I've seen that, too. Maybe she thinks you're a little brat and is teasing you. Anyway, just don't take what she says seriously. Xiaofeng, your Aunt Li is asleep, please be more careful. If you want to vomit, you can vomit anywhere else in the car. Don't let her vomit on you, it stinks. Looking at Li Mingxi, who had buried her head in his chest and didn't move. Treated as a little devil. Are you sure you didn't mistake it for something else? Besides. Fell asleep? Are you really asleep? Chu Liufeng moved his fingers slightly and nodded with a strange expression. Yes, I know, Aunt Xing, you drive. Along the way. Li Mingxi didn't sleep very well. Their whole person was pressed against Chu Liufeng's body, rubbing back and forth as the vehicle swayed. But her petite figure was perfectly proportioned, and she could curl up in Chu Liufeng's arms. Plus the skin is very delicate and feels great. This allowed Chu Liufeng to fully satisfy his urge to play. Half an hour later. The Bentley stopped in front of a single-family house. A villa again. Aunt Xing, are all the standard configurations in your circle of wealthy women already big and wild? Xing Yishan led the way in front and replied casually. Hey, have you forgotten what Mengxi does? Landlady. Isn't it normal to have a villa? Your Aunt Li's family started out in real estate, and their real estate business is spread all over the world. But later her father died, and the dozen or so children born to the concubines fought over the family property and got hurt. Your Aunt Li was too lazy to argue with them. Besides, she couldn't manage all the properties she had, so she just randomly took over a dozen apartments in China and became a landlady. Otherwise, if she fights for it, she can fight for more than a dozen villas. But even with this little property, your Aunt Li often complains that the day to collect the rent every month is too painful. She has to collect it from morning till night and is exhausted. Is this even human language? It's so inhumane. Even now, real estate has fallen a lot. But it has little impact on Li Mingxi. After all, she doesn't sell their house, she just rents it out, so she still makes money. Unlock it now, you drunken nymphomaniac. Pinch Li Mingxi's red little face. She raised her head blearily and unlocked the door with her face. Well, this villa is about the same size as Xing Yishan's. But the layout is very cool. To put it simply, it lacks a sense of humanity. It's like a model house, with a luxurious layout, but it gives people a very lonely feeling. Doesn't feel like a home. I feel like living here for a long time will be very depressing. There is absolutely no such married feeling as Xing Yishan's. Isn't Aunt Li married? No. Xing Yishan walked in front, leading the way towards the bedroom on the second floor, with ease and familiarity. She was afraid of meeting a man who was as emotionally cold as his father, which would leave a lifelong shadow on the child, just like her. So she simply didn't get married and just stayed alone. No wonder. No wonder what? Chu Liufeng shook his head. Nothing. Xing Yishan turned around. Together with Chu Liufeng, he gently placed Li Mingxi on the soft big bed. Ju Mingzi, we're leaving first. Call me if you need anything. Xing Yishan patted her smooth, rosy face. Then he left the villa with Chu Liufeng. After the pink Bentley sped away, Li Ruoshi in the bedroom of the villa woke up at some point and leaned against the window, looking at the Bentley with dim eyes until it gradually disappeared from her sight. After never seeing it again, she seemed to come to her senses. All the strength in my body seemed to be drained away at once. He slowly drew the curtains. She leaned weakly against the wall, slid down slowly along the wall, bent her legs, and sat down on the ground. She hugged her white knees tightly with both hands, as if only in this way could she give herself a little sense of security. His head was buried deeply in his body, and his whole body curled up into a ball. Why is it like this? Li Mingxi's cheeks were burning as if they were burned by fire, and she felt shy and unbelievable in her heart. Because just now, she was actually comforted by Chu Liufeng. I really feel more at ease than ever before. I even fell into a deep sleep and had a short but fantastic dream. In the dream, I seemed to be back in my childhood, feeling embraced by the broad and warm arms of adults. It was a sense of security that I had never felt before. It was the sense of security that she had longed for decades. But what surprised her was, I have never dreamed of my father. After all, the relationship between father and daughter has been tense since she was born, like strangers. How come now? What's more, it is even more difficult for her to speak. At the end of the dream, the father's face, which had long been blurred in memory, slowly changed and gradually turned into this strange man she met on the first day. It startled her awake all of a sudden. Then he found himself still being held by Chu Liufeng, and his inexplicably panicked and nervous heart suddenly calmed down. That embrace was so warm and powerful. She couldn't control herself at all. So much so that while still in the car, in the following period of time, the villa is very quiet, even lonely. Looks lifeless. Only in that dim bedroom, a rustling sound was heard. Chu Liufeng. Li Mingxi murmured the name, slowly closed her eyes, and her long, curly eyelashes trembled slightly. In a quiet environment, she thought about the bumpy ride. The red lips are slightly parted. Maple, what a nice name. There was a low humming sound as thin as a mosquito's hum. In the Bentley, Xing Yishan was concentrating on driving, when suddenly, she caught a glimpse out of the corner of her eye. Looking at Chu Liufeng's profile, his brows instantly frowned. Aunt Xing, what's wrong? Chu Liufeng noticed the movement very keenly. But Xing Yishan just frowned slightly and said nothing. After driving to the lake, the two got out of the car. A gentle cool breeze blew against my face. Xing Yishan looked at Chu Liufeng's neck. There were lipstick marks all over his neck, and his entire neck was red from kissing. Even on the chin. This is not a kiss, this is just hugging and chewing. Needless to say, this must be the lipstick mark left by the drunkard Li Mingxi. This nympho took all the tofu. Watch and watch. Xing Yishan's eyes slowly turned red. 2 lines of clear tears, like pearls that had fallen off the string, rolled down. There was also a tearful tone in his voice, full of helplessness and fragility. Xiaofeng, it's all Auntie's fault. I'm sorry for making you suffer. I have never begged anyone in my life. When I think about facing these things, I feel very scared. But I don't know why, as long as I think of you by my side, I feel that I have someone to rely on, and I feel very confident. She trembled slightly, raised her hand and wiped away her tears, full of self-blame. It's all Auntie's fault. It's Auntie's fault for dragging you into this and making you suffer all these grievances with me. You shouldn't have to endure all this. It's all Auntie's fault. If I didn't owe so much money, I wouldn't come to beg for help, and I wouldn't let Xiaofeng. You must feel bad, being bullied by an old woman who is a generation older than you. You endured it all for your aunt and didn't complain. Chu Liufeng. Etc. Etc. Stop. Stop. He recognized all these words, but he couldn't understand why they were strung together. What does it mean that he was bullied? Being wronged. Isn't he just taking advantage of others? What kind of injustice have you suffered? Chapter 10 The Little Secret Between Aunt Xing and Me. But Xing Yishan obviously didn't think so. She was still immersed in her guilt and self-blame. Xiaofeng, Auntie knows that you have always been a very sensible and good child. It's all for Auntie, so you endured being bullied by that drunkard Li Mingxi without saying a word. In fact, you must be feeling uncomfortable. No, I don't, I'm not. I feel so happy. Please, Aunt Xing, stop imagining things, okay? Besides, who is bullying whom? Chu Liufeng rubbed the tips of his thumb, middle finger and ring finger against each other without leaving any trace. He was having a lot of fun in the car just now. It's so exciting. But Xing Yishan still said to herself, if you feel uncomfortable, just say it out. Auntie is afraid that you will keep it in your heart, which is not good for your health. Forehead. Chu Liufeng scratched his head. He really didn't know what to say. After all, Li Mingxi is not ugly, she can even be said to be absolutely beautiful, which suits his taste. This wave is not a loss at all. But looking at Xing Yishan's expression, it seemed that if she didn't complain a little today, she would definitely feel guilty. I really don't have anything to say. Aunt Xing, don't think too much. I'm really fine. Chu Liufeng held Xing Yishan's shoulders and looked at her steadily. Besides, we are family. Why are you saying these things? It's too formal. I'm really fine, Aunt Xing, don't think too much. Xing Yishan looked at Chu Liufeng steadily. I know he is comforting himself. After all, who would like an old woman in her 30s or 40s? Aren't those young and beautiful 18-year-old girls attractive? Just like a beautiful flower. She exudes the vitality and charm of youth all over her body. For any man, it is an irresistible temptation. What's more, it's a young man like Chu Liufeng. Thinking of this, Xing Yishan's throat seemed to be choked by something. Xiaofeng, if you weren't here today, I really don't know how I would face all this. Har? Who would like a woman in her 30s or 40s? Please, this kind of ripe A8 is his favorite. Chu Liufeng shook his head and said gently. Aunt Xing, please don't say that. I said I would always be with you, now and in the future. Xing Yishan was so moved that tears filled her eyes. In a struggle of thoughts, it seemed that he had finally made up his mind, and a firmness flashed in his wavering pupils. She mustered up her courage, raised her head, looked at Chu Liufeng's gentle and handsome face, and her voice trembled a little. Xiaofeng, you must not tell your mother about this, and you must not let anyone else know. Chu Liufeng nodded. Don't worry, I won't let Mom know, otherwise she will definitely say that I. He thought Aunt Xing was afraid that his mother would find out that he was being teased. Then both of them were severely punished. But obviously, he spoke too early. Xing Yishan bit her red lips tightly with her pearly teeth. Each word seemed to pop out from between his teeth. It's just a little secret between us. Hearing this, Chu Liufeng slowly typed a question mark. Wait, something seems wrong. I seem to have misunderstood something. Little secret. Xing Yishan took a deep breath, pursed her lips, lowered her head, and did not dare to look into Chu Liufeng's eyes. But her crystal clear ears were all red, clearly revealing her nervousness. Auntie knows that you are still young and full of energy. I like to read health tips, and I know that something is not good for the body after a long time. Aunt Xing, I'm actually not feeling well. Come to my room at night, I can help you. But you must keep this secret. If anyone knows, especially your mother, I will have no face to live on. Chu Liufeng. It's not Aunt Xing, your imagination. That's awesome too. He almost said the following sentence, actually, I'm fine. Fortunately, I am suspicious by nature and speak slowly. Otherwise, I can't even imagine what I'll miss. Who knew it would unfold like this? God knows what Aunt Xing is thinking about in her little head. Xing Yishan blushed so much that water was about to drip out of her face. She felt embarrassed and shy, but she also felt an inexplicable sense of guilt. I feel like my heart is about to burst out. He turned his head and pretended to look at the lake. He didn't dare to look into Chu Liufeng's eyes and asked casually. What is it? Chu Liufeng took a deep breath and said solemnly. Actually. In fact, doing this for a long time is really bad for your health. I feel very uncomfortable now. Xing Yishan lowered her head suddenly. She just knew it. After all, I am well educated and I have read all the health-preserving secrets to pieces. It is better to unblock than to block, and it is better to guide than to unblock. If we keep blocking, big problems will arise sooner or later. Young people of this age are full of vigor and strong. And he said he would think of me every night when he went to sleep. Xing Yishan is quite confident about her figure and attractiveness. Plus, Chu Liufeng's physique was different from that of an ordinary person, and she had seen it with her own eyes. But his mother had reached menopause, and without much thought, she gave him the order not to have a relationship. Isn't this pushing Chu Liufeng into a desperate situation? If he gets impulsive and does something wrong. If you do something illegal, won't your life be ruined? Even if it is suppressed for too long. So I changed my orientation and fell in love with glasses, round faces and beards. That is simply a great sin. So in order to avoid that from happening, even if this is wrong, he needs to relieve the pressure. Let Xiaofeng's orientation be on the right track. After she thought about it for a while, her behavior seemed to make sense. Xing Yishan's eyes gradually became firm. You are right to do this. Absolutely right. Is it uncomfortable now? But there are so many people here. Xing Yishan turned her head and took a look. The weather is pretty good today, so there are a lot of people coming to the lake. Even if she wants to, there's nothing she can do. Looking at Aunt Xing's cute nervous flustered and at a loss look, Chu Liufeng suddenly smiled. Just tease your Aunt Xing. I can still hold on. We'll talk about it tonight. Besides, don't we still have to visit other people? Aunt Li's 10 million is not enough to pay back the money. Xiaofeng, don't worry about borrowing money. She looked around with her beautiful eyes, looking very anxious. How about I go see where there's a toilet? Xing Yishan suddenly said a word that Chu Liufeng was not expecting. That's just who she is. If you are good to her, she will want to repay you with all her heart. All she was thinking about now was how to let Chu Liufeng release the grievances that he had been holding in his heart. How to make him happy. She is completely different from some of the little fairies nowadays. After being brainwashed and poisoned by all kinds of female boxing, she has developed the attitude that if you are nice to her, it is completely natural for her to do so. Of course, there is a third category of people. You're so nice to me, I'm going to beat you up too. Bathroom. Chu Liufeng's eyes lit up, and his heart suddenly became hot. Is this really possible? To be honest, he was really moved. And I never expected that Aunt Xing would be so bold. This is in broad daylight. But looking at Aunt Xing's nervous and worried look, he still held Xing Yishan's small hand. It was icy cold, like touching a piece of delicate white jade, and it felt very good. Auntie Xing, let's not go to the toilet. The public toilet outside is very dirty. Don't worry, I can still hold on. Let's take it slow tonight. But. No buts. Okay, that's it. We still have a long night tonight, so let's take our time. Chu Liufeng flatly refused. What a joke. If I went now. The night is long, what excuse can I use to go to Aunt Xing's fragrant room? A sesame seed and a watermelon. It goes without saying which is more important. Chapter 11. I feel seriously mentally polluted. It's okay to go to the evening, but I'm worried that you'll feel uncomfortable now. Seeing Chu Liufeng so determined, Xing Yishan also suddenly came back to her senses, and a hint of unnaturalness flashed across her originally charming eyes. Her face was so red that water was about to drip out. What did I just say? Bathroom? I actually said I needed to go to the bathroom. It's all my fault, that group of rich ladies who were having a blast. When playing with them, I often hear them telling obscene stories with excited expressions. How about in the fitting room when buying clothes, in the restroom when shopping in the mall, in the movie, in an empty classroom with my college student puppy? She hasn't experienced this though. But under this kind of influence, those bold ideas took root in her heart unconsciously. So I blurted it out subconsciously just now. Her face was full of shyness, and her blushing face was as tempting as a peach. But at this moment, Aunt Xing seemed to suddenly think of something. Her fingers unconsciously clenched the corner of her clothes, her fingertips turned slightly white due to the force, and her whole hand was trembling slightly. She was filled with fear and anxiety. Would this leave a bad impression on Xiaofeng? If he thinks that his heart is not as dignified and noble as his appearance? In fact, I am very silver. Spicy balls. The sky is falling. Hesitated for a long time. She raised her head cautiously and looked at Chu Liufeng timidly. Fine. There was nothing unusual on Chu Liufeng's expression. But his eyes were unfocused, as if he was thinking about something. Seeing this scene, she suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Xiaofeng, I can go meet some friends by myself later, so you don't have to go. Xing Yishan's cheeks flushed, her voice trembled slightly, and there was a bit of unnatural panic. Go out and play for a while by yourself, and wait for me to come back home in the evening, okay? Okay, that's settled then. I'm leaving first. Her face was flushed and she didn't even wait for Chu Liufeng to answer. He almost ran back to the Bentley and drove away without a trace as he stepped on the accelerator. As for the reason for not bringing Chu Liufeng, I'm still afraid of meeting a drunkard like Li Mingxi. She already felt guilty. Although borrowing money made her feel embarrassed and uneasy. But there was no way, after all, this was her business. There was no need to involve the innocent Chu Liufeng and make him do something he didn't want to do. Hey, Aunt Xing. Chu Liufeng just came back to his senses. I just heard Aunt Xing mumbling a lot and then she disappeared. This made him laugh and cry. Looking at the direction where Xing Yishan left, he shook his head helplessly. They are a bunch of beautiful, mature, wealthy women who are well maintained. How could anyone not want to? Well, only Aunt Xing thinks that I am unwilling. But since everyone had left, Chu Liufeng could only shrug his shoulders and stroll on the street. Since I don't have to help Aunt Xing now. He was thinking. How to make money through your own system. After all, I can see through things. Whether you buy scratch tickets, play cards, or gamble on stones, you can make a lot of money. No matter what you choose, earning tens of millions is just a piece of cake. But I can't tell Xing Yishan about this. Let her borrow some money from her circle of rich women first. When you can't hold on any longer, it's still not too late for you to take action and solve it yourself. It can also help you gain Aunt Xing's favor. You'll make money no matter what you do. Moreover, my system is a system of doing good deeds every day. As long as you do good things, you can get many benefits, even gain superpowers. I can already see through things now. I can't even imagine what will happen in the future. Speaking of perspective. When he first walked on the street, he drove subconsciously for a while. This look. Chu Liufeng was astonished. I wish I could dig out my eyeballs. Damn it, after just watching for a short while, he felt like he had been greatly mentally polluted. Suffering a double blow both mentally and physically. He saw a well-dressed elite man in a suit. His neat crew cut makes him look very smart and his facial features are very masculine. They were all very handsome, holding briefcases, wearing expensive watches, with upright postures and vigorous steps, moving among the crowd with great vigor. He looks like a successful person. Stand out in the crowd. It also attracted a lot of people's attention. Of course, that's what it looks like on the outside. If Chu Liufeng hadn't seen it, he would have locked himself up. I can't even imagine it. He actually locked himself up. What the hell? Not long after. He walked into a hotel. Don't know what happened. He had a direct conflict with a handsome man in a suit who had been waiting for a long time. The two were very emotional and refused to give in to each other. There was a heated argument, accompanied by some pushing and shoving. Among them, the well-dressed man in a suit ended up in a fierce argument. His emotions got out of control and he was ultimately at a disadvantage, falling to his knees with a trembling voice. Nobody, what the hell are you doing? It's an eyesore. Where did this get me? Could it be that we have arrived at the place where people with glasses, beards and round faces are abundant? Chu Liufeng, feeling nauseous and wanting to vomit, turned his head away. I planned to look at some beauties to feast my eyes. She wore delicate full makeup, a pretty JK skirt, small leather shoes, half-length tights, and snow-white thighs. She was so cute in every move. She pouted, hooked her legs, and patted her body left and right. Oh, so cute. Her every move shows her youthful vitality and is full of girlish charm. No matter how you look at her, she's a cute girl with big eyes. When a stranger asks me to add him on VX, I blush out of shyness, stammer and lower my head, not daring to speak. They are so cute. If Chu Liufeng hadn't been able to see through things, this beauty will soothe his wounded little heart. But there are no IFS. Damn. You soft girl, you actually keep a pet, and a big eagle at that. This is a bit too much. Chu Liufeng's admiring expression instantly became numb. This is actually a little Nanliang, what the hell? He suddenly had an urge to dig out his eyeballs. Sorry. I was presumptuous. Chu Liufeng closed his eyes silently. Resist the urge to vomit blood. The world is becoming more corrupt and people's hearts are no longer the same as they used to be. Thanos, I was wrong about you. Come back, I'll help you fight Iron Man this time. After suffering from severe mental pollution continuously, Chu Liufeng no longer dared to use the perspective function casually. Afraid of seeing something unbelievable again. He suddenly felt that he knew too little about this world and it was so unfamiliar to him. How can people do this? At least they shouldn't. He felt goosebumps all over his body. Just as Chu Liufeng was digesting the mental pollution he had suffered. Suddenly. Chu Liufeng. I actually see you here. A vibrant, clear and pleasant voice suddenly rang out. Chu Liufeng turned around numbly. I looked down subconsciously. What sexy long legs. Sister, step on. Cough cough. What caught the eye was a pair of plump and slender long legs, wearing a pair of grey high elastic shark pants, which showed the full muscle outline, a pair of white sports boots, and pure cotton long white socks. Her upper body is a tight sports vest with a grey sports jacket on the outside. The outfit is simple, but it perfectly outlines her tight and sexy figure. Her wheat-colored skin gleamed with a healthy glow in the sun. She had a simple high ponytail with a few strands of hair sticking to her smooth forehead, and she was wearing a sun hat. There is an innate heroic spirit between his eyebrows, especially his bright eyes, which make him look full of energy. She is very beautiful, with an oval face, sharp ears, a beautiful nose and a red mouth. She is 1.73 meters tall, especially her long legs, which almost account for 2/3 of her total height. Beauty. Oh shit. Finally I got to see a real beauty. Finally, he is no longer a weird cross-dresser. And still. Hey, is it Mr. Bao? Long time no see, what a coincidence. Chu Liufeng's eyes lit up. The lively, capable and energetic beauty in front of you is none other than her. It was his college physical education teacher, Su Jinyun. Chapter 12. Can I touch your pectoralis major? Teacher Bao. When Su Jinyun heard this, he was stunned at first. Glancing down. Then he glared and stamped his feet in pretending to be angry. Chu Liufeng, you're itching again. Her upturned little nose wrinkled cutely, with a forced smile, and her slender hands rested on Chu Liufeng's waist with ease. Then twisted hard. I told you not to yell. Remember this. Originally, I wanted to see Chu Liufeng begging for mercy with a grimace in pain. But the touch from her fingertips surprised Su Jinyun a little. Chu Liufeng is a boy with a great figure. But his body fat percentage shouldn't be so low. He used to have some fat around his waist and abdomen. But now it feels like it's difficult to even twist the flesh. Her beautiful eyes rolled around, and like a curious baby, she looked Chu Liufeng up and down. Good job. Only then did I realize that I hadn't seen you for a few days. Chu Liufeng had undergone a huge change. Both her temperament and figure are better than before. The muscles all over the body have become more firm. Handsome and charming. What's wrong? What's wrong? Chu Liufeng deliberately pretended to be innocent, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and smiled. Mr. Bao, I know I'm handsome, but I'd be embarrassed if you kept staring at me like this. Su Jinyun snorted, her eyes narrowed into crescent shapes, and her laughter was as clear as a silver bell. You have a nice body, young man. You are more attractive than before. Tell me, teacher, where did you get the medicine? This effect is too amazing. Su Jinyun was very tall, only half a head shorter than Chu Liufeng, and her figure was perfect and impeccable. Her waistline was clearly visible on her flat and smooth belly, and her whole body was full of vigorous vitality. The most important thing is her character. She is frank and straightforward, without any hesitation. He has a carefree look and everyone likes him when they see him. Moreover, she had just retired not long ago and was not much older than Chu Liufeng. Plus, he was Chu Liufeng's physical education teacher at university. So the relationship between the two is very close, and they like to joke with each other all the time. At first glance, the two of them seemed to be a perfect match, a talented man and a beautiful woman. Chu Liufeng straightened his chest. What kind of medicine did you take? Teacher Su, I'm pure natural. If you don't believe me, feel it. Oh wow, then the teacher won't be polite. Come on, let the teacher touch your big pectoral muscles. When Su Jinyun heard this, her eyes instantly lit up like two little stars. Not polite at all, and smiled slyly. She stretched out her little hand and reached towards Chu Liufeng's chest without any hesitation. TSK, 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 that's really good. Okay, good practice. Come on, young man. Just keep it up, you are the most handsome guy in the world. Touched it for a long time. Su Jinyun reluctantly withdrew her hand, with a look of unsatisfied feeling on her face. After all, we are on the street, so we still have to pay attention to the impact. Chu Liufeng's mouth curled up into an evil smile, and after glancing twice, he said with a wicked smile. Teacher Su, your pectoralis major muscles are well trained. Let me touch them too. When Su Jinyun heard this, he immediately raised his eyebrows and his eyes rolled around. He looked around and said in a deliberately drawn-out voice. Come on. But, little brat, let me tell you, it's not against the law if I touch you, but if you dare to touch your teacher on the street, be careful of tears behind bars. As she spoke, she pretended to be fierce and waved her little fist. When the time comes, even if you beg the teacher, I won't be able to save you. Forehead. That is true. I am a little confused about the current version. Also, we're not in class right now, so you don't need to mention your position. Just call me Sister Jinyun. I'm only a few years older than you. It's okay. I think calling you teacher is more exciting. It gives me a sense of forbidden excitement. Su Jinyun was choked by these words and was speechless for a moment. Her face turned slightly red and she said coquettishly, "Wow, you. But if the teacher doesn't like it, I can also call you Sister Jinyun. It sounds nice. After all, you are beautiful. Forget it, you can call me whatever you want." Su Jinyun raised his head and his expression suddenly became serious. Okay, let's talk about small talk later. Are you alone now? Are you free? What's wrong? If Sister Jinyun wants to date me, I'm definitely free. Hearing this, Su Jinyun suddenly felt like he had grabbed a life-saving straw. He grabbed Chu Liufeng's arm tightly with both hands and shook it vigorously. That's great. I was worried that I couldn't find anyone. How about it, Xiaofeng, the teacher needs your help now. Can you please do me a favor? Aha! Help the teacher move. This surprised Chu Liufeng a little. He blinked and asked in confusion. Move place. Moving what house? Sister Jinyun, do you live here? This place is quite far from Xiaguo University, right? Su Jinyun's face suddenly fell. Yes, it's very far away. I'm so fed up. It's only been a month since the start of school and I've been late 7 times. 7 times. I can't take it anymore. If this continues, my salary will be docked. Then Sister Jinyun, why don't you live in the teacher's apartment? Chu Liufeng scratched his head, looking puzzled. I came to Xiaguo University too late, and the apartment was sold out long ago. The school leaders said they would find a way for me recently and let me rent outside for a few months first. Oh, who knows how long I have to wait. As Su Jinyun spoke, she rolled her eyes cutely, and her expression looked so helpless. Then why don't you rent a house near Xiaguo University? Chu Liufeng thought of Li Mingxi, the old A8 rich woman. She seems to have several buildings for rent near Xiaguo University. Several buildings. Su Jinyun rolled his eyes, spread his hands, and started. Brother, I have no money, I am very poor. The rental houses near Xiaguo University cost 5 or 6,000 yuan a month, which is almost equal to my monthly salary. I can't afford it. No way, you're a physical education teacher at Xiaguo University. Are you short of money? It's terrible, kid, do you think physical education teachers get paid well? When Su Jinyun heard this, he sighed, his face full of complaints. Besides, I'm still a trainee teacher now, how can I have money? I can't even afford a toilet here after working for a year, and I don't have any friends in this city to live with. Why else do you think I had to move by myself? It's painful. It's so painful. She held her head like a resentful woman. Suddenly, Su Jinyun's eyes lit up, he raised his head and put his arms around Chu Liufeng's shoulders. Well, the teacher really needs your help right now, just tell me whether you agree or not. Chu Liufeng glanced down and said with a smile. That's definitely no problem. Very good, Xiaofeng, you are very sensible. I approve that you don't have to attend the physical education class this semester. Su Jinyun blinked mischievously. That's not necessary. Question mark. If I can't go to physical education class, I won't be able to see my beautiful teacher Su. I will miss you so much that I won't be able to eat. Har 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 har. Okay, you are worthy of being the teacher's favorite good student. Not only is he handsome, but he also has a sweet mouth. Su Jinyun smiled contentedly. Come on, I'll take you to the teacher's boudoir. This is the first time I've invited someone to where I live. Don't look around later. I won't be responsible if you get sty. Su Jinyun carelessly hugged Chu Liufeng and went to where she lived. There is no taboo at all about the relationship between the two people. Just like good buddies who have been playing together since childhood. Chapter 13, A Gentleman Loves Bamboo, and Loves It in a Reasonable Way. The two chatted and laughed all their way. Soon they arrived at where Su Jinyun lived. Chu Liufeng knew that the place where Su Jinyun lived would not be very good. But I certainly didn't expect it to be an old-style staircase apartment. Overall, it's clean. But the architectural style seems to be from the last century. Some of the walls were cracked and turned black and yellow. It is also covered with ivy. There were a lot of spider webs in some corners. Many people in the community are elderly people, basking in the sun outside. There is tranquility and vicissitudes everywhere. Sister Jinyun, are you going to live here? What's wrong? Young master doesn't like it. Su Jinyun led the way, her high ponytail swaying in the wind, and spoke without turning her head. That's not the case. I just didn't expect you to live so far away. This neighborhood is quite old. That can't be helped. It's cheap. After all, I only make over 7,000 yuan a month. I've been late for class several times this month. Damn it. My head hurts when I think about it. Su Jinyun pouted in annoyance and tapped his head lightly with his little fist. So, is it enough? It's enough for personal use. I don't like to buy expensive things. But, I have accumulated some old problems due to training, and I often have to go to the hospital. Chu Liufeng knew this. Generally, athletes retire. The body will be affected by high-intensity training, leaving more or less sequelae. Especially track and field athletes like Su Jinyun. Their knees and ankles are seriously injured, which is not easy to heal and takes a very long time to recover. It takes time to recover and recuperate. Su Jinyun spent all his savings on this. So life is still very difficult. That's so pitiful, Sister Jinyun. If you don't open a PAML like this, you will be unworthy of your fair, rich and beautiful temperament. After all, you are a junior high school athlete and a university teacher, so a PAML is a standard. Brother, you must have read too many novels, all about white, rich and beautiful women and Pam. Su Jinyun held his forehead helplessly. If it's really standard, then I beg them to forgive me. I'm the one holding them back. My biggest prayer now is not to get sick, otherwise I really can't bear it. Come on, let's go upstairs quickly. We have to climb to the 5th floor. Su Jinyun grabbed Chu Liufeng's arm and dragged him into the corridor. As soon as I stepped into the corridor, a gust of cold wind blew over me. Even though the sun is shining brightly outside, it feels very chilly inside. Moreover, Chu Liufeng also noticed a small thing with his sharp eyes. She is a cute girl with twin ponytails, crawling around on the ground. Sister Jinyun, there are cockroaches. Chu Liufeng reminded kindly. Oh. Su Jinyun's face remained calm, not even a frown appeared on his face. He lifted up his long, round and well-proportioned legs and stepped directly down with one foot. Bang! Juicy. The cute little girl with twin ponytails was trampled to death before she could even run. Chu Liufeng, oh. Su Jinyun's eyes curved up, and he turned his head and said with a smile. What's wrong with the cockroaches? Nothing, just being stepped on by the teacher's jade feet. I think it would be a bit satisfying to die. Su Jinyun's handsome brows suddenly frowned, and he looked at Chu Liufeng with disdain. What a perverted hobby you have. It's a gentleman's habit. ? Su Jinyun was so amused that he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He murmured softly. Big pervert. Teacher, I don't blame you if you don't understand, but you are indeed quite fierce. Most little girls would have screamed when they saw a cockroach. Su Jinyun raised his chin and said proudly. What's the big deal? Teacher, I'm not one of those delicate little girls. Let alone cockroaches, I dare to catch snakes. Suddenly, she rolled her eyes and smiled brightly, with a devilish cunningness. Hey, Xiaofeng, you seem very disappointed. Are you sorry I didn't jump up and throw myself into your arms? She raised the corner of her mouth, shook her ponytail, turned her head to reveal her swan-like neck, and said with a smile. But if you want, the teacher can satisfy you. Come on, let's do it again. It's as if he's possessed by a spirit of drama. Su Jinyun's expression suddenly became pitiful. He covered his eyes with his hands and shouted in a shrill voice. There's a cockroach. Student Xiaofeng, I'm so scared, please come and help the teacher. Chu Liufeng. Teacher Su, your behavior is a bit disgusting. It gives me goosebumps. Bang. You have no respect for elders or younger ones. Who are you calling disgusting? Su Jinyun looked fierce and waved his little fist. No mood, come upstairs. As she said that, she took the lead and stepped onto the stairs. Get ahead. Her waist twisted like a water snake, and her plump breasts swayed from side to side. Trembling. Full of vitality and movement. This was the first time Chu Liufeng was so close and saw it from this angle, and he was immediately amazed. I have to say, Su Jinyan's waist-to-hip ratio is also amazing. People who exercise regularly have a unique sense of beauty. She is not as delicate as Aunt Xing, but rather has the beauty of a gentle and kind girl from a small family. It is a wild, daring and sexy beauty. A body as amazing as Su Jinyan's. She is so beautiful, but lives in such poverty. It was quite beyond Chu Liufeng's expectations. If she just makes a video and does it casually, she can easily become a big internet celebrity with millions of fans. After all, in society, there are many women who are not even a bit like Teacher Su. Anyone can take some crooked paths and it is possible to earn 100,000 yuan a month. But this also reflects some of Su Jinyan's precious qualities. Teacher, the way you twist makes my heart beat faster. Chu Liufeng felt like his nose was almost touching it. One could even smell the unique fragrance of Su Jinyan mixed with sweet sweat. Har. Su Jinyan turned his head and looked down at Chu Liufeng. Her cheeks also blushed slightly. But he quickly regained his mischievous look and said cunningly, "We are all good buddies, so I'll let you take advantage of me. How is it? Is it curled? I think it's okay, and it feels good. Do you want to try it?" As he spoke, Su Jinyan grinned wickedly, and the curve of his movements as he went up the stairs became even more exaggerated. Is it really possible? Su Jinyan rolled his eyes at Chu Liufeng. What do you think? If you ask something like this, you'll only get one answer: no. You're so stupid. The words haven't been finished yet. A strong wind came. Su Jinyan's eyes widened instantly. Two blushes suddenly appeared on her fair cheeks, making her look beautiful and charming. Shocked and frightened, he said, "Oh my God! Chu Liufeng! You really came." Chu Liufeng shrugged with an innocent expression. "No, I'm very obedient. I believe whatever the teacher says." As he said this, he deliberately shook his hands and smiled in a nasty way. Alas! So disgusting and disgusting. As expected, Su Jinyan once again looked disgusted. "I'm telling you, I think you're honest and handsome. If anyone else dared to be so disgusting, I would have kicked him away long ago." Honest? Chu Liufeng touched his nose, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. I never thought that one day I would use this word to describe myself. Su Jinyan's eyes were flustered, her pretty face flushed, and she said angrily, Okay, you seem to be feeling comfortable. It feels good, right? It's really good, but I don't feel satisfied. I want to slap it a few more times." "That's enough, you." Su Jinyan quickly turned around, covered her plump round breasts with both hands, and said angrily, "I just paid you back. I don't like to owe others things. You let me touch your chest muscles, and I took advantage of you, so I'll pay you back. But if you want a few more slaps, that's your boyfriend status. Why, you want to be the teacher's boyfriend." Chapter 14, Become a father for once, and let old A8 feel the father's love. Speaking of. Su Jinyan frowned. His fingers gently touched his chin, as if he was sizing up Chu Liufeng. "I look okay, I have nice muscles, and my temper is also suitable. I am the type that the teacher likes. If you want to pursue me, I can consider it." She deliberately dragged out the ending sound. A mysterious smile appeared on his face. Her eyes curved up with a hint of playfulness and anticipation. "How about it, do you want to give it a try? Although the teacher has high standards, it is still easy to pursue you if it is you. If I let you catch her, you can do something excessive to the teacher, he. Chu Liufeng's eyes moved slightly, but he shrugged and said, "Playing hard to get. I don't mind, but teacher, you are still in the internship period, aren't you afraid of losing your job?" Speaking of this, Su Jinyan was suddenly stunned. Then his face fell and his head drooped. Really? Xiaguo University has clear regulations prohibiting romantic relationships between teachers and students. It's okay if you're gone, Teacher Su. I'll support you, Tilda. Oh, that's enough. I'm so annoyed. Su Jinyan waved his hands impatiently. A barely perceptible blush flashed across her face. Who wants you to raise me? You're so beautiful. Chu Liufeng also enjoyed teasing her. After all, as far as he knew, Su Jinyan has never been in a relationship since she was a child. Not that she wasn't attractive. On the contrary, people who like her can line up from Xiaguo University to Huazhong University of Science and Technology. But she has high standards and doesn't look down on it at all. That's why I've been single since birth. Chu Liufeng was the one with whom she had the deepest relationship with the opposite sex. Also because both of them are very frank with each other and not delicate, their personalities are very compatible. What Su Jinyan hates most are those hypocritical people who appear to be righteous. Especially some male teachers at Xiaguo University. On the surface they appear to be well-mannered, elegant and easygoing, but secretly they are disgusting. They often invited her out for drinks in the name of promoting relationships among colleagues. But those bastards have all kinds of bad ideas in their minds. Su Jinyan knew it very well. So why didn't he give it a good color? I have always been a loner in school. In the eyes of outsiders, he is the kind of person who is unsociable. Although there is no evidence. But she guessed in her heart. I don't have a place in the teacher's apartment, probably because I'm not sociable. To put it bluntly, in this strange city, she only got along well with Chu Liufeng. Shaked his head. Su Jinyan was too lazy to think further and said fiercely. Hurry up and move the things upstairs. Also, stop doing those downward movements. Su Jinyan showed his two little fangs and waved his little fist fiercely. Really? How could such a handsome guy do such a perverted thing? Just as the two were fighting in the corridor, the door of a dilapidated house on the second floor suddenly opened. Several scarred men with sinister expressions saw this scene. He immediately gave her a strange look and muttered something in a low voice. Soon, the two climbed to the fifth floor easily. Chu Liufeng didn't blush or breathe heavily. Apart from the slight rise and fall of his chest, Su Jinyan did not seem tired at all. However, her expression looked somewhat painful, as an old injury had relapsed and her ankles and knees were aching slightly. By the way, Sister Jinyan, where are you planning to move to? Luoharbei. Luoharbei? It's quite remote, isn't it? It's still far from Xiaguo University. Is it necessary to move? Luoharbei is about the same distance from here to Xiaguo University. It is also an urban rural fringe area. It's not shabby, the environment is definitely better than here, but all the places to live are pretty much the same. There's absolutely no need to go through the trouble of moving. Su Jinyan took out the key and opened the old-fashioned lock. Hear the question? There was a hint of disgust on her face. It wasn't the kind of feigned disgust that was meant to tease Chu Liufeng. But it's disgust from her heart. It was raining the day before yesterday. I came back a little late to avoid the rain. Then someone followed me stealthily and tried to take advantage of the teacher. Didn't he even look at who the teacher was? I kicked him so hard that he lost everything and his descendants will be extinct. Doesn't he know that I've practiced it? As she spoke, she waved her fist. He kicked his thighs hard into the air several times. Look at those round and plump thighs. It is strong and powerful, full of power and beauty, and it is indeed fierce. If an ordinary person gets kicked, he will definitely kneel down. But, your teacher is still a weak little girl after all. Luohuan is a little far away, but it doesn't have these problems. It's better to move away. I don't want to come back from teaching you and find disgusting things on the clothes I'm hanging. Hearing this, Chu Liufeng's eyes narrowed instantly, revealing a bit of sharpness. Is there such a thing? Teacher Su, don't go to Luohuan anymore. I know a friend who can arrange a rental house for you near Xiaguo University. His tone was firm and unquestionable. Although Aunt Xing owes some money. But I can still afford to rent a house for tens of thousands of dollars. If all else fails, go find that drunkard Li Mingxi. Given her relationship with Aunt Xing, it would only take a few words to get her a nicer house to live in. If she refuses, I'll just have to betray my shyness reluctantly. Well, at worst I can just be a father for once and let Li Mingxi feel the fatherly love. Hearing this, a warm feeling passed through Su Jinyan's heart. She has been having a hard time finding a house recently. Good location, expensive rent. The rent is cheap, but the location is not good. I looked at many places before finally choosing Luoharbei. It's actually really inconvenient there. If possible, she also wants to find a house near Xiaguo University. But Chu Liufeng had no special relationship with her. And he is also a student. He simply couldn't accept Chu Liufeng's kindness with peace of mind. So Su Jinyan shook his head and said with a smile, "What's wrong? You want to be my boyfriend so much and support me." The teacher is very touched, but all the houses near Xiaguo University are rented out, so forget it. Luo Huan is fine. I'll just get up earlier and catch the subway next time. As she said that, she opened the door. Pushed it in. Look at her perfect back. Chu Liufeng has already made up his mind. Su Jinyan kicked off her little white shoes because she was so hot, while bending down to take off their white cotton socks. Suddenly, as if he had thought of something, a sly smile appeared on his face. "Xiaofeng, this pair of white socks of mine is of pretty good quality. I quite like them. If you are interested, I'll recommend a link to you and you can go buy a pair." She shook her cotton socks in a frivolous way. Their white and crystal clear feet stepped on the floor. The soles of the feet are white and tender, and their white toes are perfect. There is a slight bruise on the ankle. Chu Liufeng didn't blush or gasp. "Teacher Su, what have you done for me? Now you're not a pervert anymore? It seems I misunderstood. I mean, one pair isn't enough." Sure enough, he is still a big pervert. Su Jinyan was so angry that his teeth were itching. How can this guy be so shameless? There is no time when I can make him blush. He was originally a little boy. I've never been in love. Why can you be so complacent about being perverted? She originally wanted to tease Chu Liufeng. Who knows that it was me who got angry every time? Har har har. Chu Liufeng smiled, turned his head and began to look around the room. Chapter 15, Teacher Su's Boudoir. The room is not big, it is a room specially separated in an old-style house. But it was very clean. It seems out of place with the somewhat cold and dirty corridor outside. The cottage is tidy and full of life. There were a few flowers on the table and posters on some of the yellowed walls. But it wasn't anyone else, it was photos of Su Jinyan in previous competitions. Looks heroic and full of energy. There was a counter on the wall opposite the bed, on which were placed some trophies and medals. The entire wall was filled with all the honors she had ever won. The bathroom is on the left side of the entrance. Although it has a wooden door, it is not simple inside. The space is large, the tile floor is wiped clean and shiny, and there is a clean bathtub with a few green plants next to it. The whole room is decorated very warmly and the air has a sweet smell. That is Su Jinyan's unique aura. Su Jinyan doesn't have many clothes, most of them are sportswear. But they are all neatly folded and clean. It can be seen that she is a person who loves life very much. "How's it going, young master? Is the place I live in okay?" Su Jinyan asked with a smug look on his face. She was very happy with her arrangement. If this place wasn't too far away from Xiaguo University, and if I hadn't met some disgusting people. She actually didn't want to move. After Chu Liufeng looked at him, he nodded and praised sincerely. "It's nice, but it's missing something." "What's the shortcoming?" "I'm missing a man, a very charming man." Su Jinyan was stunned, then rolled her eyes. "You mean you're missing me?" "I didn't say that, but it seems that I have a good impression in the teacher's mind. When he mentioned attractiveness, he thought of me." "TSK, you are so shameless." Su Jinyan pretended to be angry and said this, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. "All you do is talk nonsense all day long. Please help me pack up the trophies." "Good." Chu Liufeng moved quickly and started packing the trophies on the cabinet from large to small. Su Jinyan packed some toiletries. In the process of packing, the ethereal voice of the system sounded. Ding! Detected that the host helped Su Jinyan move. Reward, killing skill. Killing techniques, integrating the essence of all the major martial arts in the world, integrating special forces fighting techniques, kung fu, muay thai, judo and other killing techniques, and condensing various cruel killing techniques, so that the host can easily kill the final target in the fight. The words fell. A vast store of knowledge on killing techniques. It instantly flooded into Chu Liufeng's mind. Too much information. He couldn't help but close his eyes, lean against a packed clothes basket, and feel it carefully. In just a split second, he felt as if his body was connected. Instantly mastered dozens of methods to kill imaginary targets. Moreover, they are all extremely cruel killing techniques. The ultimate goal of everything is to kill the target easily. They used every possible means, including digging out eyes, kicking crotches, strangling throats, breaking necks, hitting heads, chopping necks, etc. Moreover, he was very familiar with breaking knees with his legs, punching the chest, and elbowing the abdomen. It was as if I had practiced it countless times. Combined with the already improved physical fitness, his reaction speed, strength, and fighting skills instantly reached a terrifying level. If you don't consider thermal weapons, he can even be said to be the number one in land combat now. If it were more than 100 years ago, the number one place in Tianjin belongs to him and no one else. Seeing Chu Liufeng was motionless for a moment. Su Jinyun, who had just come out of the bathroom, asked curiously, "What's wrong, kid? Are you feeling unwell? Then you should rest first." Su Jinyun's voice stopped abruptly, and her lively eyes widened instantly. His eyes were wide open, and he looked stunned. Chu Liufeng was seen sitting cross-legged on the ground, holding a clothes basket tightly in his hands, with his head tilted into it. It looks like playing a top-notch lung-blasting game. But that clothes basket was filled with her underwear. There is even a pink triangle at the top. Chu Liufeng. You hooligan. A shy blush instantly appeared on Su Jinyun's cheeks. Are you trying to be perverted while she's not paying attention? Damn bastard. Her face was filled with anger, and her pink little fists were clenched tightly. This scoundrel must be taught a lesson. With bare white feet, he hurried over. Although she didn't mind Chu Liufeng playing dirty jokes on her, or even hitting her, or doing some bold and ambiguous things. But there is a limit to this. You're playing like this right in front of me? And they played it so. What kind of talk is this? Su Jinyun stomped his feet in shame and anger. The delicate little face flushed red. The blush spread from her cheeks to her ears. She stretched out her hand, ready to grab Chu Liufeng's ear and teach him a lesson. However, she saw it only when she got closer. Chu Liufeng's tightly closed eyes were trembling slightly, and his expression was a little unnatural. Su Jinyun was startled and his hand stretched in the air froze. He didn't seem to mean it. Looks like he's fainted and about to die. In an instant, the anger in Su Jinyun's heart seemed to be extinguished by a basin of cold water. His face, which had turned red with anger, quickly lost its color and turned pale, and his eyes were filled with deep worry. Chu Liufeng, what's wrong? Don't scare the teacher. Shake Chu Liufeng. There was still no movement, but a layer of cold sweat broke out on my forehead again. Chu Liufeng. Su Jinyun was immediately frightened. I stood up quickly and prepared to call the emergency number. My hands were shaking uncontrollably due to nervousness, and I couldn't hold the phone steadily several times. Chu Liufeng narrowed his eyes slightly. See her panicked back. Oh shit, this is too big. He was indeed a little dizzy because he had just received a large number of killing skills. I subconsciously held onto something without paying attention to what it was. But it has recovered now. After seeing Su Jinyun, I wanted to tease her. Teacher Su. Chu Liufeng raised his head weakly. I'm fine, I just felt dizzy all of a sudden, I feel much better now. Hearing the noise, Su Jinyun turned around suddenly, squatted down, and looked at Chu Liufeng with concern. What's wrong with you? Why did you suddenly faint? Su Jinyun frowned, his eyes full of anxiety and worry, and he gently held Chu Liufeng's face with both hands. She looked him around, as if trying to find the answer from his face. Looking at the delicate and beautiful little face so close to me, I could even feel her warm breath on my face. Chu Liufeng chuckled and said, Teacher Su cares about me so much, is it because she can't bear to part with me, her future boyfriend? Su Jinyun's eyes turned red with nervousness, with worry, concern, panic and other emotions intertwined in his eyes. You're still in the mood to joke, tell me what's wrong with you. Chu Liufeng put away his smile and his expression became serious. He took a deep breath, hesitated for a moment, and said slowly, Teacher Su, actually, I have a rare disease that I've had since I was very young. The doctor said that this disease is very difficult to cure, and I don't know when it will suddenly. It could be in the next second, or it could be in a few years, I really don't know. His voice was low and hoarse. Every word seemed to be squeezed out from the bottom of the heart. Just now I was sick and I thought I was going to die. The world in front of me was dark, but at that moment, I heard a voice calling, "Teacher Su, you saved me." "Teacher Su, I have a request before I die. I can hear you promise me." Su Jinyan instinctively felt that something was wrong here. But Chu Liufeng didn't seem to be pretending. If it is true or false, then this is at least an Oscar-winning performance. She subconsciously clenched Chu Liufeng's hands. She was so anxious that her eyes were misty. "Okay, I know what you want to say, promise," the teacher promises, "don't say anything, I'll take you to the hospital now." She didn't even bother to put on her shoes. He turned around and half knelt on the floor, ready to carry Chu Liufeng on his back. The bruised area of the ankle was squeezed. A trace of pain appeared on Su Jinyan's face. But she bit her red lips tightly with her pearly teeth, trying to hold on with all her strength. But just at this moment, there was a sudden and urgent knock on the door. Chapter 16, 5 verses. 2. The advantage is on me. How can we lose? Bang, bang, bang. Who is it? Su Jinyan frowned. Why was someone knocking on the door at this time? But there is no time to think too much now. She was just about to stand up with Chu Liufeng on her back. But the next moment, she was suddenly hugged around the waist by a pair of strong hands. The whole person flew off the ground and rushed towards the bathroom. Bang! Just as Chu Liufeng hugged Su Jinyan, he rushed into the bathroom and closed the door. There was a sound of breaking a door outside, and several burly bandits with sinister expressions rushed in directly, looking around at everything in the room. "Shush!" Chu Liufeng gestured to Su Jinyan, whose eyes were wide open and his face was full of panic, and said quickly in a low voice, "Teacher Su, please stay here and don't come out." He just subconsciously opened his X-ray vision. Then I saw 5 scarred men outside. Knowing that the visitor had no good intentions, he immediately carried Su Jinyan into the bathroom. Now, there was a faint golden light in his eyes, and he was staring at everything outside the bathroom with a greedy look. It's like sending a pillow when you feel sleepy. He had just acquired the skill to kill when a gangster broke into his house. This is a bit too clear. But it also happens that, let these gangsters try out their skills. Through perspective, he saw a gangster guarding the door, paying attention to the movements outside. The other 4 were wearing masks and walked towards the bathroom cautiously. Looks like they discovered it too. After all, there is only a palm-sized space in this room where a person can hide. When a ferocious-looking man approached the bathroom door, he nodded to the 3 people next to him. He twisted his body and gathered his strength, obviously intending to kick the door open. But just as he kicked the door, Chu Liufeng moved. He yanked on the wooden door. The burly gangster kicked right into the air. Instead, his body became unstable and he fell forward. At this moment, Chu Liufeng clenched his 5 fingers into a fist, with the middle finger joint bulging into an arc, and quickly punched the big man's throat. Crack! There was a sound of larynx breaking, and then the strong man's eyes bulged out and his screaming stopped abruptly. This group of people are indeed battle-hardened, experienced, and have amazing reaction speed. When the strong man was knocked to the ground, the burly man on the right had already thrust his 30-centimeter long knife into it. If it were anyone else, the knife would have stabbed him solidly. What a pity! His movements were all seen clearly by Chu Liufeng's perspective. He twisted his body to the side, dodging the sharp knife, and rushed out like a wild beast out of a cage. Under the sturdy man's astonished gaze, he clenched his claws into fists and punched him hard in the center of the face with lightning speed. With a bang, the bridge of his nose was shattered, and his 2 eyeballs were bleeding. From the side, one could even see that his face was sunken, his head was twisted backwards at a strange angle, and his cervical vertebrae were probably broken. His body went limp and he fell backwards powerlessly. At the same time, Chu Liufeng kicked backwards, towards the crotch of the other person behind him. This kick that could cut off one's offspring was much more brutal than Su Jinyan's. The man didn't realize what was happening. Chu Liufeng kicked him directly in the crotch. The facial features are distorted instantly. Eyeballs bulged out. It was so painful that I couldn't even scream. The whole person was even kicked away by Chu Liufeng, and he knocked down the person behind him. They rolled together, and the back of his head hit the wall, knocking him unconscious instantly. In the blink of an eye, Chu Liufeng dealt with the 4 bandits with swift and brutal means. 2 dead and 2 seriously injured. Too fast. In a flash. Just like flowing water. A battle that should have been one-sided was resolved with great ease. So much so that the gangster who was still watching outside the door had no idea what was going on. All I heard was a rumbling sound from inside. Then there was no movement. Thinking that the brothers had already controlled the person, he excitedly shouted in a low voice. "Keep your voice down, damn it. First, break their teeth, then tie their mouths so they can't scream. If they dare to resist, cut their hamstrings and hand tendons first. Be careful not to kill them all at once. You bastard, I still feel the pain from the kick you gave me the other day, damn it. This man is obviously the leader of the gang. He has lustful eyes. I have already started thinking about it in my mind. How to enjoy that exquisite woman." Yes. This group of people were the ones who had just noticed Chu Liufeng and Su Jinyan fighting downstairs. They were originally a group of gangsters. After committing a series of crimes, he fled here. Moved into an old room that had been unoccupied for a long time. I have been living here for several months, squatting and hiding. I've been looking for a target and want to make some money to spend. Su Jinyan is the target they have been targeting for a long time. But this old-style apartment is often occupied by people, so it is difficult to do anything. Su Jinyan's life is very regular. He is either going to work or on his way to work. There are subways all along their way with people coming and going, so it's not easy to take action. That rainy night would have been a good time. The scarred bandit already had some drugs in his hand, ready to knock her out. Who knew that the woman was very alert? "Just hit me when I say hit me." He was kicked so hard that he didn't even have a chance to fight back. And when other brothers rushed over to help, because the noise was too loud, several families had already opened their doors and looked over, so in order to avoid being discovered, they had to give up. But today is a good day. The weather outside is warm, and the people living in this old residential building have all gone out to bask in the sun. I happened to see Su Jinyan coming back at this time. Although a stronger man was also brought along. But it was obvious that the young man had only trained to have dead muscles and was powerless. And all of these brothers were ruthless. I have killed many people like this. It's just dealing with two young people. 5 against 2, the advantage is on my side. How can we lose this? Just plan this action. Now it seems perfect. The man was subdued without making almost any noise. The scarred gangster even had an obscene smile on his face. Hey, that girl is still a virgin, she's shaking her big butt so vigorously. Hey, let me go first, you guys search for money first. He closed the door excitedly. Just turned his head with excitement. I was so scared that my hair stood up instantly. My scalp is tingling. I saw a 30-centimeter long sharp knife stabbed into the head. And that sturdy young man was staring at him with a faint golden light in his eyes. It was as if he had set his sights on a prey, and there was even an uncontrollable excitement and agitation on his face. At this moment, he understood what had happened. He glanced to the right. He was so frightened that he trembled all over and shook violently uncontrollably. All of his good brothers had fallen to the ground, with blood all over the ground. Especially the brother at the door of the health room, his eyes bulged out and he died with his eyes wide open. It turned out that the noise was the sound of his brothers dying. Oh shit. It's only been a few seconds. All of my brothers are dead. Moreover, who the hell is this person? How come your eyes still glow? At this moment, the scarred bandit's scalp went numb. I felt extremely shocked and terrified. Chapter 17, I only saw a desperate captain. You go first. A weird smile appeared on Chu Liufeng's lips. Brother, please forgive me. The words haven't been finished yet. Chu Liufeng put away his knife, grabbed the opponent's neck with his backhand, bent his body backwards, and exerted force with his arms. The scarred bandit was lifted up like a chicken, thrown over his shoulder, and slammed heavily to the ground. Puff! The force was so great that the scarred bandit felt his internal organs shifted and he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. It was getting darker in front of my eyes. Am I dead? I don't want to die. But the next moment, he will regret why he didn't die. With a bang. He only felt a piercing pain rushing straight to his forehead. An uncontrollable scream of pain emanated from his throat. R. It was Chu Liufeng who clenched his 5 fingers into a fist. He suddenly punched the drug dealer hard between his legs. The force was so great that the drug dealer's eyes bulged out with bloodshot eyes, and his whole body suddenly bent like a shrimp, shaking and twitching violently on the ground in pain. He wanted to scream in agony again. But Chu Liufeng turned his palm into a cut and hit the larynx. Through the combination of perspective plus killing skills plus physical improvement, Chu Liufeng can accurately control every bit of power in his body. Make sure the force is just right to break the throat cartilage. To the extent that the scarred gangster loses his voice but is not fatal. The scarred bandit opened his mouth in pain, but no sound came out. Then Chu Liufeng relied on the strength of his fists. He kept punching down, and soon smashed the thing into a pile of rotten meat. And the pain that pierced through my heart and went straight to the top of my head continued to come. No one knew when the scarred drug dealer died with his eyes bulging and blood gushing out of his 7 orifices. It hurt so much that I died. You bastard, you died so easily. Chu Liufeng spat. I washed the dirt off my hands for 5 times in the sink before they were finally clean. After doing all this, he slowly went to the bathroom. Su Jinyan's face was pale and she hid behind the wooden door. When she heard someone coming in, she became even more nervous. But behind her, a pair of scissors was grasped. She also heard the dirty words uttered by the scarred bandit. I know there are many people on the other side. If you fight head on. Although compared to other ordinary girls, my strength is already very strong. But facing such a desperate bandit, there is definitely no chance. If he rushed out rashly, there was a great possibility that he would be taken hostage and become Chu Liufeng's weak spot. So she could only hide here. If that's the ending. It depends on this sudden sneak attack whether we can change it. If I can't change it, I'll just kill myself. I won't be humiliated anyway. That's what she planned. He was also prepared to make some noise to distract the bandit's attention and create an opportunity for Chu Liufeng. But I never expected it. Chu Liufeng actually dealt with these 5 bandits so quickly and easily. This is too fast. Looking at the panicked and frightened Su Jinyan. Their eyes met. For a moment, the bathroom was so quiet that the only sound was the rapid breathing of each other. Su Jinyan's eyes were slightly red as she looked at Chu Liufeng. Xiaofeng. Speaking of. She threw away the scissors. She threw herself into Chu Liufeng's arms and hugged him tightly. Chu Liufeng was slightly startled, then slowly stretched out his arms and gently hugged Su Jinyan. He could feel Su Jinyan's body shaking violently. She was terrified. I suddenly felt a pang of heartache. I felt relieved again. Fortunately, I met Su Jinyan today. It's a good thing I came to help her move. Fortunately, I have awakened my killing skills. Every link is just right, yet extremely critical. Any link is missing. He didn't know how. But the beautiful teacher Su will definitely suffer humiliation. This was a scene he absolutely did not want to see. Fine. All this is developing in a good direction because of me. Xiaofeng, I'm so scared. It's okay. It's all over. Chu Liufeng comforted softly. His hand gently patted Su Jinyan's back. But Su Jinyan was obviously experiencing this for the first time. She wanted to calm down. But his body was shaking violently and uncontrollably. Although it was Chu Liufeng's first time to kill someone, he not only did not feel any discomfort, he even felt very excited. There is a feeling of being high. He even felt that these people died too easily, and he didn't do anything serious. Teacher Su, let me tell you a joke. After listening to this joke, you won't be so nervous or scared. Su Jinyan nodded in Chu Liufeng's arms. Feeling his warm and strong embrace, the fear in my heart gradually dissipated. Good. Do you know why pilots can't have scars? Why can't I have a scar? Su Jinyan thought about it carefully and replied, maybe it's because the air pressure changes when flying at high altitudes, and the skin is subjected to high overload pressure, making it easy to tear. No. Because the pilot is flying the plane. Carrying a machine but not a scar, civilized you and me. Puff. Su Jinyan burst out laughing. Har 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 har. She was shaking all over with laughter. The tension and fear also eased a lot. The perfect figure twisted Chu Liufeng so hard that he suddenly felt hot. He lowered his head and hummed softly in Su Jinyan's ear. Teacher Su, do you want to hear another secret? What? I have scars. Suddenly, Su Jinyan suddenly raised his head and looked at Chu Liufeng with horror in his eyes. What do you call this? Scar? She finally escaped from the shadow of death. Adrenaline was secreted crazily and my heart was pounding. Su Jinyan's cheeks were flushed, even her ears were red, and her eyes were filled with all kinds of emotions that were not concealed. A variety of complex emotions such as fear, terror, relief, emotion, admiration, and worship gathered in my mind. After going through the gates of hell, I have become more open-minded about many things. It also changed some of Su Jinyan's outlook on life. She didn't want to think too much about it now. Plus, she is a straightforward person. Her eyes were sparkling and her heart seemed to be beating like a deer. You rascal, you are so good at fighting. You were kidding me when you said you had a rare disease just now, right? Chu Liufeng smiled and did not comment. Looking into those deep eyes, full of tenderness, Su Jinyan couldn't bear it any longer. She stretched out her little hand and grasped Chu Liufeng's collar, then stood on tiptoe and gently pressed her plump lips against Chu Liufeng's. Like the calm before the storm. What followed was a crazy rainstorm. Her kisses became more passionate and less emotional. The kiss brought her breath in short gasps. With the most sincere emotions in her heart. There was also a bit of relief and madness in him for surviving the disaster. Now, they seemed to have forgotten everything around them, and it seemed as if they were the only ones left in the world. Chapter 18 Policewoman Qinyang. After a long and passionate kiss, Su Jinyan's delicate body trembled slightly, and she slowly let go of Chu Liufeng. Her cheeks were still flushed and her eyes were still a little confused. But more than that, there was a hint of pain. After the adrenaline wears off, she just noticed that the bruise on her ankle had expanded. I was accidentally twisted while dodging just now. The pain was so severe that I couldn't even stand. After limping out of the bathroom, looking at the bodies on the ground, some dead, some seriously injured, and some unconscious. Especially the two corpses, their facial features were distorted and looked hideous. Su Jinyan was so scared that her face turned pale and her scalp went numb. There was an urge to vomit. This was the first time she had seen someone die so tragically. Seeing this, Chu Liufeng quickly hugged Su Jinyan's head and soothed him softly. Don't look at it, I'm here, it's okay. Speaking of. He gently pressed Su Jinyan's head in his arms. Then he stretched his body and picked her up to prevent her from seeing those bloody scenes again. Carefully avoid the bloodstains on the ground. He came and sat on the sofa next to the other side of the bed. He began to check the injuries gently. Su Jinyan's soles are white and tender, and her fair and crystal clear toes are still so perfect. But my ankle is already swollen a lot. The bruises spread, and it was painful to look at. Through X-ray, we can see that there are no bones injured, only soft tissue contusion. Just rest for a while. He just rubbed it gently to relieve Su Jinyan's pain. It took a long time. Su Jinyan finally came to his senses and glanced at the messy room and the bodies of the bandits lying on the ground. Blood spread across the floor, intertwining with overturned furniture and scattered items. The whole room was filled with a pungent smell of blood and death. This scene made her shudder uncontrollably, and she said with a trembling voice, Xiaofeng, what should we do now? Even though she was Chu Liufeng's university teacher, I am always confident and calm in front of students. But for such a bloody and chaotic scene, she just felt her mind went blank. She was completely at a loss and seemed to be at a loss. For some unknown reason, she developed a sense of dependence on Chu Liufeng. Fortunately, he was there, otherwise she didn't know what to do. Chu Liufeng pondered for a moment and said calmly, call the police first. After all, such a big thing happened here. Although it was self-defense, he did kill 3 gangsters. Let the police close the case. Otherwise, you might end up over defense and end up killing someone. After all, some abolitionist factions in Xie country are still very powerful. Even if he is a pure beast who deserves to be cut into pieces, they can save their lives. Qincheng Police Station. I'm very busy at the moment. And in a conference room. The atmosphere was so heavy that it was suffocating. Why are there still no clues? It's been several months, the criminal must still be dormant. If he is not caught, another tragedy may happen. What are you doing? Check it out immediately and submit it to the provincial department. Listening to the recording of the superior's roar, Each of the dozen or so policemen sitting there looked tired and anxious. It has been half a year since the last robbery and murder. But there was still no news, and those robbers seemed to have disappeared. So the police station is under a lot of pressure. If another serious case occurs in the jurisdiction, even the director must be held accountable. No way. The crimes committed by that criminal gang have had a very serious impact. 8 months ago, this group of thugs broke into a private house on the outskirts of the city, where a loving newlywed couple lived, but all the money and property in the house were looted. The bloody scene and the miserable condition of the couple made the police officers involved in the investigation outraged. 7 months ago, the same gang of robbers broke into the home of a young fitness coach, despite his strong physique. But under the influence of drugs, he was easily knocked down. The gang took away all the valuables in the house and beat the coach to a lifelong disability. The next day, a woman who was leaving get off work late at night was followed by the gang as she passed a small path. The next day, she was found in the sewer with bruises all over her body and her clothes in disarray. Until half a year ago, in a sparsely populated village, this group of people robbed an old man of his only savings and beat him with an iron rod, causing him to bleed from the head and die on the spot. The old man's son and daughter-in-law heard the noise and rushed over, but they also had their arms chopped off and suffered all kinds of insults. There was no more movement. But he continued to commit crimes on the run. This gang of criminals has already taken nearly 10 lives. Because of their evil deeds, they easily destroyed the wonderful life that others had worked hard for decades. Just like Su Jinyun, if Chu Liufeng hadn't happened to be by her side. This junior high school athlete and university teacher, who had just started his life, was about to lose here. After decades of hard work, before I could even start to enjoy my life, these beasts took my life away. This is a very sad thing. But the police mobilized a large number of police forces and investigated countless clues. After interviewing many witnesses, no trace of the robbers could be found. The surveillance footage was reviewed repeatedly and every possible hiding place was turned upside down. But the robbers seemed to have disappeared without leaving any trace. In the past 6 months, it was as if I had disappeared from the world. Superiors frequently inquired about progress, and the public continued to post messages online criticizing the police department for its incompetence. This put a lot of pressure on them. Half a year passed in a flash. Ordinary people might think that everything is fine. But in the eyes of this group of experienced detectives who are accustomed to all kinds of vicious cases, this is precisely the calm before the storm. There is a high probability that another vicious murder will occur. As a police officer, he failed to stop the criminals before they committed the crime. Bring them to justice. This made everyone feel like there was a shadow cast in their hearts. Just then, the leader of the operations team pushed open the door. He hurried in, with a look of excitement and anticipation on his face. Behind him followed a female police officer with a cold face and sharp eyes. Everyone. The action team leader raised his voice, breaking the silence in the conference room. Let me introduce you to Captain Qin Yang from the Provincial Criminal Investigation Brigade and the Narcotic Suppression Brigade. He is here with special instructions from the Provincial Party Committee. Please welcome him with applause. Everyone raised their heads and cast curious glances. Qin Yang was seen wearing a neat police uniform, with a straight posture and a strong aura all over his body. Her face has clear lines and her skin is white and as delicate as cold jade. Her neat short hair highlights her capable look. Especially a pair of sharp eyes, as if they can see through people's hearts. Just a glance. It made the people present feel an invisible sense of oppression. Not only does she look powerful, but don't be fooled by her appearance. Her skills are in the internal fighting competition. He even won the first place and his shooting skills were very accurate. Even though she is a girl, no one present can beat her. Nice to meet you all. Qin Yang nodded slightly, and swept the entire audience with a sharp gaze. His voice was cool but dignified as he took out a red-letter document. The situation is urgent. Let me make it short. The April 12th serial murder case that you are in charge of will be handed over to me. I will be responsible for solving it, but I will put it aside for now. Next, I need everyone to fully assist me in handling a drug smuggling case. As soon as these words came out, there was a slight discussion in the conference room. Some people looked puzzled. Some people expressed their understanding of Qin Yang's instructions. After all, drug smuggling is extremely harmful. Once it spreads, it will bring immeasurable losses to society. They have had no clue about this murder case for half a year, so it is normal that it is put on hold for now. And Xing Yang, this name is well known in the police force. There are countless halos around her that make people admire her. She holds many records in police skill assessments, and her scores in shooting, fighting, criminal investigation and reasoning have been unmatched for many years. The pioneer of on-site bloodstain splatter trajectory analysis method. He has solved many major national cases. In the field of drug control, several large drug trafficking gangs have been destroyed. The most amazing thing is that she once tracked down a drug lord in the Golden Triangle across borders, killed the drug lord leader in a gunfight, and seized 2 tons of drugs. In a recent transnational joint operation briefing, the arrest team she led set a record of intercepting 8 tons of methamphetamine in 72 hours, and it is still hanging on the wall of honor in the Interpol training camp. Facing the arrival of this legendary policewoman. And such an urgent task. Even the priority of serial murder cases was lowered. You can imagine. How serious is this drug smuggling case? All of a sudden, the members of the action team felt tremendous pressure. Chapter 19 performed 16 sets of military boxing and was stabbed 32 times. In the conference room, everyone's attention was still focused on the clues to the drug smuggling case brought by Xing Yang, and the atmosphere was tense and solemn. But just at this moment, the door of the conference room was pushed open with a bang. A young police officer rushed in, panting. His face was full of anxiety and excitement. "Captain Chen!" The young police officer shouted loudly, his voice trembling slightly with excitement. "There's news about the gang responsible for the April 12th serial murders." "What?" This sudden news shocked everyone present. Team leader Chen stood up abruptly, his eyes wide open, and asked anxiously, "Tell me quickly. Has there been any new vicious case?" Everyone's heart tightened, as the criminal had not yet been caught. But suddenly I received new news. The first reaction was to worry whether another innocent person had met with misfortune. The young police officer took a deep breath, tried to calm his breathing, and said excitedly, "Yes and no. This time they wanted to rob 2 teachers and students from Xiaguo University. But they were subdued. 3 of the 5 gangsters died and 2 were seriously injured. The 2 teachers and students from Xiaguo University were not injured. They just sprained their feet. The ambulance also went there." Hearing this, the conference room suddenly fell into a strange silence. Holy shit! Is this listening to the plot of a novel? The gangster failed to kill someone and ended up being killed. And still no injury, oh no, sprain. Wait, are you sure these are students and teachers from Xiaguo University? It's definitely not something that was scared. Could it be that the April 12th serial murder case that has been bothering them for so long is finally going to be solved? Hear this. The conference room suddenly became noisy, and everyone's eyes widened with disbelief. Xing Yang originally had a serious face. A hint of strong interest suddenly appeared on his face. She narrowed her eyes slightly and quickly began to analyze various possibilities in her mind. 3 dead and 2 seriously injured, they were able to beat such a vicious gang of gangsters into this state. And he is not injured at all, so his fighting ability is really good. How could 2 teachers and a student beat 5 desperate bandits like this? No matter what, let the people on the scene protect the scene first, we will be there soon. Captain Chen suppressed his shock and turned around and said excitedly, "Captain Chen, shall we go take a look too?" Xing Yang narrowed her eyes slightly, revealing an inexplicable smile. "Of course I have to go. I am very curious about these 2 people who can subdue the bandits." With that, she strode towards the door. Everyone quickly followed suit, and the conference room became empty in an instant. Inside an old-style apartment, Su Jinyun was still leaning in Chu Liufeng's arms. Immerse yourself in this rare, subtle and ambiguous atmosphere. Woo! Suddenly, sirens sounded outside. The sharp voice broke the tranquility of the moment. It also pulled them back from their sweet world. Su Jinyun trembled slightly and slowly got up from Chu Liufeng's arms. Her cheeks were still flushed and there was a hint of shyness in her eyes. Soon, a dozen policemen walked in. Looking at the tragic scene, everyone gasped. Even though we already knew the outcome would be 3 deaths and 2 serious injuries. But being there in person still makes one's scalp tingle. The ferocious bandit's face was dented by the hammer. Their head was twisted backwards at a weird angle, and the cervical vertebrae were probably broken. Another gangster had his throat shattered by a punch, and died miserably. It is not difficult to imagine what a tragic situation happened here. For a moment, the police officers looked at Chu Liufeng and Su Jinyun with different eyes. Qin Yang's sharp eye swept across the room. There was blood on the ground and traces of fighting were clearly visible. Her keen eyes take in every detail. And she slowly came to the bathroom door. Looking at the bodies of several bandits lying on the ground, he squatted down and carefully examined the injuries on their bodies. Especially the larynx. She closed her eyes slightly, as if recreating the scene in her mind. From the situation at the scene, the fight between the two teachers and students and the gangster was fierce and swift, and his counterattack was very methodical. Qin Yang's beautiful eyes suddenly opened. There was a flash of surprise in his eyes. The attack was so ruthless and precise, killing him with one blow. Even if she were to do it, she couldn't achieve such perfection. This person is not simple. Captain Chen nodded in agreement. Indeed, being able to beat 5 bandits to the point where 3 were killed and 2 were seriously injured is not something that ordinary people can do. He looked at the scarred bandit whose crotch had become a pool of rotten flesh. Because of the pain, his facial features were distorted horribly, which showed how much torture he suffered before his death. I felt my scalp tingling and got goosebumps. But you deserve it. Good death. The sins they committed are worthy of death 100 times. After knowing what is going on, Qin Yang walked with her long legs and came in front of Chu Liufeng. Hello, I'm Qin Yang from the Provincial Criminal Investigation Team. I'm here to find out what happened. At this time, Su Jinyun had been lifted onto a stretcher by the ambulance and was about to be taken to the hospital for treatment. Even though she was reluctant to leave. But her ankle was completely swollen. Chu Liufeng said that he would go to the hospital to see her after taking a statement, and then he let her go for treatment without worry. Qin Yang pulled over a chair and sat opposite Chu Liufeng. Tell me, how did you subdue these gangsters? You know, they are desperate criminals who have committed many vicious crimes. He still has a weapon on him. He is an extremely dangerous person. Qin Yang saw it at a glance. This is Chu Liufeng fighting 1 against 5. As for that female teacher, although he is in good physical condition, he obviously has no fighting ability. Qin Yang stared at Chu Liufeng's eyes sharply and asked. Chu Liufeng did not dodge at all. I just think that this young and beautiful policewoman has very bright eyes. He told the whole story in detail. Including how he came to Su Jinyun's place, how he found out that the people knocking on the door were bandits, and how he subdued them. Simply described. Of course, the system part will definitely be skipped. Qin Yang listened very carefully. From time to time his eyes lit up and a look of approval appeared on his face. Some questions were also raised. She was very curious about the calmness and strong fighting ability Chu Liufeng showed in critical moments. Have you ever learned martial arts before? Your skills don't seem like those of an ordinary student. I learned military boxing during military training in college. Military boxing. Qin Yang was amused at once. She remembered there was a report. It was also a student who encountered a knife-wielding gangster, but that student performed 16 sets of military boxing and was stabbed 32 times. On average, 1 set of attacks results in 2 cuts. You're pretty good. How about it, are you interested in working for me? You can ask for whatever you want. Our criminal investigation and drug enforcement teams are in need of talents like you. He is bold and careful, stays calm in times of danger, is not panicky, has strong observation skills, and has very good physical fitness. The key is this skill. He is already better than many special forces kings. She likes it very much. And this is not just nonsense. After all, with Qin Yang's status and position, these were just a matter of her words. But Chu Liufeng shook his head and refused. I'm only a freshman, so I don't have that idea yet. Captain Qin, maybe I'll want to come after I graduate. Don't reject me then. Chapter 20. I would rather have a knife in my back than a gun. Qin Yang was not surprised by this answer. After all, whether it is a criminal investigation or a drug enforcement team, these are departments that are extremely dangerous and under tremendous pressure. Not everyone is like her. I like to rush into those departments with extremely high risk levels. Okay, here's my business card. If you change your mind or need help, just call me. Qin Yang handed over a business card. He has just become the person in charge of the April 12th serial murder case. This major case that the higher-ups paid close attention to was solved. It can be said that Chu Liufeng gave her a great gift. It also added another chapter to her glorious resume. Plus, after all, he risked his life to help the police solve a major serial murder case and save other innocent people. It's only right to give him some extra care. This kind of talent can even set up some carrot posts. Take the business card. Chu Liufeng just found out. This policewoman has a really powerful background. The worst possible future prospects would be at the level of Director Qi. Sure enough, excellent people are excellent no matter where they are. A smile suddenly appeared on Qin Yang's cold face and she stretched out her hand. This group of desperate criminals has committed more than 10 murders and is also our Class A wanted criminal. We have been hunting for a long time but have no clues. We have even issued a reward of 1 million yuan. If it weren't for you, not only would this case not be solved, but there might be several more tragic and vicious cases. Student Chu, on behalf of the Xinjiang Police Department and the people of Xinjiang, I sincerely thank you for standing up. You have eradicated a great scourge for society. We will never forget this contribution. 1 million. Wow, unexpected wealth. But money is nothing. Chu Liufeng hesitated and said, "This is what I should do, but I have a question. I just want to know, is this considered legitimate defense or excessive defense? Captain Qin, you know, in that environment, if I don't kill them, they will kill me." Qin Yang was stunned for a moment, then smiled beautifully. "What are you thinking about? This is a desperate gangster. You have unlimited rights to defend yourself. This is legitimate defense. It's okay. Don't worry. Not only will it be okay, you can also get a bonus and other honors." Hearing Qin Yang's affirmative answer, Chu Liufeng heaved a sigh of relief. Good. But his heart was slightly burning with anger. Doesn't he have to take any responsibility for killing these desperate bandits? He actually had an urge to kill. I always feel that it is not satisfying. His eyes narrowed slightly. I really hope there are some fools who are blind enough to kidnap me again. The cleanup of the crime scene was left to other people. Qin Yang took Chu Liufeng back to Xinjiang Police Station. Upon receiving the news, Director Wang Jun was waiting at the door of the police station early with a friendly look on his face. You can say that. It was because of Chu Liufeng that this serial murder case was finally solved. After all, before this, he is the person in charge of the supervision in name only. But I was under a lot of pressure from higher-ups, and I couldn't sleep every night because of anxiety, fearing that another vicious incident will occur. This is the end of his journey as director. It was conceivable how grateful he was to Chu Liufeng at this moment. After Chu Liufeng killed the robber, he was not even investigated. He was released after just taking some notes and giving a confession. After all, this is a desperate gangster. Have unlimited right of defense. Even if it resulted in 3 deaths and 2 serious injuries, they deserved it. The police department has even begun contacting some leaders of Xiaguo University. We are preparing to hold a grand commendation meeting for Chu Liufeng. At the same time, reporters from all the major TV stations have already started rushing over, ready to get first-hand interviews. With the warm farewell from Director Wang, Captain Chen and others, Chu Liufeng walked out of the Xinjiang police station and rushed towards the hospital. The 1 million bounty was also directly deposited into Chu Liufeng's card. At the same time, the Xinjiang Police Department announced the good news. 4.12 serial murder case, solved. On their way to the hospital in a taxi, Chu Liufeng finally had some free time. He seemed to be resting with his eyes closed, but he was actually checking the system in his mind. When I just left the police station, the system broadcast several voices in succession. There were many people around at the time, and in front of the discerning Qin Yang, he didn't have time to take a look. I just happen to be free now. You can take a good look at it now. Ding! It was detected that the host helped Su Jinyan escape the life and death crisis. Reward: Advanced Perspective Pathological Eye. Pathology Eye automatically integrates all medical skills from ancient and modern times, both at home and abroad. For various difficult and rare diseases, through the Pathology Eye, the host can easily find the pathogen during diagnosis and treatment. It can also predict the development of the disease. Just at this moment, Chu Liufeng suddenly felt his eyes getting hot, as if there was something mysterious going on. He raised his head and looked at the driver in front of him. Suddenly, an extremely strange scene appeared before my eyes. Under his deliberate use of pathological eyes, the vision can clearly penetrate the skin, muscles, blood vessels, tendons, and bone marrow. In his mind, the driver's multidimensional physical information seemed to appear. And his eyes were immediately fixed on the driver's liver, kidneys, heart, and lungs. Looking at the state of these organs, he couldn't help but frown. Due to long-term sitting and driving, staying up late drinking and smoking, an irregular work and rest schedule, the driver's health is very poor if he continues. The physical condition will continue to deteriorate and may even show signs of developing into cancer. He wanted to remind the driver, but, well, it's all about making money. After all, there is no way around it, and the driver may be aware of his situation. But I have to earn money to support my family. What good will it do even if I know that? Are you going to stop working because you are afraid of death? That's impossible. Just like smoking is harmful to health, can we quit it? If you don't light a few cigarettes to relieve your depression, the stress will explode. Trading life for money, this is what many people are doing nowadays. Ding! It is detected that their host is helping the police station catch the violent criminals. Reward, danger sense. Danger perception enables the host to respond to impending indiscriminate dangers. Whether the danger comes from physical attacks, such as bullets or clubs, or crises caused by environmental changes, such as car accidents, building collapses, falling objects from high buildings, etc., it can be sensed in time. Additional instinctive response. Instinctive reaction additional. When danger comes, the body will react instinctively, such as twisting and dodging, allowing the host to quickly avoid attacks. What the hell? Isn't this just your typical spider sense? It seems that I am also a Spider-Man. Chu Liufeng narrowed his eyes. Although I have perspective. If you fight the enemy head-on, you can predict the enemy's attack tendency through the changes in his muscles. But as the saying goes, it is easy to dodge a spear, but hard to guard against an arrow from the dark. If someone stabs you in the back, it can actually be very dangerous. Anyway, for Chu Liufeng, no. It should be for every normal man. I would rather have a knife in my back than a gun. But with this sense of danger, that's different. This is simply the ability of a conceptual god. It's okay to dodge bullets 100% of the time. Chu Liufeng was in a good mood as he gained two abilities to do good at once. But at this time, the system's voice is not over yet. Suddenly it rang again. Ding! Their host has been detected to deal with the bandits and save the lives of the people in the city from being threatened. Reward, miraculous resurrection. Basic concept level. Rejuvenation. When the host uses this ability, it can quickly stimulate the body's growth, reduce inflammation and relieve pain, heal bones and flesh, heal illnesses, and treat all diseases. Note, the ability of resurrection can be upgraded. When it reaches a high level, the host can obtain the ability of resurrection. A miracle cure? Beginner concept level? Damn, so cool. Chu Liufeng was confused. Is this okay? Even want to give a thumbs up. System daddy, you are this. It's like having this thing. It's like having an extra walking blood bag, right? If he had obtained it before, Su Jinyun would not have needed to go to the hospital for his illness. He could have just touched him and he would have been cured. Just touch it and it will heal. Chu Liufeng suddenly thought of something. Su Jinyun's amazing body gradually emerged in my mind. If it is turned on, what is the use? That's not actually sane. It's new every time. He knew that although teacher Su was older than him, she was still an innocent girl. Chu Liufeng swallowed. The abilities granted by this system are simply awesome. With a miraculous recovery. It's a new experience every time. System. Moreover, this thing can be upgraded. High-level abilities can even bring the dead back to life. It's really jaw-dropping. It's worthy of being at the concept level. At that moment, he felt very excited and wanted to see Su Jinyun as soon as possible. Chapter 21. If you really want to play, my other leg is still fine. At the same time, on the other side, Xing Yishan just walked out of a high-end restaurant. There was a somewhat sad expression on his face. She just met a rich friend. After much persuasion, the other party agreed to lend the money. But I couldn't borrow much money. The other party is willing to lend, but can only lend 2 million. Not every rich woman has such a good relationship with Li Minxi as she does. Of course, people are not obliged to lend. It's already very good to be able to borrow so much. But this little bit of money is just a drop in the bucket for her and won't be of much use. So Xing Yishan frowned and looked worried. She was thinking about who to borrow from next. There are wealthy women who can lend tens of millions of dollars at once, but since you have no business dealings with them and are just friends, it is difficult to borrow money from them. In thinking, Xing Yishan's white and tender fingers were flipping through her phone, and suddenly she saw a familiar number. She hesitated for a moment before dialing the number. Hello, is this Sister Shin? I have something to ask you, is it convenient for you now? Are you in VIP room number 1 of the Orchid Art Club? Okay, I'll be there in about 10 minutes. After hanging up the phone, Xing Yishan's expression was a little complicated. She heard a lot of noise from the other end of the phone, and there were a lot of people on Sister Shin's side. She actually didn't want to go in front of so many people. But there is no other way to borrow money. Xing Yishan took a deep breath and turned to head towards the Orchid Art Association. This Orchid Art Club is a high-end and luxurious membership venue in Xinjiang. There is a strict screening of identity, and one can only join through member recommendation. To become one of them, you need more than just a member recommendation. The minimum asset requirement is that the assets must be at least 50 million. She used to be a member here too. But I haven't been here for several years. Sister Shin's original name was Yarn Kaisen. She is not a member of the Orchid Art Society, but one of its shareholders. Yarn Kaisen is very powerful, her assets alone are worth more than 10 billion. And her husband should not be underestimated either, he works in investment banking. It is said that all the family members are in the financial system, and her father seems to be a big shot, holding a very important position in Xinjiang. In a word, he is a rich man. And a super high status. Xing Yishan's relationship with her. It's not that great, just average. After all, she had money. Yarn Kaisen always looked for her frequently to discuss various investment projects over and over again. But Xing Yishan was not interested in any of these at that time, so she declined every time. Once. Yarn Kaisen strongly recommends an investment project with unlimited prospects. He even tried to persuade Xing Yishan to join in a tough way. But after some consideration, Xing Yishan refused. Since then, there has been a subtle change in the relationship between the two. In addition, there were some unpleasant incidents. This made her even less willing to interact with these people. If there was really no other way this time, she actually didn't want to look for Yarn Kaisen. I don't know if I can borrow money smoothly this time. Xing Yishan thought about it and sent a message to Chu Liufeng. Based on her understanding of people like Yarn Kaisen, she worried that she would be asked to drink in the past. If she gets drunk, she can still ask Chu Liufeng to pick her up. Xinjiang First People's Hospital. In a simply decorated ordinary ward, Su Jinyan lay quietly on the hospital bed. Her face looked a little pale, and the strands of hair on her forehead were slightly wet with sweat. The sprained ankle was wrapped in layers of gauze and was severely swollen. Even through the gauze, it was obvious that the injury was serious. Ankle sprain, partial ligament strain, and sequelae of long-term high-intensity training. She would probably have to lie down for a while. Su Jinyan stared at the ceiling quietly, his eyes somewhat empty, and no one knew what he was thinking. Teacher Su, are you thinking about me? Just at this moment, Chu Liufeng walked in with a bouquet of flowers and a sly smile on his face. He walked up to the bedside carelessly. Putting the bouquet aside, I naturally held those fair and tender hands. Su Jinyan's eyes, which were originally a little dazed, suddenly froze. Seeing Chu Liufeng, he instantly revealed a hint of uncontrollable joy and whispered. Shame on you, who missed you. Don't want to. Well, it seems that I am just being sentimental. Then I will leave? Leave now. Chu Liufeng pretended to get up and leave. Su Jinyan was stunned. It's a rare occasion for me to feel shy, but this bad guy is so unromantic. He angrily gave Chu Liufeng a look and surrendered helplessly. No, wait, don't go. I really admire you. Think about it, the teacher just missed you, I missed you so much. Are you satisfied? Chu Liufeng shook his head deliberately, still with that annoying smile on his face. It's not sincere enough and too perfunctory. Forget it, Mr. Su, please don't force it. I'm leaving. You? So cold. Su Jinyun was so embarrassed that she clenched her fist and punched Chu Liufeng on the shoulder. Then how can you believe that I miss you? Chu Liufeng coughed twice and pointed to his cheek seriously. Show me how much I want you to. Su Jinyun glanced around the room. After confirming that there was no one else around, an alluring blush suddenly appeared on her face. She stretched out her hands, hugged Chu Liufeng's head, pressed him hard in her arms, and then bit him. R. Chu Liufeng was still enjoying the tenderness when he suddenly felt a pain on his cheek. I touched it and found a circle of shallow teeth marks. This is what happens when you tease the teacher. Su Jinyun smiled triumphantly, showing off her sharp teeth fiercely, and said threateningly. Do you want to see how much the teacher misses you? Chu Liufeng is not a person who will suffer a loss. Rubbing his cheek, a wicked smile flashed in his eyes. Bite me, right? He smiled wickedly. Before Su Jinyun could react, he simply stretched out his hands and scratched her waist. R. Stop it. Su Jinyun was lying on the bed, and because of her ankle injury, she couldn't hide. No, it's itchy. Su Jinyun was lying on the bed, unable to dodge due to her ankle injury, and she was laughing so hard that tears were about to come out. He waved his hands in the air frantically, trying to block Chu Liufeng's attack. But in the end I could only grab his ears tightly. After a while of playing, after some fun, Su Jinyun's originally pale face turned into a charming blush, and her neck was also stained with a hint of red. You bastard, you big pervert. Su Jinyun pretended to be angry and said in a soft voice. Still scolding, ha. Chu Liufeng pretended to pounce on him again. No, I'm wrong, I beg for mercy. Su Jinyun hurriedly glared at Chu Liufeng with a hint of anger. She gently straightened her messy sports vest. This bastard. No respect for teachers at all. But her eyes were full of love that could not be hidden. After playing for a while, Chu Liufeng was about to get down to business and asked. Teacher Su, how long did the doctor say you'll need to stay? About half a month. It seems that Xiaodao's leader and other people like the Women's Federation and the trade union are coming to visit me, so they asked me to stay for a few more days. It seems that my injury is very serious. Su Jinyun pouted somewhat dissatisfiedly. She is a person who loves to move. It's painful to think about letting her lie in bed for 10 days or half a month. Chu Liufeng nodded in agreement. He doesn't like all this red tape, but some people just like to show off. Can I help you take a look? Chu Liufeng said this and prepared to remove the bandage. After all, his miraculous healing skills were used. It can promote blood circulation and remove blood stasis, quickly stimulate the body's growth, and reduce inflammation and relieve pain. It's just a strained muscle, and treatment is definitely not a problem. Su Jinyun couldn't help but snort, her face flushed. Hey, don't think that the teacher doesn't know what you are thinking. You're a pervert. The doctor just gave me some medicine. Don't look at me anymore. If you really want to play, look, my legs are still okay. Speaking of. Su Jinyun twisted her other long, snowy leg and stretched it out of the quilt. Chu Liufeng. Looking at the delicate white legs and their white skin with faint blue veins. It's simply. State banquet. Only. Oh God, I swear I really don't have this idea now. Chapter 22 Teacher Su, where are you touching, Rogue Feng? Isn't this your favorite? What's wrong? You're being serious again now, aren't you? Su Jinyun turned his head away impatiently. But there was a hint of expectation and shyness in those eyes. Hurry up, why are you still standing there, someone will be here soon. She moaned softly, her cheeks flushed, beautiful and attractive. Chu Liufeng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Oh my teacher Su, what are you thinking about? I'm not that perverted, really. He reached out and pinched her delicate and smooth face. Su Jinyun was so embarrassed that she couldn't even lift her head. She quickly put her long white legs back into the quilt and said angrily. Then what do you mean by, please help me take a look? You can't treat a disease, so you just want to. Who said I can't treat illnesses? I just read some medical books on the way here. It's just a minor sprain, no problem. Chu Liufeng's expression became slightly serious. No kidding, Mr. Su, if you want to get out of bed quickly, just trust me. Speaking of. Chu Liufeng hugged Su Jinyan's plump thighs. He removed the bandage that had just been wrapped around his ankle. Gently hold Su Jinyan's injured little feet. The ankle is swollen. The swelling even spread to the instep. The original bruise had become darker and turned into black, like an ugly stain attached to their fair skin. My little feet have never been held like this before. Su Jinyan's nerves twitched subconsciously. Suddenly. Hiss, it hurts. Su Jinyan's beautiful willow-shaped eyebrows were slightly frowned. Then. She felt a hot hand on the back of her bruised foot, massaging it gently. A warm current flowed into my body along my palms. The pain was somewhat unbearable. The massage actually relieved me. Su Jinyan's beautiful eyes suddenly widened. Pervert Xiaofeng, do you really know medical skills? She was stunned. As Chu Liufeng's big hands covered the instep of the foot, he continued to massage up and down and left and right. Su Jinyan was shocked to find that the severe pain in his ankle was dissipating rapidly. Just now, it seemed like it would kill me to move at all, but now, I can even turn around without any problem. And it's warm and feels like a foot massage, very comfortable. How is it, Teacher Su? Are you comfortable? Su Jinyan said shyly in a voice as soft as a mosquito's hum. Chu Liufeng was very focused, his eyes fixed on the bruised ankle. Under the observation of his eyes of pathology, he revives with his magic hands every time he performs a massage. They can all dissolve a large part of the blood clots. He was also repairing the hidden injuries Su Jinyan had sustained from previous training. He didn't seem to be massaging. It's more like playing a match 32 game to remove blood stasis. A few minutes later. It really doesn't hurt anymore. Su Jinyan looked surprised. His eyes were fixed on Chu Liufeng. There is surprise and gratitude that cannot be concealed. Xiaofeng. It's okay, it's really okay, you can let go. She bit her red lips tightly and tried to pull back her jade feet, but Chu Liufeng held them tightly. However, after this blood-activating and blood stasis-removing massage, I really don't feel any pain anymore, it's like I'm back to normal. Yeah, it's almost there. Su Jinyan's pretty face was so red that it was about to drip out of water. She couldn't help but whispered angrily. It's almost time to let go of me. But, Mr. Su, I find that you have a lot of problems. Chu Liufeng's eyes were deep, and he did not hide the fact that he was sizing up Su Jinyan from all angles. Su Jinyan was stunned, and then heard Chu Liufeng quickly say. Not only your ankles and knees, but also your hips have some wear and tear. Your knees must hurt a lot when it rains, right? Su Jinyan was startled and nodded slightly. How do you know? This is an old problem of mine. When I was in the national team, I had to do a lot of training every day. This is the sequelae of that time. When it rains, my knees feel like they are being pricked by needles and hurt a lot. As she spoke, she sighed softly, with a hint of helplessness and fatigue in her eyes. After all, it's for the honor of the country, so what does personal pain matter? That's why she spent a lot of money on rehabilitation after retiring. After all, if she is so angry now while she is still young, she will become a cripple when she is old. Chu Liufeng said calmly, I can see that. There is no disease that a pathologist cannot see. Su Jinyan smiled. I can see it. Har, you want to say you can see through things. You don't care. I can stimulate the acupuncture points in your body through massage techniques, which can help it recover slowly. However, a single massage treatment cannot cure the disease. If you want to completely eradicate it, you need to massage at least 10 times. No, you need to massage for at least 10 days. When Su Jinyan heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he said in surprise and joy. Can you really cure me? This stinging pain had been tormenting her for a long time and was the main reason for her retirement. The only way to cure it is through rehabilitation training and slow recovery over a long period of time. At the same time, she avoided strenuous exercise, but she was a physical education teacher and it was impossible for her not to exercise. For example, she has to climb up and down 5 floors and walk several kilometers every day to get home. During this period, she also sought acupuncture, Chinese medicine fumigation and other treatments from traditional Chinese medicine practitioners. A lot of money was spent, but it was of no use. The disease still occurs when it should, and when the pain is so excruciating I can't even stand steadily. But thinking of the massage effect of Chu Liufeng just now. Maybe Chu Liufeng really has a solution? You'll know if you try it. You didn't mean to say that, you were just making excuses. Su Jinyan picked up the pillow and covered her blushing face with it. Actually, there's no need to make such an excuse. You can just say it directly. Before she finished her words, Chu Liufeng's warm big hand had already started kneading her knees. As if it had some kind of magic. Su Jinyan felt so comfortable that she almost couldn't help but scream out. Under the miraculous healing technique, Su Jinyan's long-worn tendons, veins and bones were repaired. Chu Liufeng massaged Su Jinyan for about 6 or 7 minutes. Su Jinyan felt that her tense thighs had never been so relaxed and comfortable before. It used to hurt all the time. But now not only do I not feel any discomfort, but I feel even stronger. I have to say that Chu Liufeng's massage technique is pretty good, it's warm and comfortable. But Su Jinyan bit her pink lips tightly, her eyes full of shyness. Having experienced life and death crisis together, she no longer resists Chu Liufeng. But this is a hospital. There are young nurses walking back and forth in the corridor outside from time to time. Is this really okay? Finally, Su Jinyan couldn't help but whispered. Okay, all right. Have you pressed it enough? Release it quickly. She seemed to be begging Chu Liufeng for mercy, her voice was soft and a little anxious. There are so many people outside. Let's go to another place. Let's press it in private. Please don't press it now. Someone might see us later. Su Jinyan's cheeks were flushed like a ripe apple, and her eyes were full of shyness and uneasiness. Chu Liufeng slowly withdrew his hand and said seriously. Teacher Su, I'm treating you. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. I know. Su Jinyan huddled in the quilt, with half of her head exposed, and looked at Chu Liufeng with shy and moist eyes. My heart was pounding. How do I feel that this little man has become even more handsome? Just at this moment. The phone in Chu Liufeng's pocket suddenly vibrated. He took out his cell phone and saw that it was a text message from Aunt Xing, and his expression changed slightly. Chapter 23 Chu Liufeng, if you miss me, just look at the photos. Teacher Su, I have something urgent to do and I have to leave first. Your ankle is fine now, but you still need to stay in the hospital for a few days. I'll find you a house near Xiaguo University, and then we'll move there. What's wrong, Xiaofeng? What happened? Seeing Chu Liufeng's solemn expression, Su Jinyan was very worried. Struggling to sit up. But Chu Liufeng gently held his shoulder. It's okay, it's just that my Aunt Xing got drunk and asked me to pick her up. Don't worry, Sister Jinyan. Chu Liufeng said as he spoke. While reaching out and gently tidying up the loose hair on Su Jinyan's forehead, his eyes were full of tenderness and concern. In her worried eyes. Bend over. He rested his forehead against hers and leaned over to kiss her pink lips. Su Jinyan was stunned at first, then slowly closed her eyes and responded to the passionate kiss. Snap. At this time, Chu Liufeng took a selfie and sent the photo to Su Jinyan. Teacher Su, have a good rest. If you miss me, just look at the photos. Look at that sweet kiss photo. Su Jinyan blushed and nodded gently, with a moving light flashing in her eyes. Be careful on the road. Don't worry, Tilda. Looking at Chu Liufeng's departing back. Until you can no longer see it. Su Jinyan retracted her gaze, held her phone, stared at the kissing photo, and unconsciously revealed a sweet smile at the corner of her mouth. After thinking for a while, she set it as the screensaver. Although there is still a lack of a formal confession. But she felt she was in love. Lanyi Club VIP room number 1. After Chu Liufeng left the hospital, I hailed a taxi and headed straight there. Xing Yishan's text message didn't say anything, just, little boy, I'm going to the number 1 box of the Orchid Art Club in a while. I might be asked to drink. If you have time, come and pick me up. If you can't come, it's okay. I can drink a lot and won't get drunk. You can just wait for me at home. Although Aunt Xing said so. But Chu Liufeng knew. As a naive aunt, I am not good at dealing with this kind of situation. It would be fine if it was just drinking and spending money. But she was asking someone to borrow money, so she was naturally at a disadvantage. This would definitely make her feel extremely uneasy as she had never experienced this before. So the message I sent was also very hesitant. She wanted Chu Liufeng to support her, but she also didn't want to be so incompetent that she had to rely on Chu Liufeng for everything. That's why it's so contradictory. But this is not a big deal for Chu Liufeng. Beautiful Aunt Xing needs my help, and I will definitely do my best to help her. VIP room number 1 of Orchid Art Club. It is indeed very lively at the moment. The warm yellow crystal chandelier casts brilliant light, illuminating the entire space with splendor. There was a large table filled with all kinds of expensive delicacies from land and sea. I have drunk several bottles of this decades-old Mao Tai. There were about 10 people attending the meeting. Everyone was in high spirits and drank until their faces were red. However, 2 men with hooked noses and fierce eyes were particularly eye-catching and had extraordinary demeanor. Although sitting among the crowd. But it naturally exudes an aura that makes people feel guilty and fearful. Each of them held a dragon-headed cane in his hand. One is golden all over, sparkling with dazzling metallic luster under the light. The other one is bright silver, with 2 gems inlaid on the carved dragon head, and is priceless. You can tell from the attitude of the crowd. Their whole party was centered around them. When they occasionally spoke, people around them would nod in agreement. It was obvious that they had an extraordinary status in this circle. Yang Kaisen was a very plump woman with fair skin, but her figure was a bit tiger-like. Her white arms alone were almost as thick as the thighs of some thin men. Anyway, it fits Chu Liufeng's usual impression of bloated rich women with fat heads and big ears. She was laughing and talking to the people around her. From time to time he cast ingratiating glances at the 2 men holding dragon-headed canes. "Sister, who called you just now?" Next to her, a man who was as thin as a monkey spoke drunkenly. His name is Yang Wei, Yang Kaisen's second brother. "Xing Yishan, yes, that's the woman you like the most." Yang Kaisen took a sip of wine. "He said he came to see me for something. I guess he came to borrow money." Yang Wei's eyes lit up, he licked his lips, and revealed an obscene smile. She finally couldn't hold on any longer, right? Hee, little bitch, you're finally going to fall into my hands this time, so I can stop you from pretending to be noble. Looking at his second brother with a petty look. Yang Kaisen shook her head, somewhat annoyed that he did not fight for the weapon, but in the end she did not say anything. "Big sister, you really have to help me this time," Yang Wei said excitedly. "I've been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. I promise you, sister, I will get this last woman. You know, I've liked Xing Yishan for several years. Once I succeed, I will immediately settle down and never mess around again." Yang Kaisen frowned and said impatiently. "Oh, that's enough, I get it, stop talking, are you annoying? Hee, I know that big sister is the best. Soon. Xing Yishan is here. Send a message saying that he is waiting for her in the next room. Let's go." Yang Kaisen stood up and smiled apologetically to the 2 men. "So I went next door with Yang Wei. You haven't contacted me for a long time. What's the matter with you suddenly looking for me?" "Just opened the door of the box." Yang Kaisen made an enthusiastic sound. Xing Yishan stood in the box somewhat awkwardly. "Sister Shin, I?" Xing Yishan just opened her mouth. Suddenly, I saw a man as thin as a monkey following closely behind Yang Kaisen. "Yang Wei?" Her brows suddenly furrowed. She didn't like this person at all. Yang Wei has always liked her, even though she is married. But he always shows his courtesy to me. And often says some strange things. What? When you enter someone's yard, you think of that person's melon. When you play with someone's child, you think of that person's mother, etc. According to her understanding, this person is an out-and-out old devil. He is also very shameless and has an extremely chaotic private life. Several bars opened near the university town. He bullied many female college students from ordinary families who came to the bar to work part-time. Not only does he have countless mistresses outside. He particularly liked R7 and specifically targeted the wives of his male subordinates or married women. In order to facilitate his work, he also opened several small companies and specifically recruited some good-looking women such as beautiful mothers. In the name of business trip. Do dirty things. Some people were even forced to commit suicide because they could not bear the humiliation. But because he was Yang Kaisen's second brother and had a strong background, he was able to settle almost all of those things with money. Therefore, Xing Yishan looked down on him. Refused to have any contact with him. Some unpleasant incidents with Yang Kaisen. It happened at a party among her friends. This person suddenly came. He also kept wanting to do something to the drunk Li Mingxi. I couldn't control my temper and slapped him. Since then, I have never seen Yang Wei again. The relationship with Yang Kaisen gradually faded. After all, this man is her younger brother. Whether you beat a dog or not depends on its owner. What's wrong? Are you surprised to see me? Yang Wei walked into the box in a carefree manner, put his legs on the sofa, and touched his chin. He kept looking at Xing Yishan, with all kinds of obscene colors flashing in his eyes. Chapter 24, 10 million for a glass of wine, Xing Yishan was sold. Yee, our family is having dinner next door today. I know you don't like my second brother, but he has been missing you for a long time, so he came to see you. It's okay, and he won't disturb us from talking about things. Yang Kaisen narrowed her eyes and smiled enthusiastically. Hearing this, Xing Yishan didn't know what to say and forced a smile. She tried to keep her voice steady. Sister Shin, I've been in some trouble recently, can you lend me some money? I knew your husband was not reliable at all. He even abandoned his wife and children just to make money. He is simply a scumbag. Yang Kaisen's expression changed, and she seemed to be as angry as Xing Yishan. He's really blind to give up his beautiful wife and live with a bunch of inferior people. Now, he has made a lot of money in China and has gone out to enjoy himself, leaving my poor Yi to suffer all this alone. As she said this, she even hypocritically pulled Xing Yishan's little hand. As if he felt sorry for her. But these words made Xing Yishan look suspicious. Before he could say anything, Yang Kaisen knew everything about his situation. It seems that I pay a lot of attention to it. However, her husband works in an investment bank, and many of her relatives are big names in the financial system. If you really care. It's no surprise to know what she's facing now. But this made Xing Yishan cautious. Is it because he knew his own problem that he called Yang Wei here? Sister Shin, since you know my situation, I won't beat around the bush. Can you lend me some money for an emergency? The interest rate is negotiable. I'll pay you back in 3 years. This. Yang Kaisen showed a hesitant look on his face and winked at Yang Wei. The latter immediately understood. He walked behind Xing Yishan with a lewd look on his face and wanted to put his arms around her shoulders. Xing Yishan dodged with a frown and shouted. Yang Wei, what are you doing? Looking at the disgust in Xing Yishan's eyes. Yang Wei did not feel angry at all, but instead felt excited. Hate it. He likes it most when women look at him with this kind of eyes. The more you hate it, the more comfortable you will feel when playing it later. There is a feeling of conquest. He has seen this kind of look many times. But as long as their pride is torn apart, they will no longer have any temper in front of him. Just like a puppet, obeying any of your orders. Listen to whatever you say. He can do whatever he wants. Yang Wei looked confident and said with disdain. What you owe is not a small amount, tens of millions, why don't you just follow me? I promise that you can live a carefree life in the future. Xing Yishan interrupted him with a cold face. Please call me Xing Yishan. Yang Wei's face froze. Then his expression showed a hint of anger. This stinky woman is so ungrateful that she still gives me the cold shoulder even at this point. Yang Wei had an undisguised sneer on his face. Okay, Xing Yishan, you have guts. It's come to this point, and you're still pretending, right? Look at your current situation. You owe tens of millions, right? The bank is going to come and take back the house and the car soon, right? Do you have anything you can pledge? Do you have the ability to pay it back? If we lend you the money, isn't that a waste of money? How dare you ask for money? Or do you intend to borrow it without paying it back? Words are like knives, every word pierces the heart. You. Xing Yishan's eyes turned cold. But I also understand that what Yang Wei said is true. I really don't have any money. If Chu Liufeng hadn't discovered that box of gold bars, and Li Mingxi agreed to lend her 10 million, she really has to sleep under the bridge tomorrow. However, Yang Wei's words woke her up. It seems that Wang Lei was able to borrow so much money in the country, and even mortgaged his car and house without his knowledge, leaving himself with huge debts. There is no manipulation by internal personnel such as Yang Wei. She doesn't believe it. That's also impossible. Even most likely. It was Wang Lei who sold himself to these people. Although she hasn't been to a shopping mall for decades, she is well aware of the dark side. If you give her some time, maybe you can sue to get rid of some of the debt. But what she needs most now is time. Seeing that Xing Yishan had nothing to say, Yang Wei showed a hint of ridicule on his face. It's also because of our good relationship. To be honest, Yi, the only one who can save you now is me, Yang Wei. You have too much debt. The deadline for repayment is coming soon, right? It seems like there's more than 20 million to pay back in the first installment. How can you afford to pay it back? Are you really going to sleep under the bridge? But if you kneel down and beg me now, I can risk my reputation to help you plead for mercy and forgive you for a few months. Snort. Xing Yishan's face was full of frost, and she spoke in a cold voice. Please. Even if I die right now, I won't beg a disgusting bastard like you. Having said that, Xing Yishan prepared to go out. Let her betray herself. It's better not to lend this money. Seeing that the atmosphere was somewhat tense, Yang Kaisen hurriedly stopped Xing Yishan and turned around and angrily shouted. You bastard, what nonsense do you say all day? Get out of here now. I want to talk to Yi alone. Yang Wei looked indignant. But she saw her elder sister winking at her. He snorted coldly and walked out with a red face. After seeing Yang Wei leave, Yang Kaisen hurriedly forced a chrysanthemum-like smile, held Xing Yishan's hands, and pulled her to sit down. Look at what this incident has caused. He is a good-for-nothing. Don't bother with him. I am also a woman. I know the difficulties you are facing now, I really want to help you. But Yang Kaisen changed the subject and sighed. But Yi, you know, no matter how disappointing Yang Wei is, he is still my brother. He always tells me how much he likes you. If you can? Xing Yishan looked at her expressionlessly. Here comes one person playing the good cop and the other playing the bad cop. Sister Shin, you don't need to say anything more. If you must do that to borrow money, then I'm leaving now. She stood up and prepared to leave. But he was pulled back by Yang Kaisen. Hey, Yi, that's not what I meant, just listen to me first. Yang Kaisen thought quickly in his mind and said enthusiastically. There's no grudge that can't be resolved. You just have a small conflict. How about this, Yi, we are businessmen, and we can talk over wine. As the saying goes, a smile can erase all grudges. I'll let that bastard come and apologize to you, and you can just forgive him, okay? Just think of it as giving Sister Shin some face. I treat you as a true friend, but he is also my brother. You two don't get along, and it's very uncomfortable for me to be caught in the middle. How about this? 10 million for a glass of wine. I'll lend you as much as you drink, interest-free, and you can pay it back in 5 years. How's it going, Sister Shin treats you well, right? Chapter 25, Silly and innocent Aunt Xing is in danger. Yang Kaisen said with an understanding look. I know you're having a hard time right now, but everyone has hard times, right? Besides, you are so young and beautiful. These are not problems. You just need time. Well, have you thought about it? If you're fine, I'll call that bastard in. Don't worry, he won't dare do anything to you with me here. I just want you two to become friends instead of enemies. After all, you are both my friends, and it's hard for me to be caught in the middle. Xing Yishan frowned. As the saying goes, don't make friends when you are poor, and don't look for relatives when you are in trouble. Many people like to take advantage of others' misfortunes and rob others at this time. Even though I haven't been in business for more than 10 years. But based on her experience, she knew that there was no such thing as a free lunch. Yang Kaisen speaks better than she sings. I guess he has no good intentions. But borrowing money can really solve the urgent problem. With her alcohol tolerance, she wouldn't have any problem drinking a pound or two of white wine. Xing Yishan made up her mind and decided to just drink 2 glasses of white wine and borrow only 20 million. This way, I can pay off my due debts, use the money to start a business, and continue to support Xiaguo. And with just 2 glasses of liquor, I won't get drunk and can stay sober. Okay, just keep quiet and consider it as giving your sister some face, har har har. Speaking of. Yang Kaisen stood up happily, quickly left the box, and ran back in quickly. He held a bottle of red wine and 3 wine glasses in his hand. Following behind her was Yang Wei, who looked indignant. He looked at Xing Yishan with sinister eyes. She seemed not to understand why her elder sister would help her. Come on, Yi, I know you drove here, so it's not appropriate to drink white wine. Let me make a sample first. Yang Kaisen seemed to understand what Xing Yishan was worried about. He immediately poured himself a glass of red wine and drank it all in one gulp. Yang Wei, come over and pour some wine for Yi. I'm telling you, you're already over 40, what are you thinking about all day? I'm warning you, Yi is my best friend, don't disrespect her in the future. Hurry up and pour some wine to make amends for what you did in the past. Yi is not a petty person. Drink this wine and let the past be forgotten. Yang Kaisen roared, the flesh on his face trembling. And Xing Yishan saw that what Yang Kaisen took was not even white wine, but red wine. He even had a drink himself to put people at ease. This made her feel much more at ease. Don't look at the monk's face, look at the Buddha's face. No matter how much I look down on Yang Wei, Yang Kaisen is really helpful to me now. So Xing Yishan took the transparent high-heeled wine glass and poured herself a small glass of red wine. No need, Sister Shin, I can do it myself. Then drink it all in one gulp. The taste is still familiar. There's nothing strange about it. This made Xing Yishan's nervous heart relax a little. I know. Yi, Xing Yishan, I offended you so much in the past. I'm sorry. I won't do it again in the future. Yang Wei pursed his lips and muttered to himself, then casually poured himself a small glass of wine and drank it all in one gulp. You are a magnanimous person, and you are a tolerant person. Don't argue with me. After saying that, he walked out of the box with a frustrated look on his face. Hey Xiaowei, where are you going, you? Even though Yang Kaisen kept calling out to him, he didn't even turn his head. Oh, Yi, that's just how he is. Not to mention you, I looked down on him. You just had a drink, didn't you? It's 10 million. He left, so I came to drink with you. We haven't seen each other for a long time. Let's have a good drink. Yang Kaisen was smiling and very enthusiastic. Instead, he followed Xing Yishan. Each person drank half a glass, and soon the bottle of red wine was empty. Given their drinking capacity, this was nothing. That's 5 cups, right, Yi? I'll transfer the 50 million to you later, or do you want to keep drinking? Yang Kaisen said enthusiastically. It's been a long time since we two sisters have had such a good time drinking together. If you want to drink, I'll get you a few more. But Xing Yishan shook her head. Forget it, Sister Shin, that's enough. She had only planned to have 2 glasses of white wine. But this red wine tastes like water. At that moment, she brainstormed whether or not to have a few more drinks. After all, drinking one more drink can help you borrow an extra 10 million. In this way, when he has enough money to do business, he can leave a large sum of money for Xiaofeng. After all, he was able to take out the 200,000 bonus that he had saved for a long time for his own benefit. As an aunt, I have nothing to give in return. Even if your business fails in the end and you cannot pay back the debt in the end, so what? Anyway, too many debts don't burden you, and too many lice don't itch you. What is the difference between owing 100 million and owing 200 million? But if it's 50 million? Give 10 million to Chu Liufeng. Then he could save decades of hard work. With this thought in mind, she easily drank 5 glasses of red wine. Just because this bottle of red wine is fine doesn't guarantee that the next one will be fine too. So she still refused with great caution. Sister Shin, 50 million is enough. Thank you. I will go back first. Xing Yishan's words had just fallen. Suddenly I felt dizzy. She staggered suddenly as she stood up. How? How could that be? Are you drunk? She turned her head sharply and looked at the finished red wine and Yang Kaisen, who looked normal. Red wine is fine. That is. There is something wrong with the wine and the wine glass. Are you drunk? Yang Kaisen squeezed her facial features together, leaned forward and said enthusiastically. Then I'll carry you to rest first. Livestock. Xing Yishan quickly fainted. Her last consciousness. Just then I saw the door of the box opened again, and Yang Wei walked in slowly with a lewd smile on his face. "Hey, sister, this trick of yours is really good." Yang Wei glanced at Xing Yishan, who was lying unconscious on the ground. He came to Yang Kaisen with a smirk on his face and picked up the wine glass that Xing Yishan had drunk from. "This must be the new stuff that Mr. Aunt Xing brought. It's really awesome." He looked at it curiously. "That's right. The reason why Aunt Xing and Yang Kaisen drank the same bottle of red wine. Only Xing Yishan had problems. Because the medicine was not put in the red wine. Instead, it was applied to the inside rim of the glass. This is a colorless, odorless, transparent liquid that is newly developed. Just one drop is enough to intoxicate an elephant, and that's with a little bit of something else added in. Ordinary people can't see it at all. But when the red wine is poured into the glass, drink it along with the red wine, and no one will notice who is coming." That's how Xing Yishan fell into the trap. "Big sister, can you give me a small bottle? Just a small bottle will be enough." Yang Wei winked and said, "If there is such a thing. That would make it much more convenient for him to travel on business with his beautiful subordinate." But Yang Kaisen glared at him fiercely and said, "Yang Wei, cow nitty, you promised me. I put so much effort into getting Xing Yishan for you. If you don't learn your lesson and still mess around with me out there, do you think I'm easy to please?" Seeing Yang Kaisen getting angry, his face was trembling. Yang Wei shuddered immediately, shrank his head and whispered, "My father is not your father, why are you scolding him?" Chapter 26. Aunt Xing can't stand it anymore. "Yang Wei, don't let me find out that you are still messing around, otherwise I won't need you to do anything this time, I will kill you with my own hands." I know, big sister, I was just joking, I won't do that." "You better not," Yang Kaisen said coldly. "The family is planning a big event recently. The old man takes it very seriously and even invited Mr. Aunt Xing. I received news that Captain Qin Yang from the provincial department has been sent to Qincheng. After dealing with Xing Yishan, you'd better concentrate on your work and stop getting into trouble outside and attracting Qin Yang's attention. Otherwise, even if you are my own brother, I can't save you if you get into trouble. Mr. Aunt Xing will kill you with his own hands. Do you know that?" Hearing this, Yang Wei was immediately frightened and quickly assured, "Don't worry, sis. I know the severity of the situation." Seeing Yang Wei's obedient appearance, Yang Kaisen nodded with satisfaction. He looked at Xing Yishan, who had fainted on the ground, with disdain and said sarcastically, "Take her to the room. There are surveillance cameras there. Remember, wait 10 minutes before going in. This pretentious bitch will be more proactive than you when she wakes up. When you have the video, you will know what to do. Aren't you the best at this?" Hearing this, Yang Wei nodded awkwardly. "Hey, sister, I know." Just as Yang Wei was about to hug Xing Yishan with a lewd smile on his face, bang! Suddenly there was a loud noise. Yang Wei was so scared that he jumped up. He was just about to turn around to see who was so blind as to disturb his good deeds. The body had just turned around and the head had just turned around when suddenly a black shadow whizzed past his eyes, just brushed his face, and slammed heavily into the soft wall behind him. The force was so great that the entire box shook slightly, and even the crystal chandelier swayed. This sudden change frightened Yang Wei so much that his face turned pale. The black shadow just now was only 0.00001 millimeter away from his head. If he twisted a little more, he would probably be dead. When he came to his senses, he realized that it was actually a metal handle that was pulled down from somewhere. Who drafted it? He just yelled. The next moment, the dark shadow was still in front of the door. Suddenly rushed in. Before his eyes flashed, Yang Wei only felt a fist as big as a sandbag teleported in front of him. Bang! The whole person was knocked backwards by the punch, but while still in midair, a black shadow grabbed his ankle and swung him back. The whole person suddenly felt a huge force coming at him, and was thrown backwards. Thump! Snap! The sound of a nasal bone breaking was heard. There was even a bloody hole on his forehead, as if a nerve was hit. The whole person suddenly began to twitch and tremble violently, and even his shoes fell off. Who are you? It all happened so fast. In just a breath, his own brother was beaten half to death. The person who came was none other than himself. It was Chu Liufeng who rushed over after receiving the news. He had the X-ray function on as he ran over here. So he knew exactly what was happening here. Fortunately, Aunt Xing was not hurt at all. He turned his head slowly, his eyes gleaming with bloodthirsty excitement. At a glance, it's so scary that it makes your scalp numb. Yang Kaisen only felt a chill rushing straight to the top of his head. Between those fat and greasy thighs, a warm stream of sultry smell flowed down. Security, where is the security? As soon as Yang Kaisen opened her mouth to shout, she was punched in the face. Her face, full of fat, was smashed together. With a thud, the whole person rolled to the ground. But being fat has its benefits. After beating, this punch didn't knock her out. Just a few broken teeth. If I were to participate in a slapping competition, I don't know if I could handle it, but as long as I can handle it, there will be no problem. Yang Kaisen looked at Chu Liufeng in fear. An indistinct sound came out of his mouth. Help! But Chu Liufeng remained silent. Just pick her up. He threw her into the upholstered sofa and slapped Yang Kaisen hard on the face. Bang! Par! Par, par, par. Shoot directly left and right. He slapped me more than 10 times in a row. Chu Liufeng didn't stop until his hands felt numb. Yang Kaisen's eyes were swollen into slits, and it felt like her brain was fanned evenly. The cheeks are also swollen. This is no longer a pig's head. It is the Zhuchu Pro Plus 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 Max Plus Ultra version. I can't bear to see this. I have to sigh. The private room of the Orchid Art Association is very high-end. Even though there was a lot of commotion here, no one came to take a look. Chu Liufeng glanced at the surrounding boxes. Everyone was still drinking enthusiastically and no one cared. Suddenly, he narrowed his eyes and looked into the box next to him. 2 people hold golden and silver dragon head canes. Through X-ray vision, he discovered some unusual things inside. After taking a look at their appearance and imprinting the details in my mind, Chu Liufeng then picked up Aunt Xing and prepared to leave. Passing by Yang Wei, who was still twitching. She also kicked him hard in the crotch, and kicked it harder, turning it into a ball of rotten flesh, making him completely impotent. But even though it was so tragic, Yang Wei still refused to accept it. What a tough guy. Not a single word. Just twitching. A silent protest. Holding Xing Yishan. Seeing her like this, Chu Liufeng doesn't even need the pathological eye. That will determine what the situation is. Alas, I am this naive and beautiful aunt. We just haven't seen each other for a while, how come such a bad thing happened to me? Soon. He walked out of the Orchid Art Association unimpeded and returned to the Bentley. Just got in the car. Aunt Xing made a faint sound, which attracted Chu Liufeng's attention. But I found that Aunt Xing had a frown on her face, her eyes were closed, and she kept making sounds with her mouth. See this scene. Chu Liufeng subconsciously stretched out his hand. But when it was about to reach out, Chu Liufeng suddenly raised his hand, touched Aunt Xing's hot cheek, and gently stroked it, his eyes full of heartache. This stupid auntie. Apart from her age and body shape, she is like my aunt in every other way. Her mentality and behavior are more like that of an innocent girl in her early 20s who is naive to the world. I thought about how a few days ago, he was teaching me how to make friends and develop connections after entering college as an elder. Turns out I'm a big fool too. Suddenly, Chu Liufeng remembered his new skill. I don't know if it's useless for this situation. It's better to give it a try than to think about it 1,000 times. Chapter 27. Shy Aunt Xing. Her character is ruined. Half an hour later, Aunt Xing huddled in the back seat of the Bentley with a shy look on her face. The 2 white and slender legs were also gently curled up and huddled on the seat. Stinky Xiaofeng, bad Xiaofeng. Damn Xiaofeng, evil Xiaofeng, bad Xiaofeng. She was holding a stuffed animal in the car. Her delicate face was covered with blush, even her sparkling ears were red. Half of her face was buried in the doll, revealing only a pair of watery, shy and timid eyes, secretly looking at Chu Liufeng's profile. Her little mouth kept chattering. But every time she said it, she felt more shy, and the blush on her face deepened. Chu Liufeng was driving. She glanced at the knitted bodysuit on the passenger seat. I looked at the rearview mirror again and saw Xing Yishan's cute and shy look. He smiled helplessly. Don't blame me, Aunt Xing, I didn't know you actually. You still keep talking, shut up, shut up. Xing Yishan was so embarrassed that she hid her whole face under the stuffed doll. But this was too hasty, and while the face was hidden, the rest of the body could not be covered. She took it off again in a panic. She huddled into a ball, with only half of her shy and blushing face showing. I saw her face was red with embarrassment and it was about to drip water. Chu Liufeng said nothing more, driving the Bentley with full concentration. For a while, the only sounds in the car were the low hum of the engine and Xing Yishan's slightly rapid breathing. But in this quiet atmosphere, how can I face you in the future? I am your aunt. Xing Yishan couldn't hold it in anymore and uttered a shy sound as thin as a mosquito's hum. Damn Xiaofeng, bad Xiaofeng, stupid Xiaofeng, stinky Xiaofeng. I am too embarrassed to see anyone. My image is completely ruined. The more she thought about it, the more shy she became. The pink little fists hammered on the stuffed doll like raindrops. To relieve your nervousness and shyness. This made Chu Liufeng laugh and cry. Why did Aunt Xing's shy and cute look make him feel like he was in love? It just so happened that the car stopped at a red light for a few dozen seconds. He turned around and held out his hand. Along Xing Yishan's pink neck, gently stroked Aunt Xing's earlobe. Stopped the back of her head. An indescribable feeling came over me, like an electric shock. Aunt Xing's body trembled. I felt weak and limp, without any strength at all. Aunt Xing. You're still shy, but you won't be shy anymore after you give me a kiss. Hearing this, Xing Yishan raised her little head, and her rosy face looked extremely attractive. Come on, let me bite you to death, you bad guy Xiaofeng. She suddenly showed her two little fangs and spoke angrily with her teeth bared. He bit Chu Liufeng's arm. After returning to the Villar's garage, Xing Yishan was still very shy and even hid and didn't dare to get out of the car. But Chu Liufeng picked her up forcefully. She walked straight to the bathroom as if she was holding her daughter. Xing Yishan's cheeks were still flushed, and there was a hint of shyness and panic in her eyes. She turned her head away slightly, not daring to look directly into Chu Liufeng's eyes. Her face was pressed against Chu Liufeng's strong chest, listening to the strong and powerful heartbeat, which actually gave Xing Yishan an incomparable sense of security. Before she knew it, she found that she seemed to like the feeling of being held like this. As obedient as a kitten, just mumbling softly. Stinky Xiaofeng, I told you not to hug me. My dear Aunt Xing, it's not me who is smelly now. Go take a shower. I still have to wash the car. You humph. Xing Yishan was embarrassed and annoyed, but didn't know what to say. He could only snort and stop talking. Chu Liufeng carried Xing Yishan into their house and gently placed her in the bathroom on the second floor. Then I went back to the garage and while washing the car, I recalled the scene at the Orchid Art Society. There was a gleam of ruthlessness in his eyes. On their way back, he asked Aunt Xing about the background of the Yang family. They were indeed very powerful. To ordinary people, they were definitely big shots. The old man of the Yang family was once the #1 figure in Xinjiang. Yang Kaisen's father, who is also the second in command in another place, seems to be transferred back recently. Moreover, the Yang family is powerful and their relationships are complicated. Black and white are inseparable. Not only is he one of the best in the white world, he also has a lot of say in the black world. And he beat Yang Kaisen so badly, Yang Wei had directly crippled him. This incident has created a grudge. You have to be careful in the future. But the good thing is, I have just solved a serial murder case and I am an absolute hero. It is in the limelight nowadays. The Yang family certainly wouldn't dare to do anything openly. After all, if it really gets out of hand, the matter will have to be investigated thoroughly. For example, why did Chu Liufeng go to the Orchid Art Association? Why would the Yang siblings have a conflict with Chu Liufeng, a freshman? Why did Chu Liufeng resort to such a ruthless act? These problems can be solved by simply checking the surveillance. Of course, you can also destroy the surveillance, but can you convince people with just your one-sided statement? One day, he had nothing to do, so he rushed into the Orchid Art Association, and just happened to find the Yang siblings at that time, and then beat you two up. Is it possible? You said there is no reason. Is it simply that Chu Liufeng is ill? Are you treating everyone like children? Unless your Yang family really has absolute power in Xinjiang, it will be impossible to convince the public. What's more, Qin Yang is here. Once the surveillance footage was exposed, it was found that Yang Wei and Yang Kaisen were the first ones to have ill intentions. Yes, Chu Liufeng did beat someone up, but what about the drugging you gave him? Besides, he had just solved a murder case and now saved another life. It would be unreasonable not to award him an award for bravery. The truth was exposed, but it brought no other benefits except bringing shame to the Yang family's reputation. Therefore, Chu Liufeng judged that the Yang family would suffer the loss next. At least they have to wait until the limelight has passed before they can spare the time to deal with me. Certainly. It is not Chu Liufeng's character to sit and wait for death. Anything that has unfavorable intentions towards him, whether it is a person or an object, must be nipped in the bud. He is petty and cannot bear any adverse consequences. So brainstorm quickly in your mind. The breakthrough point was placed on the two men holding the gold and silver dragon-headed canes. As they can become guests of honor of the Yang family, their backgrounds are naturally not to be underestimated. But that's where it gets interesting. Because Chu Liufeng used X-ray vision to see what was inside their two crutches. They are all of extremely high purity, white flour, rock sugar and several other things. This Yang family is involved in a wide range of industries. If necessary later, this news can be shared with Qin Yang. When he was at the police station today, he also learned that Qin Yang had just been transferred here. As the chief of the Criminal Investigation and Drug Enforcement Brigade of a provincial department, Qin Yang's ability is well qualified for the deputy department level. He can even mobilize relevant resources across the province to carry out his work. His strength is undoubtedly powerful. This kind of person was suddenly transferred to Qincheng. It's hard not to wonder whether it has something to do with the white-faced gangs behind these two people. If possible, I can use Qin Yang's knife to stab the sheep. Of course, that's all later. It has been a busy day today, and the sky has even darkened. It feels like I have been busier than I have been in a month. But Chu Liufeng became very excited. He didn't forget that Xing Yishan shyly told him to wait until the evening to help her. Chu Liufeng was also looking forward to how Aunt Xing would help him. Just at this moment, a somewhat shy voice suddenly came. Xiaofeng, you haven't finished washing yet. Chu Liufeng raised his head and saw Aunt Xing sitting at the counter on the second floor, staring at him with bright eyes. Fuck, Aunt Xing. Chapter 28, Marula. My mom found out. The second floor of the villa. Xing Yishan has long hair draped over her shoulders and delicate makeup on her pretty face. She covered her chest with her hands shyly, leaving her snow-white shoulders exposed to the air. She was different from her usual dignified, generous and noble self. Now she is wearing a black deep V backless lace long dress. There is a layer of light purple lace inside the deep V neckline. It is very sexy yet elegant, with a strong aura of a noble lady. The slim skirt tightly wraps around Aunt Xing's sexy waistline, without a trace of excess fat, all moved to the right places for fullness and slenderness. It fully displays her perfect figure maintained by years of yoga practice. A pair of stockings has been put on the snow-white thighs, and matched with a pair of Valentino red-bottomed black-surfaced stiletto heels on the jade feet. Not only does it make the legs look longer, but it also adds to the young woman's endless charm and style. Xing Yishan was stared at by Chu Liufeng. She was already feeling shy in her heart, and her face was flushed. Even though he had been looked at carefully by Chu Liufeng when he was in the car just now. But now she is still very shy. After all, compared to my unconscious self. Now this is really my own initiative. Taking the initiative to do it to my best friend's biological son. But an inexplicable emotion arose in her heart. I didn't expect that Xiaofeng, the usually carefree bad guy, would actually stare at me. She didn't expect that she would soon become an old woman. He could actually attract the bad guy Xiaofeng to this extent. For a moment, I felt shy and secretly happy. And this set of clothes is full of temptation. She bought it specially after she parted with Chu Liufeng today. She took a long time to choose and asked several sales specialists. It is said that this long skirt is very attractive to men and has great appeal to young people. Although the price is almost 6 figures, I am actually reluctant to part with it as I am currently burdened with huge debts. But in order to present the best effect, I want to have the most perfect little secret memory with Chu Liufeng. She gritted her teeth and bought it. Judging from Chu Liufeng's current reaction, she was very satisfied. This is money well spent. Aunt Xing stared at the shy Chu Liufeng and scolded in a low voice. Why are you still standing there? Are you stupid? Are you a wooden man? Come here quickly. Chu Liufeng woke up and his face turned red. He claims to be a master in love. I never thought that one day I would reveal such a stupid side of myself. But when he went upstairs, looking at the beautiful Aunt Xing, the delicate pink neck drooped down, exposing two sections of snow white and delicate collarbones to the air, with skin as delicate and smooth as milk. Under the warm light, it reflected a soul-stirring holy light, and just looking at it made his heart beat faster. Xing Yishan also put on a delicate full makeup. She is usually very lazy. We've been living together day and night for the past month since we moved in. Chu Liufeng had never seen Xing Yishan put on makeup. Of course, it's also because Aunt Xing looks great without makeup. If the most beautiful woman plus full makeup is 99 points, Aunt Xing's bare face already scores 100 points. Not to mention that she is wearing makeup now, which makes her look even better. I haven't put on makeup for a long time, don't laugh at me if it doesn't look good. Aunt Xing bit her red lips lightly with her pearly teeth, turned her head away shyly, and spoke in a voice as soft as a mosquito's hum. Such a shy and cute look. It's exactly like a shy scene of a young girl in love facing her lover. Chu Liufeng only felt that his breathing became a little rapid. Oh shit, I can't take it. I'm about to have a nosebleed. What about the miraculous healing? Heal me quickly. Although Chu Liufeng is usually carefree. But all kidding aside, he is still an innocent boy. Commonly known as Chu Nan. It's just that I've seen a lot of top-notch ones. Ordinary beauties are not pleasing to the eye. Naturally, he didn't have much emotional change. But Xing Yishan is different. This extremely mature and beautiful woman is gentle, virtuous and intellectual, both in her figure and appearance. They were simply growing on his heart. Every move, every frown and every smile can be captivating. Forget about him, even the saint of heaven wouldn't be able to withstand it. Puff. Xing Yishan's beautiful eyes were filled with ripples. This was also the first time she saw this side of Chu Liufeng. She stroked her hair shyly. Don't turn on the light. I'm a little nervous. There was a subtle smell in the air. It was a unique and subtle scent mixed with body odor. Just at this moment. What's Daddy's dad's name? Daddy's dad's name is. Dad. A shrill cell phone ring suddenly rang. It was Chu Liufeng's cell phone ringing. He and Xing Yishan were both startled. Aunt Xing's misty and watery peach blossom eyes regained some clarity, and she looked at Chu Liufeng in a trance. The cold moonlight shone on his sculpted muscles, with clear and tough lines, full of power and beauty, just like a paladin charging in the holy light. Xing Yishan's gaze seemed to be fixed. Don't answer. Chu Liufeng didn't care, and the phone ringing soon stopped. But then. The phone rang again, apparently the man called again. What's Daddy's dad's name? Daddy's dad's name is. Dad. Chu Liufeng was furious. He turned sideways to pick up the phone and was about to curse a few words, but when he saw the caller ID, he shuddered all over. Lin Wanshu. Holy shit. It's my mom calling. His reaction aroused Xing Yishan's curiosity, and she looked at him in confusion with her watery and misty eyes. Chu Liufeng raised his index finger to gesture to Xing Yishan to keep quiet, and answered the call. Hey, Mom, why did you suddenly remember that you have a son today? Hearing Chu Liufeng's name, Xing Yishan's body trembled, and the rosy face instantly disappeared, turning pale. A huge look of fear suddenly emerged in her misty peach blossom eyes, and she hurriedly propped herself up and got out of bed. But Chu Liufeng was prepared. He stretched out his hand and gently held Xing Yishan. Facing Aunt Xing's angry and terrified gaze, he shook his head and tapped the speakerphone directly with his finger. What are you saying, you idiot boy? If you dare to say that again, I will fly over here right away. Hey, I believe it. What's wrong with you, Mom? You sound a little angry. Who bullied my mom? Tell your eldest son quickly, and I'll beat him to death. Chu Liufeng said, while putting the phone gently aside. Xing Yishan looked nervous, frowning and staring at Chu Liufeng fiercely. But Chu Liufeng just had an evil smile on his face, with a somewhat surprised expression. Because he saw it keenly. Deep in Xing Yishan's frightened peach blossom eyes, there was a hint of strange color. Alas! I didn't expect that Aunt Xing, who is noble, elegant, graceful, and generous, would like this. Chapter 29. You listen to my excuses, no explanations. Go play somewhere else. Just stop making me angry. I'm not in the mood to listen to your nonsense now. Where's your Aunt Xing? What is she doing? I called her more than a dozen times but she didn't answer. Xing Yishan then remembered that her cell phone had run out of battery and she had forgotten to charge it. After hearing this, Xing Yishan immediately waved her hands at Chu Liufeng, indicating that he should not mention her. But Chu Liufeng curled his lips. Aunt Xing is right next to me. We are watching TV. Maybe her phone is out of battery. What's wrong, Mom? Do you have something to do with Aunt Xing? Hearing this, Xing Yishan's body suddenly stiffened, her peach blossom eyes widened, and a blush suddenly appeared on her pale face that had originally turned bloodless. There must be something wrong, let her answer the phone. My mother's tone was urgent, as if something big had happened. I'm on speakerphone, Mom. You and Aunt Xing, what are you two best friends trying to say in private? Just treat me as an invisible person in the air and let me listen too. I promise not to interrupt. Chu Liufeng was joking, but his eyes were looking at Xing Yishan's frightened yet charming face. This gave him an inexplicable feeling. Chu Liufeng. Don't make me angry, let your Aunt Xing answer the phone. It seems that there is something serious going on when I meet my mother. Xing Yishan saw that there was no way to avoid it, so she quickly pinched her neck, cleared her throat, and said in a slightly hoarse voice. What's wrong, Wanshu? Why did you think of calling me today? Okay, how dare you do this without telling me? Lin Wanshu said, almost roaring. But her voice has a very soft and elegant charm. So even if it is very loud, it seems gentle and tender, and it doesn't sound scary. But that's normal times. Now Xing Yishan was almost scared to death when she heard this. The little face suddenly turned extremely pale, without even a trace of blood left. Even Chu Liufeng was shocked. What the hell? Did my mom really install a surveillance camera on me? Did she know all this? Xing Yishan bit her lip and dared not speak. Lin Wanshu continued to fire at full speed. Are we still best friends? Are you doing this to me? Although Lin Wanshu's voice was soft and gentle. But at this moment, people feel threatened. It was as if something bad was going to happen the next moment. My scalp suddenly felt tingling and a chill rose up from my back unconsciously. I. Xing Yishan looked frightened and stammered for a long time without uttering a single word. How the hell should I say this? After all, as the old saying goes, to catch a thief, catch the stolen goods, to catch an adulterer, catch both of them. Aren't you currently? Explain. No, I don't even know how to make an excuse. I even wanted to kneel down and admit my mistake. Chu Liufeng didn't even dare to breathe. Spicy. Discovered. My mom really installed a surveillance camera on herself. Mom, they are all mine. Chu Liufeng snatched the phone away and wanted to take full responsibility. But before Chu Liufeng could finish his words, Lin Wanshu's sneering voice came from the phone. You went to borrow money from others instead of me? Do you still consider me as your best friend? A sudden expansion. Chu Liufeng and the panicked Xing Yishan were both stunned for a moment. Borrow money? Borrow money? How long do you want to keep it a secret from me? If a few friends hadn't suddenly told me this news today, I wouldn't have known that you owed so much money. What on earth do you want to do, Xing Yishan? Of course I miss your big son. Of course, Chu Liufeng just made up these words in his mind. After all, Xing Yishan's head was completely foggy at the moment and she had no idea what was going on. In simple terms, Shalaji is very happy. Are you done talking? The bank is coming to repossess their house soon. Do you have the money to pay it back? Why don't you look for me at this time and find someone else? I just want to ask you what you want to do. Do you want to sleep under the bridge? Chu Liufeng interrupted hurriedly. Mom. It's like this. Today I found a secret compartment in the villa, which contained more than 8 million in gold. Then Aunt Xing and I went to find Aunt Li Mingxi today. She agreed to lend me 10 million, and then, as soon as the words fell, Chu Liufeng's eyes widened instantly. The balls and eggs are spicy. I said the wrong thing. Chu Liufeng felt that he was also confused and his mind was not clear. If you say this now, isn't it just to deliberately start a war? Really? There was a strange silence on the other end of the phone. But it's more like the calm before the storm. Only two very light and soft words were heard. He. That's right, the one you're looking for is Li Mingxi. Thump. The sky is falling. Chu Liufeng, who knew his mother very well, knew this very clearly. Behind my mother's calm words at this moment, there is a huge volcano that is about to erupt. Her gentle voice is just a good quality she has had for a long time. But now, the anger in my mother's heart is about to break through the cage of reason. Xing Yishan was so anxious that she almost cried. She quickly took the phone and explained. No, Wanshu, it's not that I didn't look for you. I thought of you first, but I owe too much money now. I'm not sure I can pay it back even if I borrow money. You've borrowed so much money. It's fine if other people can't pay it back, but you can't. You still have Xiaguo to support. I'm a bottomless pit. There was still silence on the other end of the phone. Xing Yishan felt that every second was extremely tormented, and fine beads of sweat kept appearing on her fair forehead. I'm sorry, Wanshu, I didn't mean to hide it from you, My head is about to explode. What is this called? Finally. Lin Wanshu spoke, her voice still so soft, no emotion could be heard from her. Okay, why are you so flustered? I'm not the unreasonable type. It doesn't matter who you borrow money from. Others can't borrow money even if they want to. My company is in trouble right now. I scraped together 20 million today and have already deposited it into your card. The rest. Wait for me to think of a solution. If nothing works, I will sell the company. Anyway, someone is offering 200 million now. I will sell it to pay off your debt. No. Hearing this, Xing Yishan refused without even thinking about it. How can I sell the company? This is Lin Wanshu's life's work. I have spent almost half my life on this, how can I just sell it? Moreover, there is still broad market prospect now, and in a few years it may even be able to go public and reach a market value of tens of billions. How can such a high-quality asset be sold just like that? But she knew that Lin Wanshu was sentimental. She could really do such a thing. No, please don't, Wanshu, just think of it as me begging you, please consider Xiaofeng. He is still young and will need money a lot in the future. I will handle my own affairs here, so don't worry about it. It's no big deal. The worst that can happen is that you'll just die, right? Lin Wanshu said calmly and gently. Xing Yishan bit her lip and said nothing. You, stop thinking about those extreme things. You are not alone. Does Keek not know about this? Xing Keek is Aunt Xing's daughter. Perfectly inherited all the advantages of Xing Yishan, beautiful bubbling. He is half a year younger than Chu Liufeng and is currently studying abroad. Wanshu. Xing Yishan was so moved that she burst into tears, and her tears wet the bed sheets. I haven't told Coco yet, let her study abroad with peace of mind. Well, it's best not to tell her. We adults shouldn't let children know about our affairs, otherwise she will be very stressed. I will transfer 1 million to Coco tomorrow. So, don't think about anything else. Just pay it back slowly. It's just money. You can't bring it with you when you are born and you can't take it with you when you die. If it's gone, we can slowly look for it, okay? Lin Wanshu said gently. It's very soothing, like listening to ASMR. It's like walking in the Norwegian forest. Even through the phone. Everyone can imagine that Lin Wanshu has a faint smile on her face at this moment, and her eyes are soft and warm. Anyway, you have about 40 million in your hands now, right? It can hold out for a while. We can pay off the rest of the debt slowly. It's no big deal. I know. Xing Yishan couldn't stop her tears from flowing. The desire to make money reached its peak at this moment. She wiped her tears with trembling hands and said in a sobbing voice. Wanshu, thanks to you and Xiaofeng for always being by my side. If it weren't for you, I really don't know what I would do. You still haven't changed your crybaby habit after so many years. You're already such a grown-up. Lin Wanshu seemed to be helpless and held her forehead. Xiaofeng, that naughty boy hasn't caused you any trouble recently, right? I saw my mother mention me when she was talking about relationship with her best friend. Chu Liufeng's eyes moved and a wicked smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Xiaofeng, oh. Aunt Xing's eyes widened instantly. Looking at Chu Liufeng bathed in the cold moonlight, she felt embarrassed and annoyed for a moment. Chapter 30. Chu Liu Feng. Don't bully your Aunt Xing. What's wrong with him? Is he worrying you? Tell me, I will definitely take care of him. Chu Liufeng quickly interrupted. Hey, Mom. Don't use such leading conversational questions. If you want to punish your son, just tell me and I'll wash the drum and fly it back for you to play, but don't beat around the bush like that. I'm talking to your Aunt Xing, why are you butting in? Shut up. Treat Chu Liufeng. Lin Wanshu's attitude was not so good. You can tell that she's actually still feeling angry about being kept in the dark. But since her best friend has already acted like this, she can't lose her temper. But for Chu Liufeng, humph, just concentrate on being the punching bag. Chu Liufeng opened his mouth, choked, but no sound came out. Just showed a helpless smile. After all, she is his beloved mother, what else can he do? Are you going to talk back? That's not necessary. It's also a very happy thing to be taught a lesson by my mother. Don't worry too much, just tell me the truth. Well Xiaofeng he. Xing Yishan's pretty face was flushed with red, and her watery peach blossom eyes glared at Chu Liufeng fiercely. But the latter had an expression of being a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water. Leaving her helpless. And how the hell should I say this? Worry. Who cares? Whose heart? But Xing Yishan's words were hard to talk about. But to Lin Wanshu, it was a different story. His brows furrowed slightly, and his voice was filled with a bit of majesty. Chu Liu Feng. Don't think that your Aunt Xing has a gentle temper and can't control you. You dare not listen to her. I warn you, be honest. Oh shit. Even though Chu Liufeng was very strong in his heart, he almost lost his mind when he heard such words. No way, Mom. Do you have a system too? Or the kind that opens the third eye? Otherwise, how can every word be so appropriate? Be honest. Completely honest. Look at his obedient appearance. Xing Yishan suddenly let out a chuckling laugh like a silver bell. Wanshu, please stop scaring Xiaofeng. You have left a huge psychological trauma on him. He is usually fearless, and a yell from you is more effective than anything else. Well, he deserves it. Xing Yishan laughed so hard that she fell backwards, her cherry red lips never closing in delight. Don't worry, Xiaofeng is very well behaved and obedient, you don't have to worry about anything. And if Xiaofeng hadn't been comforting me today, I don't know how I would have held on. This is what Xing Yishan really thinks. This is also the most fundamental reason why she is doing this now. After all, if it weren't for Chu Liufeng's continuous help to her. After experiencing the helplessness of bankruptcy, borrowing money and being knocked unconscious, she didn't even dare to think about whether she had the courage and dignity to continue living. Maybe it has already reached the rooftop. Go down from the 30th floor to the first floor, without taking the stairs or the elevator. Xiaofeng listens to me very well and doesn't bully me. Xing Yishan glanced at Chu Liufeng with her bright and lively peach blossom eyes. The red face showed undisguised deep love. Yeah. It seems that he is still useful. Is he having affairs at school? It seemed like there was no end to this conversation. Chu Liufeng hurriedly picked up the phone. Okay, Mom, it's so late and you should go to bed early. I'm hanging up now. Love you, Mom. MUA. Looking at Chu Liufeng's embarrassing look, Xing Yishan smiled sweetly, looking beautiful and charming. She stretched out her hands, twisted his ears, and said angrily, Good for you, Chu Liufeng. Your mother told you to listen to me, and you did so. Be careful or I will tell your mother about you. She spoke. Suddenly I realized that this posture is somewhat. My cheeks flushed instantly. For a while. She is shy and beautiful, incomparable. When Chu Liufeng and Aunt Xing woke up, it was already 9 o'clock the next morning. With my physical fitness, I wouldn't be too tired. But too much happened yesterday. He fought a life and death battle with the robbers, saved Aunt Xing, and beat up the Yang siblings. Then after coming back it was another completely crazy night. I fell into a deep sleep until dawn. This is also the first time in a while that I have slept so soundly. It feels like I have traveled through time. I close my eyes and open them again, and several hours have passed. Especially the subtle fragrance and unique taste that fills the entire room. Chu Liufeng fell into a very comfortable sleep. I also had a slightly perverted dream. In the dream, there was not only Aunt Xing, but also when that ray of golden sunlight shines through the window. It seems a bit dazzling. Chu Liufeng narrowed his eyes and blocked it with his strong arms. Perhaps the movement was a little too big and startled Xing Yishan, who was standing next to him. Aunt Xing let out a soft and pleasant moan from her attractive little red lips. Hum. At this time, Aunt Xing slowly opened her gentle eyes. Her bright pupils, as dazzling and beautiful as the stars in the night sky, fluttered along with her long and slightly curled eyelashes. However, she soon thought of something, her pupils trembled, and she quickly closed her eyes. Their whole person was motionless, his breathing became long and slow, and the gear changed from automatic to manual. See this scene. Chu Liufeng immediately found it funny. I didn't expect Aunt Xing to be such an elegant, graceful, mature and beautiful woman. It's surprising that they have such childish behavior. Even though they have had in-depth communication with each other, they are still so shy. It seems that Aunt Xing accepted it, but not completely. Although the two have no blood relationship. But after all, he was her best friend's biological son, her junior, the one she had watched grow up, the one she had held since he was still wearing open crotch pants. Now it has become her. It's normal to feel shy for a while. Chu Liufeng did not expose Aunt Xing. Just quietly admire Aunt Xing's gentle and intellectual face. On Xing Yishan's delicate little face. Not more, not less, just 2 eyes, 2 nostrils, and a mouth. Although everyone has it. But it looks so beautiful and perfect on Aunt Xing's face. The warm yellow sunlight shines on her delicate and tender little face. It is filled with a holy and intellectual maternal glow that penetrates their heart. It didn't last long because I couldn't keep pretending to be asleep right under my nose. Aunt Xing opened her eyes unhappily. She said angrily, feeling ashamed and annoyed. Bad guy Xiaofeng, how long are you going to look at me? Chu Liufeng's face was calm and his heart was not beating. If possible, I want to see you the first thing I see when I open my eyes every morning. Go, 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 you stinky Xiaofeng, get out now. Xing Yishan urged with a red face. She wanted to sit up, but suddenly realized that she was still naked under the quilt. So I could only curl up in the quilt, with half of my blushing little head exposed. One more mouthful before you go. Chu Liufeng also knew that it would take time for Xing Yishan to adapt. After all, what she considered was different from what I considered. How dare you, Xiaofeng? Hum. Aunt Xing's eyes widened and looked fierce. Chu Liufeng smiled wickedly, held up her little head, and kissed her soft lips. The warm breath of the two people hit each other's face. Chu Liufeng also uttered a magnetic voice from his throat. Aunt Xing. I love you. Xing Yishan was stunned at first. Then he slowly closed his eyes and stretched out his 2 little hands from under the quilt. He also held Chu Liufeng's tough and handsome face that looked as if it was cut by a knife. Respond to this good morning kiss warmly. After a long time, their lips parted. Watching Chu Liufeng walk out. He also thoughtfully closed the bedroom door with his broad back. Xing Yishan's eyes were blurred. She tilted her head and looked quietly at the bright sky outside the window. Slowly from her red lips, 4 words came out. I love you too. Chapter 31 Eyes of Value. I can see the rate of return. Just walked out of the room. The system's voice suddenly rang in my mind. Ding. Detected that the host helped Xing Yishan escape from crisis. Obtain, Eye of Value. Eye of Value, when the host observes an item through the eye of perspective, a value assessment will be made. During the assessment, all basic value information such as the material, age, and origin of the item will be comprehensively analyzed. Combined with the current market situation, an accurate and detailed analysis of the item's rate of return will be made. What the hell? Chu Liufeng was stunned. Eye of Value. This is simply a magical skill to pick up a bargain. Just by looking at this description, Chu Liufeng knew that no matter whether it was a rare treasure or an ordinary thing, it could be presented to him most clearly, and he could also see the rate of return, that is, the maximum value that the corresponding item could generate. That's awesome. After all, although he has gained the ability to see through things, like gambling on stones, he has a natural advantage over others. But the business of gambling on stones is very complicated. Generally speaking, it is easy to deal with things that cost tens of millions. A floating price negotiation could result in fluctuations of hundreds of thousands, and he was not sure whether he would get the best jade. How much is it worth? But now, with the eye of value, he can know what is going on. And Chu Liufeng's heart was burning with excitement, as this eye of value not only had a unique advantage in gambling on stones. You can also appraise treasures, find bargains on antiques, and so on. That's awesome. The antique business is also very complicated. Something that just came out of the factory last week could also be described by the boss as having just been unearthed from the Shang and Zhou dynasties. A worthless little gadget worth $8. The price is 80,000. Not to mention novices, even old hands sometimes make mistakes and end up getting pecked in the eye by the eagle instead of trying to catch it. But now, there is no need to worry at all. In the eyes of value, whether it is a treasure or gold in a cesspool, nothing will escape exposure. Restraining the excitement in his heart, Chu Liufeng subconsciously looked at the watch in his hand. He blinked. In an instant, a strange force surged before his eyes, and a curtain of light instantly appeared in his eyes. The watch's brand history, production process, material composition, and even the current price fluctuations in the market and the estimated appreciation potential in the next year all appeared in his mind one by one. This was the gift Aunt Xing gave him when he first moved in with Xing Yishan. Evaluation object, Rolex watch. Brand history, Rolex, founded in 1905 by Hans Wilsdorf and material, 18K. Year, modern. Condition, 90% new. Market value, 48,000 yuan. Return rate, 8%. That's a pretty accurate assessment. A smile appeared on Chu Liufeng's face. This watch cost only more than 50,000 yuan when it was brand new. It is normal that a part of it is broken now. Xiaofeng, what are you looking at? Just at this moment, Xing Yishan's clear and pleasant voice suddenly rang out. She had changed into a well-cut white lace slim dress that perfectly showed off her sexy figure and was full of intellectual charm. Her hair was also tied up. There is a kind of dignified, generous, noble and elegant beauty. On the delicate and white collarbone on her neck hung a priceless blue diamond necklace. The slender chain hung naturally, and the diamond just fell into the deep, as if it was about to fall into an endless abyss. The explosive figure is tightly wrapped in a tight white skirt, and it is round like a round heart. Under the narrow lace skirt, two white and slender beautiful legs are revealed, without any excess fat on the small legs. The cute white little feet wearing a pair of white high heels make Xing Yishan's figure even more graceful. In the bright sunshine, it gives people a feeling of being fresh, refined and elegant, like a fairy descending to earth. There was a blush on Aunt Xing's face, but it was more radiant than usual, and she looked full of energy, as if she was a different person. What's wrong? Do you want to change your watch? Let's go and choose one. Before the person got close, Chu Liufeng could already smell the unique fragrance that belonged to Aunt Xing, which was refreshing. No. Aunt Xing, you are dressed so beautifully, do you have any plans for today? Chu Liufeng withdrew his gaze. A pair of bright eyes looked Xing Yishan up and down without any concealment. Being stared at by this extremely aggressive gaze, Xing Yishan only felt her face getting hot and her heart pounding. She lowered her head slightly. Trying to hide her blush caused by Chu Liufeng's gaze, she turned her face slightly, as if to avoid the burning gaze, and then turned back as if mustering up the courage, and said softly, "Can't I dress up if I don't have any plans?" As she spoke, she gently lifted the hair beside her ear, her movements elegant and somewhat charming. I understand. Women dress up to please themselves, right? Chu Liufeng touched his chin, a wicked smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Aunt Xing, tell me the truth, did you dress up especially for me? Aunt Xing usually wears whatever is comfortable for her and rarely dresses up in such a fairy-like manner. Xing Yishan's eyes were somewhat evasive. His usual courage and competence were completely gone at this moment. Instead, she showed a little girl's shyness. Xing Yishan's face was rosy and she spoke in a voice as soft as a mosquito. She did not deny her feelings. Xiaofeng, although I did that yesterday, but I. Xing Yishan's words were intermittent, as if something was choking her throat. She took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down, but her slightly trembling hands still revealed her inner nervousness. She raised her eyes and looked at Chu Liufeng. My mind was in a mess and I didn't know how to start. Chu Liufeng stepped forward, gently grasped Xing Yishan's slender waist, and pulled her tightly into his arms. Hum! Xing Yishan exclaimed softly. Their whole person suddenly bumped into Chu Liufeng's warm chest. The familiar and reassuring scent of Chu Liufeng lingered at the tip of her nose, and her panicked heart skipped a beat. Xiaofeng. Chu Liufeng lowered his head slightly, his warm breath sprayed on Xing Yishan's ears, and he said softly. Aunt Xing, I know your anxiety and concerns. Don't worry, no third person will know about this. It's just a little secret between us. It's just that, in private, Aunt Xing, you. She raised her head, and her watery peach blossom eyes looked towards Chu Liufeng. The two looked at each other affectionately, and there seemed to be an invisible electric current flowing between their sight. We are in perfect harmony and understand each other. No need to say anything more. He understands her and she understands him. Life is short, enjoy it while you can. Aunt Xing, I'm a little hungry, can you make me some breakfast? Half an hour later. Xing Yishan rolled her eyes at Chu Liufeng, and her beautiful eyes never left him. Bad guy Xiaofeng. She naively thought Chu Liufeng was hungry and prepared to make breakfast for him. As a result, just as he walked into the kitchen, Chu Liufeng followed him in. What about making breakfast together? Chapter 32 8000% return rate. Beautiful woman in Cheongsam. After eating and drinking, Chu Liufeng was also ready to start making money. So he took Xing Yishan and headed straight to Qincheng Antique Street. This antique street is a huge market that gathers gambling stones, antiques, porcelain, jade and other things. It's almost like a department store. It's very lively there today, with more people than usual. Nothing else. Just because a high-end jadeite rough stone auction is going to be held here today. The scene was crowded with jade experts and wealthy businessmen from all over the world, all gearing up for the event. His eyes were fixed on the pieces of jadeite raw stones placed on the table. Xiaofeng, why are we here? Xing Yishan looked at the noisy gambling stone market. She was a little puzzled by the dazzling array of stones, the unscrupulous merchants and the tour guides, who were all singing the same tune and aroused the tourists' eagerness to try them out. Are you trying to make money gambling on stones? Xing Yishan has never been very interested in these things. She couldn't believe that her luck was so good. Those treasures that even experts couldn't see were picked up by a newbie who knew nothing about it. Just take a look, maybe I'll be lucky. Chu Liufeng looked around, looking very interested. In fact, it is to see whether there is anything worth buying through the eye of value. Let's go, Xiaofeng, don't believe this. Xing Yishan held Chu Liufeng's arm affectionately, her beautiful eyes showing some worry. It's impossible to get a bargain. We should take our time to make money. There's no need to rush. She was a little worried that Chu Liufeng would get carried away and become addicted to this alternative gambling game. Don't worry, Aunt Xing. Just treat it as a date. Can you accompany me? Hearing what Chu Liufeng said, Xing Yishan pursed her lips. All right. Without saying anything more, he concentrated on accompanying Chu Liufeng on the tour. Many of the vendors in the antique street are dressed like old farmers. They set up their stalls with a torn plastic bag covered in dirt. They look around in a hurry, giving people the feeling that their treasures are not of legitimate origin and cannot be seen in public, so they are only sold to people who know the value of their goods. Of course, you can just watch this kind of old actor. Anyone who believes him is a fool. Came to a roadside stall. Chu Liufeng squatted down and said with a smile, "Let me take a look." Evaluation object, jade bracelet. Material, high rib glass, very similar in appearance to Hachin jade, with the characteristics of high whiteness, structure, high hardness, and relatively resistant to falling. Often used to impersonate Hachin jade bracelets and other plain items. Year, modern. Quality, very poor. Market value, 20 yuan. Return rate, almost zero. Summary, not suitable for purchase, worthless garbage, can only deceive ignorant noobs who want to find bargains. I glanced at the information on the jade bracelet. Chu Liufeng's eyes moved slightly, he discovered it. The eye of value will provide different information depending on the object of evaluation. He asked casually. How much is this jade bracelet? The stall owner in the old farmer suit gestured with a smile. 80,000. Question mark. Damn it. He really asked for 80,000, right? Hey, little brother, you really know what's good. This thing is incredible and has a great origin. It's from the Shang and Zhou dynasties. King Wen of Zhou gave it to his wife, Queen Wending, Taisai. You know who Queen Wending is, right? She is regarded as a model of a good wife and a loving mother. She was honored as a mother Wen by later generations. Because it is extremely precious, it is a national treasure. Later, even Wu Ziqian wore it. Let me tell you a secret. Even that old lady Cixi wanted to wear it. She even issued a notice to the world that whoever can find this item will be rewarded with 1,000 gold coins and be made a marquis. So selling it to you for 80,000 is not expensive at all. How about it, little brother? What do you think? If you think it's too expensive, just name a price. Business talks are all about negotiation. National treasure. Queen Munjong, Empress Wu Ziqian wore. Chu Liufeng's mouth twitched, and without saying anything, he silently put the jade bracelet back. Damn, you're so bold. Still Business Weekly, last week. The offer is already 80,000, is there anything left to bargain for? Don't even talk about bargaining in half. Even if you offer a 0.1% discount and quote the price as 800, or even 200, the stall owner will happily agree instantly. No, you really treat Chinese people as Sakura people. I have to say that Chu Liufeng really admires these people. He spoke nonsense and came up with a story that he made up at will. And he didn't blush or feel his heart skip a beat, and he spoke so confidently, as if it were really true. He is simply a born actor. It would be a real shame not to write novels or make up stories. Glancing at the other items on the stall. Evaluation object, jade porcelain. Year, modern. Quality, very poor. Market value, 18.81 yuan. Return rate, almost zero. Summary, not suitable for purchase, worthless garbage, can only deceive ignorant noobs who want to find bargains. Evaluation object, calligraphy and painting. Year, modern. Market value, 10 yuan. Return rate, almost zero. Summary, not suitable for purchase, worthless garbage, can only deceive ignorant noobs who want to find bargains. Evaluation object, jade ruby. Year, modern. Market value, 9.9 yuan. Return rate, almost zero. Summary, rubbish. Chu Liufeng, fuck. Look at them one by one. It's all fucking double-digit crap. There were hundreds of items, but I couldn't find anything worth hundreds of dollars. It's all garbage. But think about it, there are no real antiques among these street stall goods. They are all mass-produced modern handicrafts and are inherently of low value. If you go to wholesale for free, it can be even cheaper, probably only $1 or $2. It is impossible to find a bargain if you want to. But following Chu Liufeng's gaze, the stall owner was happy to quote a package. That 30,000, that 50,000, that 70,000, that 100,000, if you really want to give you 80,000. This is so fucking heartless. It's just to fool some ignorant fools. Of course, it's something we both want. It can also be considered as tuition fee for those newbies who dream of getting rich overnight by taking advantage of a bargain. I looked at other vendors and they were all like this, all full of junk and no good stuff at all. Occasionally, the money would double, from 10,000 to 20,000, but Chu Liufeng looked down on that. Even bargaining is a waste of time. I really don't know about those who got away with it. How can you make hundreds of thousands, or even millions of dollars by just taking a single step? Anyway, Chu Liufeng didn't see any good stuff. It is almost impossible to find bargains by buying antiques. Let us take a look at gambling on stones. At least there's still a chance for that thing. Just as he was glancing around casually. Suddenly, a series of eye-popping return rates suddenly emerged. Evaluation object, jadeite rough stone. Price, 200,000. Market value, 16 million. Return rate, 8,000%. Summary, very high value. Very high rate of return. You can get it. Chu Liufeng. What the hell? No, 8,000%. That's an 80-fold return on investment. Oh shit. He stared at the thing without blinking. It was a vacant lot at the end of a back street in an antique street. It is a temporary guild hall that separates the antique street into a new space. There were security guards standing guard at the entrance of the guild hall, and there were many people coming in and out in an endless stream. Through perspective, Chu Liufeng saw that there were more than 100 stalls in the field, and each stall was filled with raw stones. A quick look revealed that there were at least thousands of jadeite raw stones displayed. On the other side of the hall, various cutting machines were provided for those who wanted to have their jade cut on the spot. A large amount of jadeite raw stones are still being transported in. The 80-fold return rate we just saw. It is one of the jadeite rough stones the size of a basketball. Next to the original stone, there is also a woman wearing a cheongsam. With her hair tied up, delicate makeup and a hot body. Her fair skin looked even more dazzling under the sunlight. The hem of her panty skirt was open directly to her thighs, and her round buttocks were covered by the cheongsam. As she walked with a twist of her body, the hem of her skirt was extremely eye-catching and aroused endless imagination. Chapter 33. Auntie pays for the entire meal. Let's go, Aunt Xing, shall we go there and take a look? Xing Yishan was still a little dazed when she was pulled over by Chu Liufeng. I just didn't go in. Then I heard bursts of enthusiastic shouting coming from inside. The new black sandstone from Laogan Quarry is only 200,000. It's from the Damakan mine. Top quality jadeite is often mined there. The best ice green window. If you like it, please make an offer directly. The highest bidder wins. Chu Liufeng, who saw this scene, also shook his head slightly. This new jadeite rough stone site really has something special. There are also jadeite raw stones in the front street of the antique street, but they are all very rubbish and nothing good can be produced from them. The maximum you can earn is around 40,000 to 50,000 yuan, and the highest is around 1. They are all minor fights. And this is the real paradise for gambling on stones. With just a casual glance, a series of data appeared in front of Chu Liufeng. Evaluation object, black wuxia jadeite rough stone. Introduction, this is a black sand skin jadeite rough stone. The skin is black and tight, the sand is evenly distributed and fine, and it has a certain oily luster. The inside can produce glutinous green jadeite. Estimated price, 300,000. Market value, 500,000. Return rate, 66.7%. Summary, the profit is good, you can take it. Evaluation object, Moshishire descended jadeite rough stone. Introduction, this is a Moshishire descended jadeite rough stone, the skin is grayish white, the texture is hard and tight. The inside can produce ice-type floating green jadeite. Estimated price, 1.2 million. Market value, 2.8 million. Return rate, 133.3%. Summary, the benefits are quite substantial and can be won. There are actually high-grade icy jadeite. And this piece of ice jade. Chu Liufeng took a look through the eyes of perspective. It has high transparency and icy texture, just like clear ice. The green part glows richly green and is distributed in a ribbon-like manner. It contrasts with the ice-type base, forming a unique sense of beauty. Whether it is made into pendants, earrings or bracelets, it can have extremely high value. No wonder it was sold for 2.5 million, this thing is really nice looking. Evaluation object, frog skin jadeite rough stone from Huiker Field. Introduction, this is a frog skin jadeite rough stone from Huiker Field. The skin is dark green, just like the skin of a frog. It has a waxy luster on the surface. The skin is relatively thin, and the inside can be vaguely seen in some areas. The inside can produce glutinous jadeite. Estimated price, 600,000. Market value, 1 million. Return rate, 66.7%. Summary, the benefits are relatively objective and can be obtained. Looking at the value data constantly passing by in front of him, Chu Liufeng's eyes lit up slightly. That's really good. He just looked at about 20 pieces of jadeite raw stones. The others are average, and some even make you lose a lot of money. But the value of these 3 rough stones is very good, and the rate of return is also very good. Of course, this probability is actually very low. If you buy it based on luck, there is a high probability that you will lose all your money. One knife makes you poor, and the other makes you rich. This is no joke. And among these more than 20 pieces of jadeite raw stones, These three areas are also the focus of attention. More than 10 people gathered around them, whispering something. After all, people who can come here are all experts who know stones, and no one dares to come in without some skills. So it becomes very difficult to find such bargains. However, there are still experts in this venue. It had only been a short while since the market opened and some people had already selected the stones and even started cutting them. The stone cutting area is bustling with activity. From time to time, there were a few excited roars, and it was obvious that the price had risen. I have to say, this business really makes money. But the loss was really painful. When some are happy, others are sad. From the envious, dazed and lost looks of others, you can tell that they must have suffered a loss. And he understood it. I just saw that stone with a very high return rate. It's not for sale now, but will be auctioned later. This made him a little disappointed. I was planning to take it directly. But this is also a good opportunity to have some fun here. How about it, Xiaofeng? If you like a stone, tell me and I'll buy it for you to play with. Aunt Xing's attention has always been on Chu Liufeng. His focused eyes were observing her facial expressions. He did not miss any slight change in Chu Liufeng's expression. For her, it doesn't matter whether she gambles on stones or not, or whether she makes money or not. Only this energetic little man in front of her is the center of her world. Her pair of white and tender hands tightly hugged Chu Liufeng's arms, and her body rubbed against his unconsciously. It didn't seem like the relationship between an aunt and nephew at all. Instead, they were as intimate as a young couple in love. Of course, that's almost the case. It was also because she had been staring at Chu Liufeng. So he caught a glimpse of the joy that occasionally appeared in Chu Liufeng's eyes. I don't know what this big guy saw that made him so excited. Really. Chu Liufeng felt the softness coming from his arm, and his heart was itchy. Aunt Xing raised her lips and hummed confidently and playfully. HMPH, you stinky Xiaofeng, when did I ever lie to you? Tell me which stone you like, and I'll pay for all your expenses today. Chu Liufeng was amused by her cute appearance. That's great, let's buy that one. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and pointed to the half-human high jadeite rough stone that could produce ice-type jade. Aunt Xing looked in the direction Chu Liufeng pointed. The huge stone is grayish-white overall and its surface is uneven. There are many fine grains of sand evenly distributed, which flicker faintly in the sun. There is also an extremely ugly moss mark on the outside, which looks like a hideous snake pattern and makes people feel uncomfortable. But those who know the matter know that moss and green are often inextricably linked. In the eyes of experts, this combination of pine flowers and moss. There is a high possibility that this is a signal that high-quality jade is hidden inside. It can produce the most green. There were also about 10 people around the stone, looking at it. Some crossed their arms, some frowned, and some were eager to try. But because the offer was too high, although some wanted to try, they did not dare to take a gamble. Although Xing Yishan didn't understand raw stones, she thought that this thing looked weird and must be something special. Turning her head and seeing Chu Liufeng's serious expression, she said without hesitation. Come on, Xiaofeng, if you like it, let's buy it. As she spoke, she walked over affectionately holding Chu Liufeng's arm. The noble lady's aura is extremely powerful, and every step she takes is full of charisma. The people around her unconsciously made way for her. Everyone looked at Chu Liufeng with envy. Damn, is this guy being kept by this extremely rich woman? It's really enviable and hateful. Boss, how much is this stone? Xing Yishan asked directly. The stall owner was a thin middle-aged man. A pair of pitch-black eyeballs rolled around non-stop. When you see Xing Yishan's noble temperament and her elegant dress, you can tell that she is a wealthy person. So I enthusiastically introduced. Beautiful lady, you have a good eye. This is a stone from an old field. It's very good and can produce top-quality jade. I won't make a random offer. 1,800,000. If you like it, take it now. 1,800,000. So expensive? Xing Yishan originally thought that he could take them down within 100. But this is almost 200, which is enough for a Maybach. But it's not impossible to accept it if you grit your teeth. She turned around and asked Chu Liufeng for his opinion. But Chu Liufeng just shook his head, this naive aunt. In front of such a cunning person, I couldn't hide my little thoughts at all and was treated as a resentment and slaughtered. The market price given by the system is only 1.2 million, although you can still make a profit if you get it for 1.8 million. But earning less means losing money, and Chu Liufeng cannot accept losing money. Give me a sincere price. You can't get it at this price. Chu Liufeng spoke calmly. Handsome guy, this is a really good price. Look at this python belt. Only top-grade stones can produce this kind of thing. If you buy it, you will definitely get a big green one. The lean boss spoke enthusiastically with a big smile on his face. Chapter 34, that green light is so green that it makes people panic. Chu Liufeng looked calm, staring sharply at the skinny boss. Boss, don't beat around the bush with me. I really want this stone today. If you are really sincere, just give me a real price, 800,000. If you agree, we will pay and take it away immediately. Hearing the price Chu Liufeng said. The lean boss' eyes widened. It was as if I had heard something incredible. Handsome guy, you're bargaining too hard. 800,000, that's not even enough for the cost. My purchase price is more than that. Please add a little more, 1.5 million, no less. Xing Yishan was also a little shocked. 1 million was lost as soon as he opened his mouth. And judging from what the boss said, the price can still be negotiated. I really am not suitable for this line of work. If Xiaofeng hadn't been there, he would probably have been treated as an innocent person and slaughtered. But when did Xiaofeng become so knowledgeable about gambling on stones? For 1.5 million, you can only keep it in the warehouse. Who dares to offer this price? I'll increase it a little, 1 million. The skinny boss had a bitter face. No, handsome guy, my bottom line is 130, it really can't be less, any less will be a loss. 130. Who dares to offer that price? Chu Liufeng smiled, his face full of disdain. Then you can continue to store it in the warehouse. I hope you can find a sucker soon. He pulled Xing Yishan up and prepared to leave. This made the lean boss anxious. Hey. Chu Liufeng was telling the truth. Someone present did make an offer, but the highest was only 900,000. The lean boss' psychological bottom line price is 1.2 million. The difference of 300,000 yuan is enough to buy a Mizuno 7. Unfortunately, there is no way to talk about it. It's so hard to meet a wealthy lady who looks very rich. I thought I could make a lot of money, but I didn't expect her male companion to be such a shrewd man. This made the thin boss very hesitant. After all, this stone has been in my hands for several years. I have been unable to find a suitable person to make a bid, so I am trying my luck at this jadeite rough stone auction. But I didn't expect the prices given to be getting lower and lower. A few years ago, there were people who offered as many as 150. This is also because the overall environment has not been very good in the past 2 years. He was a little conflicted about whether to keep it in his hand again. I don't know if anyone will be able to offer this price next time. Hey, handsome guy, come back, and add some more. I really can't make any money with this offer. Seeing Chu Liufeng turned around and walked away with a resolute back, the thin boss suddenly became anxious. How much? 200,000, maybe. The lean boss said tentatively. But Chu Liufeng said nothing, just looked at him with a sarcastic look. He gritted his teeth and shouted again. 100,000. 50,000. Chu Liufeng said decisively, holding up 5 fingers, and said calmly. 1,050,000, no more. If it works, it works. If not, forget it. Seeing Chu Liufeng's resolute face, a look of hesitation appeared on the thin boss's face. After a brainstorm, he waved his hand. Okay, handsome guy, you and this stone are destined to be together. Deal. See this scene. People around looked at him strangely. Some people shook their heads and sighed. Some showed sympathy or ridicule on their faces. The stone is in their eyes. The market price is only over 800,000 yuan, which is not worth that much at all. After all, we can only say that the probability of this stone turning out green is very high, but it is just a probability after all. See the deal? Xing Yishan immediately paid the money with a look of joy on her face. She didn't understand these things, she just felt that Chu Liufeng valued this stone very much. You just need to pay for it. Seeing such a doting look in the eyes of the extremely wealthy woman, the people around him were immediately envious and jealous. Well, Why are stupid people always so rich? Handsome guy, how about transporting it over and cutting it? Chu Liufeng nodded. Cut it. Okay. I wish the handsome guy will see green when he opens the window, and the goods will be full of color. The thin boss's face instantly blossomed with a smile like a chrysanthemum. He hurriedly greeted a few people. The large stone was transported to the stone cutting site on the other side. I found an empty material unpacking table and prepared to start cutting. As soon as I saw someone cutting stone. Since they were cutting such a big stone, many people immediately gathered around to watch. But when everyone saw the familiar appearance of this stone. Isn't this the precious stone of the old turtle? Someone actually bought it. He just wants to sell it for over 1.5 million, right? What's the matter? How many people have sold it? 1,500,000. Holy shit, are you that rich? This price is not bad. As long as the inside doesn't crack, there will be no problem in making a profit. It's hard to say. Look at this python belt. I've also polished this stone. The python belt has almost penetrated into the center of the stone. It's easy to have big cracks. Once there are cracks, everything will be ruined. That's right. That old bastard has been very shrewd all his life. He has mined so many stones, but he didn't dare to mine this one. Isn't it because he also felt that there was a high possibility of a big crack, so he didn't dare to take the risk? The sounds of people talking around continued to be heard. Xing Yishan naturally heard these voices. She frowned, somewhat unhappy. I bought this stone originally just for fun, and I'll make money if I can. Even if he can't make money, Xiaofeng will give up gambling on stones, which is an extremely risky thing. No matter how you look at it, it's a win-win. But when people around him say this, Xiaofeng easily feels stressed. She took a step forward, and her fair little hand gently held Chu Liufeng's big hand that was marking the stone. What's wrong, Aunt Xing? Chu Liufeng turned his head and asked with a smile. It's okay. It doesn't matter whether the price goes up or not. Don't take the result too seriously. We are just having fun. Aunt Xing spoke softly and comfortingly, trying to relieve Chu Liufeng's pressure. But pressure? Chu Liufeng wanted to laugh. He also heard those voices, but naturally he remained motionless. How can he, who has a system, be compared with ordinary people? What's more, he also has the eyes of perspective plus value. With the double protection, he took note of every detail of the stone. There was indeed a crack, but the crack just brushed the icy jade flesh and did not go deep into the jade. It's okay, Aunt Xing, trust me. Chu Liufeng hooked Xing Yishan's palm with his little finger. Playing this kind of ambiguous thing in public made her face slightly flushed. Cut it, master. Finally, Chu Liufeng drew the cutting line. These lines can avoid hurting the jade flesh. It can also show the perfect side of the high ice jade flesh inside to the greatest extent. Okay, boss. I wish you good luck and continuous growth. The master stone cutter did not waste any time. He started the machine after making sure it was stable. Gar. With the stone cutter turned on, accompanied by the sound of stone breaking, the crowd of onlookers couldn't help but increase, and there were about 30 or 40 people. However, when they saw that under the window of the stone jade flesh, they actually saw two halves of miserable white stone. There was a sudden booing. Fuck, this is the work of the window opening immortal again, right? It's collapsed. This is too rubbish. There is no jade flesh at all. There are all kinds of big and small cracks. Even if there was jade flesh, it's exploded. I should still be able to make some beads, but I will lose at least 90% of my money. I told you long ago that this stone is no good. It's a money-losing thing. That old bastard kept it for a few years but didn't dare to sell it. He couldn't sell it either. But today he finally opened it for sale. Face the booze around you. Xing Yishan squeezed Chu Liufeng's big hand again. It's okay, Xiaofeng. Chu Liufeng smiled, not taking it seriously, and said calmly. It will go up, Aunt Xing, believe me. Keep cutting. Cut along the lines I drew. When the people around heard this, they couldn't help but shake their heads and chuckle. He is stupid but has lots of money. It's already like this, why don't you give up? Some people have already left, shaking their heads. But then after cutting a few times, The stonecutter's eyes widened instantly, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Got it, got it. Boss. It's green, it's green. An excited and trembling voice sounded. It instantly attracted everyone. Everyone quickly stretched their heads out and looked at it excitedly. I saw the water flow from the stone cutter wash away the dust on the stone. A bright green color suddenly appeared in front of everyone. That green light is so green that it makes people feel uneasy. Chapter 35 Aunt Xing, I'll teach you how to identify treasures. Fuck. So green? This must be the glutinous variety, right? Something's wrong. What kind of glutinous rice? This one is at least ice type. Shit. And it's high ice type. It's so green, and the 7 or 8 large cracks around it just happen to avoid the jade flesh, my god. What good luck. Next to the bright green, there are several shocking cracks that make people feel scared. But it was so exquisitely crafted that it didn't seep into the jade flesh at all. For a while, the whole audience was in an uproar. The commotion here instantly attracted the attention of others. Dozens of people gathered around at once. Even the people who were still looking at the stones came over curiously, exclaiming, "It's not just icy green, the icy base is also pretty good. It's so transparent, and the texture is like pure ice just taken out of an ice cellar. It's absolutely amazing. And this floating green, so green that it seems to be dripping with water, paired with this high ice base, it is simply a match made in heaven. It's actually not cracked. The ancestors must be very lucky. The texture of this high-quality ice-type piece is so beautiful and delicate. I think the minimum price is 2 million. More than that, I think we can charge 250 of them. This sculpture will definitely make money." Chu Liufeng's line drawing was very clever. Not a full cut, just a rough cut. But this can not only maximize the value of this piece of jade, but also give people unlimited imagination. What would happen underneath the green jade flesh that had not been cut? Could it be the top-grade imperial green? So it makes people feel hot inside. Immediately, someone from the crowd shouted, "Handsome guy, don't cut it, just give me the 150 yuan like this, okay? 150. Not 10,000, that's fast. I'll give you 200,000, handsome guy, give it to me. 2,200,000, give it to me, I'll take it." The noise of holding up signs grew louder and louder. Some people even came over and tried to get close to him. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that this piece of jade is not a question of whether or not to make money, but a question of how much money can be made. I heard people bidding prices all around. Xing Yishan's eyes suddenly brightened. She doesn't know much about jade, but she knows that the price has risen dramatically. No wonder Xiao Feng is so confident. She blinked her peach eyes. A hint of admiration once again appeared in his eyes as he looked at Chu Liufeng. How come this little bad guy is so powerful? Inexplicably, she felt that Chu Liufeng was omniscient and understood everything. Look at his calm and indifferent expression now. It was as if he had known this would be the result. It is said that confident men are the most attractive. Xing Yishan was also fascinated by what she saw. Perhaps she was thinking of something ambiguous, but a hint of shyness suddenly appeared on her fair face. Could it be that he really has clairvoyance? But how is this possible? Xing Yishan, whose head was aching from thinking about it, decided not to think about it anymore. Who cares? The stronger Xiao Feng becomes, the happier she will be. Soon. This piece of ice-type jadeite with high ice green color was bought by a Hong Kong businessman for 3 million yuan. Bought for 1.05 million and sold for 3 million, with a return on investment of 185.71%. It's really a huge increase. Make a lot of money. The estimated values given by the system are only for Chu Liufeng's reference. After all, business is all about negotiation. Whether you talk about losses or profits, it all depends on your own efforts. After receiving a transfer of 3 million, Chu Liufeng immediately gave the stone-cutting master a big red envelope of 50,000 yuan to express his joy. He smiled and handed the red envelope to the master, saying lightly, "Master, your skills are really good. You have avoided the big crack perfectly. Very good. The price of surgery has increased, please accept this red envelope, and let us all share in the joy. Actually, you don't need to give so much. Generally speaking, giving 10,000 or 20,000 yuan is already very generous." But Chu Liufeng wanted to divert everyone's attention. Giving an extra 20,000 or 30,000 yuan would make ordinary people really believe that the master's craftsmanship is good. This made the stone cutter laugh out loud instantly. He said a long string of polite words like, "I wish the boss great fortune." Of course, this money is not given for free. Chu Liufeng asked him to wait while he went to buy a few more stones for him to cut. This is a heroic scene. This immediately attracted envious glances from other fellow masters present. His eyes were full of jealousy and desire. They know it very well. It is very rare to meet such a generous cargo owner. The other spectators couldn't help but give a thumbs up. After all, it is an unspoken rule in the jadeite rough stone industry to give a red envelope to the master if the price goes up. Moreover, Chu Liufeng is so generous, which makes people sigh. With this kind of behavior, no wonder they become rich. Then, Chu Liufeng took Xing Yishan for a few more rounds and bargained with her. "I bought some jadeite raw stones with an investment return rate of over 100%. It cost nearly 15 million. Chu Liufeng doesn't have that much money now. So Aunt Xing just waved her hand and bought everything. Just based on the close relationship between her and Chu Liufeng, where they know each other inside and out. There is actually no need to make the distinction too clear. Of course, Chu Liufeng also bought some stones that were destined to lose money. In the end, out of 10 purchases, 7 increase and 3 decrease. This is the case among jade masters. They are all considered to be at a relatively high level. Many veterans who have been immersed in this business for a lifetime do not have such a high cutting increase rate. And the stone that has just been cut has risen sharply. It was instantly snatched away by several jewelers who competed for it. Plus, everything Chu Liufeng bought was of high value. The raw jadeite stones are worth 700,000, 800,000 or even millions of yuan. So when he makes money, people can only envy him but not be jealous of him. After all, they don't have that much money. Second, even if I had so much money, I wouldn't dare to gamble away nearly $1 million. After working for several hours, Chu Liufeng and Xing Yishan also felt tired. They simply went to a quiet private room in a high-end tea house in the raw stone market to rest. At the same time, we are also counting the harvest of this wave. Very good, a net profit of more than 17 million. As expected. It's easy to make money with a system. This is just a jadeite raw stone mine, but we made so much money. If he visited several large jadeite raw stone mines in a day, he could pay off Xing Yishan's debt in an instant. And even then, he hasn't even used his full strength. After all, Chu Liufeng still hadn't bought any of the dozens of raw stones that could easily earn him 4 or 500,000. One is looking down upon. Second, it was indeed a bit shocking. If we take them all, it will be too conspicuous. So after comprehensive consideration, Chu Liufeng gave up. This is a lot of money. It also shocked Xing Yishan. She had never felt that making money was so easy. It's only been a few hours. It didn't take much effort, but the net income was over 17 million. If the balance on the bank card wasn't so real. She felt like she was dreaming. Xing Yishan supported her little head with both hands, tilted her head and stared at Chu Liufeng's profile, her heart beating wildly, and said with admiration, "Stinky Xiaofeng, how on earth did you do that? You are so good at gambling on stones." Her voice trembled slightly and her face flushed. "There is a hint of admiration and dependence that I am not even aware of," Chu Liufeng said with a wicked smile, looking at the quiet and empty box. He closed the door of the box, then grabbed Xing Yishan and said softly, "Aunt Xing, do you want to know so much?" Xing Yishan's gaze gradually became a little subtle. The snowy and delicate body trembled slightly. His full chest also rose and fell. She stood up and sat astride Chu Liufeng, holding his shoulders with both hands. Aunt Xing looked at Chu Liufeng with sparkling eyes, her gaze full of admiration. She suddenly leaned on Chu Liufeng's neck and said with a quick breath, "Xiaofeng, teach auntie how to gamble on stones. Tuition, no, tuition, how about meat storage?" The chest of the white dress slid open half an inch as she panted, revealing a piece of snow white. The sapphire necklace inside is very beautiful. Chu Liufeng took a deep breath of the fragrance and said with a wicked smile, "Gambling on stones is boring, Aunt Xing. I'll teach you how to appraise treasures." Appraising treasures. Xing Yishan was stunned. Then she quickly realized what it meant. Her face instantly turned red. She was so beautiful that water seemed to be dripping from her eyes, and even her delicate little ears were red. Chapter 36. This is not inlaid with gold, this is inlaid with imperial green. A few minutes later, Aunt Xing's body suddenly trembled and she struggled to get up. Drank too much tea. Xiaofeng, no, I want to go to the toilet. The words haven't finished yet. She ran out of the box in a hurry as if she was fleeing. Looking at Aunt Xing's slightly hasty and embarrassed back, Chu Liufeng couldn't help but shook his head. He reached out and touched his nose. Millimeter, there is a light scent of sandalwood. It's Aunt Xing's unique fragrance, which smells very nice. He calculated the time. The auction is about to begin, and if we can get a few more stones with high returns at the auction, especially the jadeite raw stone with a return rate of up to 80 times, I can earn half of my small gold today. That's really good. With this money, he can do whatever he wants. After all, value investing is not just about making money from jadeite raw stones and finding antique bargains. Stocks, funds and foreign exchange are all fine, and it is easier to make money with them and less noticeable. Just when Chu Liufeng was deep in thought, the door of the box was opened. But the person who came in was not Aunt Xing. Instead, it was a beauty with big wavy hair, wearing a halter dress with a slit fishtail skirt, revealing a large area of white flesh on her chest. Moreover, this fishtail skirt is also carefully designed, with a slit on the side, and the slit goes directly to the waistline, revealing a pair of snow-white thighs. She was wearing a pair of high heels, and her skin was as soft and fair as snow, and her eyes were as charming as silk. The waist wrapped in the tight long skirt is extremely slender and the skin is round and plump. As she walked, it trembled and twisted. She came to Chu Liufeng's side and deliberately poured tea on him, soaking him instantly. Then she whispered in his ear. Brother Tilder, I have been observing you for a long time. Tilder, you are so good at cutting stones, can you help me pick a stone too? Just help me pick one, and I'll wear it and accompany you for a week, okay Tilder. As she spoke she blinked deliberately. He squatted down and leaned on Chu Liufeng's knees. With charming eyes, she picked up Chu Liufeng's big hand. She bit Chu Liufeng's finger gently and licked it in her mouth. If it were an ordinary man, he would have lost control long ago. But Chu Liufeng frowned instantly. Forehead. It's not you, who is it? Random price gouging, right? Chu Liufeng pulled his finger back abruptly. Damn it. He can earn at least 700,000 or 800,000 yuan from one stone. Just 1 week. You are not inlaying gold, you are inlaying imperial green, right? Certainly. More importantly, Aunt Xing is back. He was leaning against the door of the box, watching the scene with a smile on his face. Although Aunt Xing's eyes seemed gentle, but inexplicably, Chu Liufeng felt a chill on his back. Aunt Xing, I hurried up to meet him. Aunt Xing held him affectionately. He walked out of the box at a leisurely pace. Her high heels made crisp sounds as they stepped on the ground, and every sound seemed to hit Chu Liufeng's heart. Xiaofeng, what are you two talking about so intimately? Chu Liufeng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He told him everything about the outrageous request that the beautiful woman in the fishtail skirt had just made. After listening to this, Aunt Xing frowned slightly and a hint of displeasure flashed in her eyes. That's right. My Xiaofeng is so talented. She must be able to make tens or even millions from a piece of raw stone. She is really ugly but has wishful thinking. Suddenly, she stood in front of Chu Liufeng, lowered her head, and said shyly. Xiaofeng, Auntie, should be prettier than her, right? Auntie knows, I'm old. After saying that, she subconsciously bit her lower lip lightly with her teeth. The delicate lips looked even more rosy and tempting when gently bitten by their white teeth. Despite being confident in my appearance. But she knew that she had a shortcoming, which was her age. This is a huge gap between her and Chu Liufeng that cannot be avoided in any way. Chu Liufeng was stunned. Then the scumbag was possessed. He stretched out his hand, stroked Xing Yishan's pink neck, gently across Aunt Xing's delicate face, and then pinched her earlobe. Then gently hold the back of her head. Pull her into your chest. He lowered his head and whispered softly in her ear. What are you thinking about, my dear Aunt Xing? You are definitely prettier than her. No matter in my heart or in my eyes, my little Aunt Xing is the prettiest. And Aunt Xing, how can you be old? You are not old at all. You were so crazy last night that you seemed like you were 18 years old. The warmth from the big hand and the moist breath from the ear. An indescribable feeling, like an electric shock, instantly spread throughout the body. Aunt Xing was so shy that her heart started beating wildly. His body began to tremble uncontrollably. I felt so weak that I couldn't even muster a bit of strength. Stinky Xiaofeng, you only know how to make your aunt happy. Her voice trembled slightly, and her usual elegance and grace were completely gone. Instead, it was filled with shyness and coquettishness. With a look of reproach on her face, she stretched out her pink and white fist and gently punched Chu Liufeng's chest. Rather than being beaten, it was more like the pampering between lovers. Aunt Xing said angrily and shyly. Who else is your Aunt Xing's little darling, and who is as crazy as an 18-year-old? Don't call me that. You have no respect for your parents. Be careful. Tell your mom and let her punish you. She tried to look fierce and waved her little fist. He looked very unhappy. But her rosy cheeks and the uncontrollable joy at the corners of her mouth betrayed her true thoughts. Okay, I was wrong, Aunt Xing, please forgive me if I give you a kiss. You, stinky Xiaofeng, stop saying these nonsense outside, or I'm really going to be angry. Are you angry or embarrassed? Humph, I won't tell you. Aunt Xing snorted, pursed her lips slightly, and her eyes were full of smiles. She reached out and gently pulled Chu Liufeng's arm. I leaned my head on his shoulder and walked slowly forward. From time to time, he would steal a glance at Chu Liufeng. Her eyes were filled with complex emotions, including shyness, joy, and a hint of dependence that she herself was not even aware of. Watching their backs as they left intimately. The beautiful woman in the suspender fishtail skirt stomped her feet in anger, with a look of humiliation and anger on her face. She has been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. If Xing Yishan had come a little later, she would have been able to capture Chu Liufeng. After all, this trick has worked for her time and again. But now that she had been cut off, she felt very ashamed and angry. Suddenly she frowned. Why do I feel that Chu Liufeng's fingers taste a little strange? I don't know what I thought of. Bar. The look she gave Xing Yishan became even more resentful. And this point in time. The auction at the venue is also ready. All the pieces of jadeite raw stones to be auctioned have been sent to the backstage, ready for auction. And that woman wearing a cheongsam and having a hot body. It has also been put on the auction stage. She has charming eyes and is full of charm. As she walked, the peach hidden by the cheongsam swayed in a twilight manner, which gave rise to endless reverie. Chapter 37, Cheongsam Beauty Chu Liufeng. Hello everyone, I'm Chu Liufeng. I am the auctioneer director of Xiaolong Auction House. I will host this jadeite rough stone auction for you today. Chu Liufeng is the beautiful woman in cheongsam. Her expensive, tight-fitting cheongsam showed off her plump and voluptuous figure to the fullest. The long skirt was slit from the calf to the thigh, revealing one side of a plump, snow-white leg that was so full, tender and smooth that it looked as if it were broken. She also wore suspenders and red-edged half-length black stockings, which created a circle of flesh on her round thighs and added to the endless charm and style of the young woman. Swaying as Chu Liufeng walked. Two long beautiful legs swayed in the slits of the skirt. It's simply tempting people to commit a crime. Elegant yet sexy, generous yet charming. She conquers all men inadvertently with her every frown and smile. At this moment, the audience was already filled with many people. These people are all jade jewelers, collectors and investors from all over the country, and now they are gathered together. Their eyes flickered with anticipation and greed. I don't know whether he was staring at the jadeite stones on the stage that were about to be auctioned, or at the beautiful woman in cheongsam who was simply so charming. They all have a manual at hand that contains detailed information about the jadeite rough stones to be auctioned. Originally, the staff also gave it to Chu Liufeng, but he was too lazy to take it. With the eye of value, who needs to look at that? He didn't want it, and Xing Yishan didn't want it either, and they couldn't understand it even after they got it. So throughout the entire auction venue, these two people had no prior preparation at all. Still looking at it, my mouth is watering. At position 69 in a corner, Xing Yishan stretched out her cold little hands and covered Chu Liufeng's eyes with them. She is really unhappy now. Since coming in, this bad guy Xiaofeng kept staring at Chu Liufeng without even blinking. I wish I could make you wait for me so long. She suddenly felt unhappy. Xing Yishan had thought about how she would treat Chu Liufeng if he had a girlfriend in the future. In her opinion, this was an easy problem to solve. Because I am her aunt, I can only live in the shadow for the rest of my life. Stealing a little bit of Chu Liufeng's love and affection, which was almost like charity. But that's enough. After all, I can't stand the light. But that's looking for a girlfriend. Now Chu Liufeng was actually looking at another woman without blinking in front of him. She is also a Cheongsam beauty whose temperament, appearance and figure are not inferior to hers. She just felt uncomfortable. Having a bad temper. Although she felt that she had no right to throw a tantrum, she just felt unhappy. To put it simply, well, jealous. Being jealous is human instinct. No matter how much you dislike something, if someone takes it away from you, you will instinctively treasure it. Not to mention that Chu Liufeng, this big baby, means a lot to her. Chu Liufeng suddenly felt his eyes go dark. He reached out and pulled down two delicate and tender little hands, gently holding them in his arms, and turned his head and chuckled. Jealous. Snort. Xing Yishan glared at Chu Liufeng, her little mouth pouting so hard that clothes could be hung on it, without saying a word. Seeing how cute she is. Chu Liufeng immediately revealed an indulgent smile on his face, and he leaned over to her cheek, whispering something in her ear. I can't even get enough of Aunt Xing, so how can I possibly look at other people? I'm looking at the rough stones, and there are few that I like. Besides, who is prettier than my Aunt Xing? Come and let me give you a blowjob. Without saying anything, he kissed that fair cheek. In a burst of play and fighting. That's better. Humph. Consider me a magnanimous person. I forgive you. Xing Yishan's beautiful eyes curved up as she once again revealed her charming smile. Then she leaned intimately on Chu Liufeng's shoulder. At this time, the auction also began. Under Zhu Ruobing's control, a piece of jadeite raw stone the size of a washbasin was wrapped in red cloth and placed in the center of the auction table. She began to introduce it in a charming and intellectual voice. This is the first rough stone we are auctioning today. This rough stone comes from Myanmar's Laochangku Munar. According to the preliminary appraisal of our expert team, it is very likely to produce high-quality high-ice jadeite. The estimated price is 270,000 yuan. Now, I announce that the starting price is 200,000 yuan, and each increase in price must not be less than 10,000 yuan. Everyone present already knew the information about these raw stones from the manual. So soon people started bidding. Number 13 bids 210,000, is there any more? Number 18 bid 220,000. Number 33. Soon. After a long bidding process, the first stone was sold for 280,000 yuan. Chu Liufeng did not bid. Under the observation of his eyes of value. This stone can make money, but not much. If you buy it at a price of 280,000, excluding the cutting fee, the master's carving fee and other miscellaneous fees, you can only make a few tens of thousands of dollars, there is no need to spend it at all. Then he took pictures of 10 pieces of jadeite raw stones in a row. The highest price was 620,000 yuan. But that stone will be a huge loss, the rate of return is directly 50%. Through the eyes of perspective, he saw that the jade inside the raw stone was of very good quality, but there were cracks, and they were all small cracks, so he couldn't even make a bracelet out of it. I can only make some small ornaments and things like that. After a round of auction. Finally, the rough stone with an 80-fold return rate that Chu Liufeng had set his eyes on appeared. This is our 12th auction item, a rough stone from the old Farkant field. According to the preliminary appraisal of our expert team, it is very likely to produce high-quality high-ice green jade. The estimated price is 200,000. Now, the starting price is 100,000, and each bid must not be less than 10,000. This rough stone is not big. It is about the size of a basketball, with a rough surface covered with python belts and pine flowers, and the pine flowers are distributed in dots and blocks. The color is very rich, and it is easy to produce high-quality jade. Experts can see at a glance that this stone is extremely risky. But under Zhu Ruobing's sweet voice, no one took action. No one's bidding. This scene. Zhu Ruobing was also slightly surprised, but it was also within her expectations. Because this jadeite stone. How to say it, the window is open and green is floating, and the jade flesh is also very beautiful. However, by shining light, you can see that there are 6 or 7 large cracks that run through the entire stone, and there are also some small cracks that are so dense that they penetrate deep into the original stone. The surface is so serious. The interior quality may have suffered even more serious damage. Although the jade is good, you can't even carve a bead out of it. It's okay for newbies to practice with it, but veterans like them have no interest in it at all. This is also the reason why their internal appraisal price was 200,000, but the starting price was only 100,000. I am also trying my luck, hoping to attract some bold buyers. This stone doesn't look very good. The skin is full of cracks. It's cracked in my stomach. I'm selling garlic by the kilo. This thing doesn't work, just move on to the next one. Look at this crack, it extends from one end to the other, and judging by its direction, it is likely to have cracked into the stomach. Yes, this kind of water is really good, but there are too many cracks. Even if there is a little green inside, it is difficult to extract the complete material. It's really a pity. For a moment, the venue was filled with an atmosphere of disappointment. He shook his head, his tone full of disgust. Everyone seemed to have lost interest in this rough stone. 100,000 is not a lot for them, but buying this thing is useless except for making them upset. It was about to fail in the sale. Even though Chu Liufeng kept asking, no one made a bid. She could only be disappointed and prepare to strike the hammer when the auction failed. But just at this moment, Chu Liufeng suddenly saw a sign raised in the corner, which made her eyes light up. Number 69 bids 100,000. Any more? Chapter 38 Imperial Green Egg Noodles. 100,000 per time. 100,000 times. 100,000 3 times. Bang! Congratulations to VIP number 69 for winning this jadeite rough stone. When Chu Liufeng's joyful voice fell, some people who were nearby even turned their heads to see who was so bold. When they saw that it was a young man, they all looked away. Just like what they thought before, they just thought this was a pure newbie who was just practicing. But unlike their disdain, Chu Liufeng's eyes were almost lighting up. It's even a little unbelievable. Nobody, it's so easy. What about grudge bidding? Crazy slap in the face. Is it so easy to win? Chu Liufeng even wanted to laugh. He didn't even spend 200,000 yuan, but he got it with just 100,000 yuan. 160 times return rate. Yes. Under his eye of value plus perspective, every detail of this jadeite raw stone is clearly presented in his eyes. Evaluation object, jadeite rough stone. Detailed introduction, this is a black sapphire jadeite rough stone. The surface of the rough stone has an obvious weathering layer. There are many large cracks on it. The cracks go deep into the stone. At first glance, the risk is very high. But inside there is a rich and pure emerald green imperial green egg-shaped surface. The texture of the egg-shaped surface is delicate and warm, reaching the quality of high ice grade and above, close to the quality of glass grade. Estimated price, 200,000. Estimated market value, 16 million. Return rate, 8,000%. Quality, top quality. Summary, the imperial green egg has a very high face value. The return rate is very generous. You can get it. Imperial green egg noodles. Chu Liufeng narrowed his eyes. This piece of jadeite raw stone does have many large cracks, and the internal lines have also cracked into the belly. But in the very center of this large cracked raw stone, there is an imperial green egg-shaped diamond with extremely rich, pure and uniform color. It is dazzling, and the water quality is extremely warm and pure, with full water head, almost at the glass level. And the quality is at least 5 carats. Imperial green egg noodles of this level. It would be easy to be worth 16 million. After all, most of the imperial green egg noodles, they are only 1-3 carats, and the price range is around 2-5 million. This type is also more common in the market. Egg noodles as big as the one he bought are quite rare. He didn't expect to win so easily. So much so that the remaining dozens of raw stones were auctioned. Chu Liufeng had no interest in filming anymore. The main reason is that the rate of return is a bit low. The rate of return is basically 30-40%, so I have no desire to buy it. Of course, the one with the highest return rate is the Stone King with a starting price of 1 million. The window is also high ice green, and the return rate is over 200%. If you buy it and spend some time carving it into a finished product, it is estimated that it can be sold for more than 3 million. But later the bidding price reached more than 2.5 million. After thinking about it, I decided to give up. I've made enough money today. There's no need to waste any more time. After the auction ends, everyone went to pay the money, and then each received their own piece of raw stone. Almost no one stayed and came to the stone cutting machine site. Many people plan to bid and cut the price immediately, so that if the price goes up, they can quickly trade and get their money back. If I take it back, I don't know how long it will take before I can sell it. Chu Liufeng didn't leave either. Instead, he was talking to some wealthy stone cutting businessmen and trying to get close to them. If you come across high quality jade that can be auctioned, she will go and persuade him. Can the auction be conducted under their auction house? After all, jade auctions are not easy to conduct nowadays. If you don't order good stuff, you can't even invite people. Her salary is pitifully low and she is almost struggling to make ends meet. Xiaofeng, this stone has so many cracks, no wonder no one is bidding for it. Even Xing Yishan, an outsider. They all saw the rubbish of the stone in Chu Liufeng's hand. It felt like being squeezed and shaken violently. The whole rock was almost shattered. But Chu Liufeng didn't care at all, and said with a big smirk, "Aunt Xing, how about you blow some scent on it, maybe it will swell up." "Huh? Blow?" Xing Yishan was a little confused, staring with her round peach blossom eyes, not knowing what Chu Liufeng was planning. "Yes. You naughty boy, you just try to make your aunt happy all day long." Xing Yishan rolled her eyes at him and flicked her hair coquettishly. "Let's try. Aunt Xing is so beautiful. If she blows a scent, the cracks will be blown out of her jade flesh." "Stop talking, Xiaofeng. Aren't you ashamed to be here in front of so many people?" Some people looked over here curiously. "I want to see who is so shameless." But when they saw Xing Yishan, their eyes lit up. I have to say, it's really amazing. At first glance, you can tell that she is a very wealthy woman, with the temperament of a noble lady. Suddenly, they all showed envy, jealousy and hatred towards Chu Liufeng. Xing Yishan's face turned red, and she felt so embarrassed that she wanted to crawl into the ground. Naturally, she didn't believe that just blowing air could increase the size of the fruit. But in Chu Liufeng's expectant eyes, she still leaned forward slightly, pursed her red lips, and blew a few breaths in a very professional manner. "Is that all right?" Xing Yishan had seen this on a certain emotional program. The best state of loving someone is, "You are making trouble, and I am here to accompany you. I want to think you are childish, and you want to think my behavior is weird." Although she is no longer at the age of being naughty. But Chu Liufeng is still a young man, and it is normal for him to have a childish mentality of liking these supernatural things. She also wanted to be childish with him. Chu Liufeng said confidently, "Okay, Aunt Xing, I have a feeling this stone will definitely increase in value when cut." "You think I'm a deity?" "Really, if it doesn't grow, I'll eat this broken stone right there." "Huh? Go ahead and eat it. I'll give you some honey later. It's sweet and it will be easier to swallow when mixed together." Hearing what they said, the others in the group shook their heads and found it funny. This is a typical rookie mentality. I always thought that I was a child of destiny and a man of luck. They were like this when they first entered the industry, thinking that good things would always happen to them, but after cutting more than a dozen pieces of rough stones, they accepted their fate. For this thing, 1% depends on hard work, and 9% depends on God's gift. But no one spoke. After all, these shrewd people would never do such a thing that would offend others and be a thankless thing. After arriving at the stone cutting site, Chu Liufeng found an empty stone cutter. I started discussing the cutting angle with the same master craftsman as before. But after observing for a long time, even the old master shook his head. "Boss, this stone of yours is not very good. It has too many cracks. You can see them with the naked eye." Sigh. He shouldn't have said that. But after all, the two of them have collaborated to cut more than 10 stones. We have some friendship. However, after hearing that it was bought for 100,000 yuan, the old master felt relieved. This amount of money is for the young man in front of him. What is the difference between that and not asking for money? Chapter 39, Don't eat coriander for at least half a year. Make 3 cuts vertically. Chu Liufeng drew 3 cutting lines and divided the raw stone into 4 pieces. It can just show the imperial green egg-shaped surface in the middle without appearing too deliberate. Hold on steady, if the price goes up I'll give you a big red envelope. Okay, boss. Hearing this, the old master became even more focused. Some sharp-eyed people saw that it was Chu Liufeng who was cutting stones again, and immediately gathered around curiously. Gar. The first cut. It's green, it's green. The old master's eyes lit up and he roared with excitement. But soon his brows frowned again. No, something's wrong. What a pity. Such good quality water, but it's all cracked. Cut it out of that stone. There is indeed green, but it is not surprising to anyone. The crack on the outside went straight through the jade flesh. There are many small cracks inside, and it is difficult to even carve a bead out. Oh, what a pity, Xiaofeng, it's useless for auntie to blow. Xing Yishan spread her hands and said helplessly. Chu Liufeng smiled evilly and whispered in her ear. Maybe I didn't blow it at the right angle, Aunt Xing, I'll teach you how to blow it tonight. These words immediately made Xing Yishan's eyes widen, and an unnatural redness appeared on her face. She said coquettishly. Bar, you bad boy Xiaofeng. Who wants you to teach me? Xing Yishan blushed and took a deep breath. A pair of small hands had already skillfully pinched Chu Liufeng's waist. She whispered in a voice that only she could hear. I can learn by watching videos. Huh? What are you learning? Chu Liufeng didn't hear clearly, but at this moment, the second knife was cut down, and with this cut, the imperial green egg-shaped surface could be seen. Boss, it's still cracked, wait. The old master said with some frustration. But suddenly, his eyes widened and he excitedly shouted in a voice that almost shocked the whole audience. Fuck, it's green. It's a big green. So loud. The whole audience was in an uproar. Some people who were far away were attracted over. And then immediately afterwards, another deafening roar broke out at the scene. It's like it could lift the roof off. What the hell? What the hell? Who said this stone is trash? This is too good. OMG, what a rock. This is imperial green jade egg noodle. It has such a delicate texture and rich color, so beautiful. Brother, are you selling this? I'll give you 2 million. Can you afford it? This must be at least 5 million. It's so beautiful. This is the first time in my life that I have seen such a beautiful jade egg-shaped face. What? Imperial green jadeite egg-shaped face. Oh my god, what kind of luck is this? There are imperial green egg noodles. Quick, the young master is here, everyone get out of the way. Only on the stonecutter. A touch of crystal clear green appeared in everyone's eyes. The green is so rich that it seems to be dripping with water. It's as big as a pigeon egg. If you look closely, you will find that the texture of the egg-shaped surface is as delicate as top-grade mutton fat jade. And on some of the jade flesh around it, there were indeed large cracks, running horizontally and vertically, covering the entire stone. But it happens to be right at the center where these great cracks intersect. There is such a perfect imperial green egg noodle left. I don't know what to say about this. It's no exaggeration to say it's a miracle. Looking at the excited crowd, Xing Yishan was a little dazed. What's going on? She was stunned. What the hell just went up in price? The loud shouts of so many people also attracted some wealthy businessmen and jade collectors, who stretched their heads to look left and right. There were sounds of surprise. This is truly an imperial green jade egg noodle. Oh my god, Jesus, Holy Mother Mary. It turned out to be the rough stone with all the cracks, and it was sold for 100,000. Aha, damn, I was wrong. 100,000. Holy shit, I'm going crazy with jealousy. Everyone who saw this scene was deeply shocked. Everyone's face flushed, as if they had carved out the stone. It's green like a ray of light, it's scary. This imperial green jadeite egg-shaped face is even more delicate, fuller, and greener than the high-ice jadeite that someone just opened. In the crowd. Even if he has always been steady. Chu Liufeng, who had seen countless precious jadeite stones, was also excited. Imperial green jadeite egg-shaped diamonds of this size are extremely rare and precious on the market. Even if she had auctioned countless jadeite rough stones in her life, she had never encountered such a thing. Chu Liufeng stared at the egg-shaped surface, as if afraid that it would disappear in the next second. calculating silently in my heart. If this imperial green jadeite egg-shaped face is made into top-grade jewelry, at the auction, the price might be beyond imagination. Her biggest wish in life is to auction an imperial green egg-shaped noodle. But these things are hard to come by. I didn't expect to meet her today. If she could get the auction rights, not only would Xiaolong auction become famous, but she would also be able to make a fortune. Of course, it's not just about the money, it also gives her a strong sense of professional accomplishment. For a moment, the look the beautiful woman in Cheongsam gave Chu Liufeng became somewhat subtle. When the onlookers heard someone talking about how Chu Liufeng bought the stone, they were so jealous that they slapped their thighs. No one bid. I got it at the lowest price of just 100,000 yuan. This is so. It's just shit luck. The person who just looked down on this stone. My heart is bleeding with regret. I never expected that with such a crack, an imperial green egg-shaped noodle could be produced inside. Who can tell the truth about this damn gambling on stones? Everyone immediately shed tears of regret. Brother, this egg noodle of yours is really beautiful, the color is so pure, and the size is also very good. I'll pay you 10 million, can you give it to me? A middle-aged man came up and tried to make contact. Before Chu Liufeng could refuse, other people started shouting. This is the best imperial green egg noodles. I'll give you 11 million. Hey, the highest bidder wins. 13 million, Fuyu Jewelry, will take it. I'll offer 13.5 million. For a moment, voices were heard from the crowd from time to time. The price also reached 15 million. It seemed to have turned into a small auction. 15 million? That's it. Such a small stone is actually worth 15 million? Some of the onlookers were a little confused. After all, they only know that the imperial green egg noodle is precious. But I didn't know it was so expensive. No wonder this business can make you rich or poor with one knife. The cost is 100,000 and the return rate is 15 million, which is simply jaw-dropping. Suddenly, I felt envious and jealous, and even couldn't help fantasizing about it. If I took this picture of the stone myself, then you have to play without eating coriander for at least half a year. Of course, the quotes on site were all very good, but Chu Liufeng was not very satisfied with any of them. The market value given by the system is indeed only 16 million. But that's only because the quality of the imperial green egg noodle itself has reached this level. If it is carved and designed by a master, that is, with some artistic elements added, or even customized and personalized for certain high-end customers in the Heavenly Palace, the price can increase to more than tens of millions. After all, this thing is perfect as a gift. It is also the most suitable gift to give to certain people who are not suitable to talk to. So in his mind, if this egg-shaped stone were to be auctioned, it would probably be worth around 25 million. Anyway, I only bought it for 100,000 yuan, so I won't lose money at all. Boss, keep it, it's very precious. After all, I had given a red envelope of 50,000 yuan before. So the master carefully wrapped up the imperial green egg-shaped stone and handed it to Chu Liufeng. Seeing this, Chu Liufeng didn't hesitate and generously gave the master a big red envelope, which was enough for his income from stone cutting for a year. This made the old master laugh so hard that he couldn't close his mouth, and he even felt a little embarrassed. After all, he didn't spend much effort, even the cutting lines were drawn by Chu Liufeng himself, he even felt that the money came too easily. The highest price offered by a jeweler at the scene was 17 million. It has come to this. It seems that Chu Liufeng has no intention of selling it. Seeing this, Zhu Ruobing's eyes suddenly moved. She came forward and said coquettishly in a sweet and soft voice, "Mr. Chu, can we talk for a moment?" Chapter 40, Examining the Sincerity of the Cheongsam Beauty. I saw Zhu Ruobing finally arrived. Chu Liufeng's eyes moved slightly and he nodded gently, holding Xing Yishan's little hand. Following Zhu Ruobing, I came to a quiet box. Just when we're on the road, Xing Yishan happened to receive a call and went to make the call. Only Chu Liufeng was left. See this scene. Zhu Ruobing's eyes became even more charming. As soon as I stepped into the box, Zhu Ruobing turned around quickly, with a different light flashing in her eyes. She stretched out her hands and hugged Chu Liufeng's arms intimately. She exudes a refreshing fragrance. Plus, his figure is not inferior to Aunt Xing's, and is also very majestic. So the delicate touch is also very refreshing. Zhu Ruobing at this time. He showed a side that was completely different from what he usually does in the auction house. Her cheeks flushed slightly, her foxy eyes were full of charm, and she said softly and charmingly, "Mr. Chu, my name is Zhu Ruobing. You can call me Bing Bing, or Xiao Zhu. You can call me anything." After helping Chu Liufeng to the sofa, she stood up gracefully, turned around and gently adjusted her cheongsam. The smooth lines of the cheongsam highlighted her graceful figure. Then, she slowly half knelt down on the edge of the sofa, her posture dignified and calm. She raised one leg slightly, while the other leg supported her body steadily. The high-slit cheongsam revealed her fair and slender calves. The black stockings she puts on fit her legs. It looks elegant and generous, showing the unique elegance of mature women. It's like my Shiranui shining into reality. Her skin is snow white, tender, rosy and a little dazzling. You can even smell the charming scent unique to mature women. Her face was very close to Chu Liufeng's face. The hot air she exhaled gently brushed Chu Liufeng's cheek, and she said in a tender voice, "Mr. Chu, what price would you like to sell this imperial green egg noodle for?" There was a hint of coquettishness in that voice. It was full of temptation, as if it was going to instantly charm Chu Liufeng. "What do you think?" Chu Liufeng looked puzzled and said nothing. He wanted to see if Zhu Ruobing was capable and whether she treated him as an enemy. Looking at Chu Liufeng's deep eyes, Zhu Ruobing did not dare to be careless. She pursed her red lips and fixed her eyes on the egg-shaped rough stone. Her foxy eyes flashed with professionalism and shrewdness. After examining the egg-shaped rough stone, she pondered for a while and smiled charmingly. "This egg noodle is of very good quality and is rare in the market. If it is sold as is, it will probably be worth around 18 million yuan. But, Mr. Chu, you also know that jade cannot be made into a useful object without being polished. If it is given to a master to carve and create a unique shape for it, and then auctioned at our Xiaolong auction house, based on my experience, it will easily be auctioned for 25-33 million yuan. If you meet a certain type of person who is hard to say, or a buyer with some special preferences, 300 or 400 million yuan is not a problem, but it depends a bit on luck." She spoke the truth and gently touched the egg surface, somewhat reluctant to let it go. Chu Liufeng nodded slightly at this. "Express agreement." Zhu Ruobing leaned forward again, shook her body, and her cheongsam fluttered. Her eyes were full of cunning. "Mr. Chu, if you are willing to give it to me, with our help, this rough stone will surely be sold at a high price that will satisfy you." And she hugged Chu Liufeng's hand intimately. Zhu Ruobing said sweetly, "I am also willing to provide you with the most considerate and warm service during the auction, which will definitely make you feel my sincerity." Sincerity? Chu Liufeng glanced and smiled evilly. "Make no secret of your attitude. Mr. Chu, I'm not kidding. Do you think I look good in this outfit? As long as you sign a contract with our auction house, I can wear this and accompany you for a few months. I can be there whenever you call. Mr. Chu, what do you think?" She raised her head, her eyes full of anticipation, and looked straight at Chu Liufeng. My heart was pounding wildly. Now that things have come to this, it is indeed very sincere. It is much better than the ignorant street junk with imperial green jewelry in the tea house. We can also talk about business. Zhu Ruobing looked at him expectantly, her pair of vixen eyes so charming that they seemed to be dripping with tears. Very nice. Chu Liufeng said calmly, "The reserve price is 28 million. I will pay for the carving. You can find someone. If the transaction price exceeds 30 million, I will give you an extra bonus of 1 million. If it is 40 million, I will give you 1.5 million. If it is 50 million, I will give you 2 million. The so-called reserve price is to ensure that the transaction price will not be lower than the psychological expectation. Chu Liufeng's psychological expectation was 28 million. Therefore the final price of the auction must be above this. If it wasn't that much, then even if someone bought it, this imperial green jadeite capuchon would still be unsold. Hearing this, Zhu Ruobing's eyes widened instantly, her breathing became rapid, and her chest heaved violently. "Oh shit. You know, she is the chief auctioneer of Xiaolong auction house. But the auction house is in a downturn right now, so her commission rate is only 1%, which is pitifully low. Therefore, even if it is auctioned for 30 million, it can only get 300,000. But now Chu Liufeng directly gave him an additional bonus of 1 million. And the higher the auction price, the more she earns. If it reaches 50 million, including the commission from the auction house, the revenue from this wave can be close to 2 million. It's almost a Maybach. This made her whole body excited. Her pretty face was rosy and her eyes were moist as if tears were about to drip out of them. Okay, Mr. Chu, I'll draft the contract right away. After saying that, she excitedly lay down on the coffee table in front of the sofa, clicked her fingers, and began to draft the contract. I don't care at all whether I will be exposed. Seem. She also knew that Chu Liufeng was looking in this direction. She even deliberately twisted her beautiful slender waist, showing off her amazing figure. Oh shit! Who can tolerate this? Chu Liufeng couldn't bear it anyway. Zhu Ruobing was probably very excited because the extra bonus was so high. The body shook violently. The fingers holding the phone were trembling slightly. But she was a professional at heart and she drafted the contract even in the heat of the moment. Mr. Chu, take a look. Zhu Ruobing looked charming and handed over the phone. She bit her lips lightly and said sweetly, "If you have anything else to add, I'll add it now." Chapter 41 Aunt Xing, the waves are too big, I can't hear you. I flipped through it casually and found no problem. Chu Liufeng nodded slightly and said lightly, "Okay, let's do this." Hearing this, Zhu Ruobing immediately nodded excitedly and was about to stand up. But maybe his legs were a little weak from kneeling for so long, he let out an "ayer" and fell on Chu Liufeng. I'm sorry. She struggled to stand up and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, Mr. Chu, I lost my temper. I'll go print it now, please wait for me for a moment." Even though I said sorry. But Zhu Ruobing covered her red lips cunningly. There was no trace of embarrassment in those fox eyes. It's not like she hasn't seen someone as handsome as Chu Liufeng before. After all, many young men take good care of themselves. But at the same time, she also has this perfect body like an ancient Greek sculpture. There is only one copy. It makes his whole body full of beauty and temptation. This is also the reason why she agreed to the condition immediately. In fact, she is not a frivolous person. Although because of the auctions, she often has dealings with wealthy businessmen, but also because of this. Zhu Ruobing also became very good at manipulating people's hearts, often giving people the illusion that they could get her if they just tried harder. But every time there is always something missing. It's just like Ping 6's cash withdrawal activity. It always gives people the illusion that they can withdraw cash immediately. But it's always 0.1 yuan, 0.01 gold coin, 0.001 diamond, or 0.0001 point short. It seemed that I was only one step away from successfully withdrawing the money, but I just couldn't do it. The goal seems within reach, but in fact it is out of reach. The same is true for Zhu Ruobing. After all, she knew it well. In this circle of wealthy businessmen, which is full of shrewd people and who measure the value of each other's interests when interacting with each other. Once you let someone eat it easily. If you lose that sense of mystery and appeal, you will instantly become worthless. So Zhu Ruobing has always maintained this kind of ambiguous attitude. This attitude of keeping people in suspense makes people feel like they can't stop and are like a cat scratching their head. In this process, in order to get her, some of the wealthy businessmen who were controlled by the majority would spend a fortune at auctions, some would take the initiative to introduce her to high-quality auction items, and some would help her expand her network to show her strength. Be as sincere as you can be. But when you realize that no matter what you do, you can only get Zhu Ruobing's pale words of favor without any substantial progress, you will become discouraged and repent. When you finally make up your mind and are willing to give up this woman with huge sunk costs, you find that your value has already been squeezed out and it doesn't matter to her whether you leave or not. She's already looking for her next victim. He can move so easily in the circle of wealthy and savvy businessmen. Zhu Ruobing's methods were indeed very clever. But no matter what, she is also a human being and has desires. When she meets someone she longs to be favored by, she will instantly become more proactive than anyone else. Should I say it or not? Considering that Chu Liufeng is so young, tough and handsome, let alone giving him an extra bonus, even just having a meal together would be fine. The beautiful woman in Cheongsam had a rosy face. She walked out with her slender waist twisting and her long legs striding out to print the contract. And just as she walked out of the box door, I also met Xing Yishan, who had just come in after a phone call. She looked at Chu Liufeng in surprise, whose face was flushed. A pair of peach blossom eyes narrowed slightly. Xiao Qiong sniffed slightly with her delicate nose. There was a faint fragrance in the box, but it was also mixed with some strange smells. Seeing Xing Yishan's expression was a little strange. Chu Liufeng immediately stood up, took her in his arms and walked to the sofa to sit down. Aunt Xing, who called? Your Aunt Li has woken up and said that she has collected the money. She asked me if I was home and asked me to send the money over now. Oh, that drunk auntie, she's pretty quick. Xiaofeng, between you and her, between you two, why did she leave with such a red face? There was a hint of suspicion in Xing Yishan's peach blossom eyes. He looked Chu Liufeng up and down, as if trying to stare something out of his face. Who knows? I'm excited. Xing Yishan sat dignifiedly with her hands folded, her peach blossom eyes narrowed, and she said gently with a fake smile. Excited? Xiaofeng, tell me, did you do anything to her? Oh my god, Aunt Xing, why are you like my mom? You two are good friends, but you make this expression when you get angry. Chu Liufeng shuddered. He hurriedly held Xing Yishan's shoulders, quickly speaking everything that had just happened. Of course, it's about how to distribute the benefits. As for other in-depth details, he is not an idiot. Here Chu Liufeng finished speaking. Xing Yishan finally returned to normal, and a look of approval appeared on her face. Well, you are right. We are not familiar with jadeite, so it is better to leave it to an expert. She can find some reliable carving masters to carve it beautifully and auction it for a high price. At the same time, we also use bonuses to encourage Chu Liufeng to work harder in order to earn more money, saving us the trouble. As she spoke, she tilted her head slightly, looked at Chu Liufeng lovingly, and said with relief, My Xiaofeng has grown up. Not only does he know a lot, but he has also become so thoughtful. Aha! Chu Liufeng suddenly came forward and smiled. Aunt Xing, you just discovered it. It shouldn't be like this. Aunt Xing, you should have known last night whether I grew up or not. Har! Xing Yishan's expression froze. The warm breath gently brushed across her face, causing her cheeks to instantly blush. It also made her react. Chu Liufeng started to act disrespectful again. Okay, you stinky Xiaofeng. Xing Yishan's little fists were clenched. Suddenly he grabbed Chu Liufeng's ear and showed a creepy smile. Auntie told you not to say these rude words outside, don't you remember? Or did your aunt's words fall on deaf ears? What? Chu Liufeng was not at all weak. Instead, he leaned forward with a smile. Aunt Xing, the wind and waves are too strong, I can't hear you. It was at this time, afraid that Chu Liufeng would regret it, so Chu Liufeng hurried over with a stack of contracts. Due to running too intensely, some of them were out of breath, and their bodies were heaving violently, and even a layer of fine sweat seeped out on their fair foreheads. Mr. Chu. Sorry for the long wait. Chu Liufeng wiped the sweat off her face with the back of her hand. Just as she came to her senses, she saw this extremely ambiguous scene. Chu Liufeng put his head in Xing Yishan's arms, smiling playfully. Not only did she not resist, but she also held Chu Liufeng's head tightly with both hands. This intimate look. I'm sorry, Mr. Chu, I didn't see anything. Chu Liufeng slammed the contract on her panicked face, then quickly turned around and leaned against the wall. As if it was inappropriate, he turned his back and walked over to close the door considerately. Spicy balls. This time it's really spicy. Leaning against the wall, Chu Liufeng felt like crying but had no tears. She once stumbled upon a story that the boss and the secretary had to tell in the office, which frightened the boss so much that he almost couldn't work anymore. Then the deal fell through. She learned this lesson, so she has remained elegant and calm over the years. But who would have thought that today? If something embarrassing like this happens, who knows if this contract will be scrapped? Woohoo, my 1 million plus. My Maybach. Chapter 42, Black Stockings and Little Feet Kicking. In the box. Xing Yishan's cheeks flushed again, and she glared at Chu Liufeng in pretended anger. Bad guy Xiaofeng, look at what you have done, why don't you get up quickly? But Chu Liufeng had no urge to get up. Instead, he took a deep breath and said, Before Chu Liufeng came, you let me get up. Chu Liufeng is here, and you still want me to get up. Then she came here for nothing. Xing Yishan? Don't worry, she's seen it all. Just let me rub against you for a while. Aunt Xing, you smell so good. Xing Yishan was really frustrated by Chu Liufeng's thick-skinned face. Why you? How can you? But inexplicably. She also felt that what Chu Liufeng said made some sense, but it didn't make sense. But deep down in her heart, she felt a vague sense of excitement. It's like a person who has been thirsty in the desert for a long time, with his mouth so dry that he's about to smoke, and suddenly drinks a bottle of iced cola. The constraints of their identity and age prevented her and Chu Liufeng from revealing their emotions, which made her feel very depressed. And being seen by an unrelated person. Not only do I not have to worry about my secret being discovered, but I also feel a little secretly happy in my heart. This is Xing Yishan's current situation. No one knew how Chu Liufeng managed to get through these 3 minutes. She sat on the ground holding the contract, buried her head in her knees, and curled up, looking pitiful, helpless and weak. If I had never seen the light, I could have endured the darkness. But I have paid the price with my body and was finally about to sign the contract, but I end up collapsing here? This made Chu Liufeng very unwilling. There is even an urge to rush in, let go of yourself completely, and join the battle. But she was a little unsure about Xing Yishan's identity. I don't know whether this is a role like a mistress, or a slightly taboo and stimulating relationship. If it is the former, it is easy to deal with, the initiative is in Chu Liufeng's hands. As long as I serve him to his satisfaction, everything will be fine. But if it's the latter, then thoroughly spicy. She prefers the latter relationship. After all, Xing Yishan exudes an elegant and noble temperament. From the way she dresses, she doesn't look like a mistress at all. She had seen many people like that around many wealthy businessmen. They might be arrogant to outsiders, but they didn't dare to put on airs in front of their financial sponsors. But in Xing Yishan's case, although she was very dependent on the young man Chu Liufeng. But some of Chu Liufeng's actions and attitudes were also very respectful to her. Chu Liufeng pouted her lips, her face full of resentment. My 1 million plus. It was at this time. The door finally opened. Chu Liufeng came out. Then he closed the door again. Although Xing Yishan was secretly delighted when she was seen by Chu Liufeng just now, she was still a little shy and didn't want to see anyone yet. Plus, her long skirt was a little messy and wrinkled, and it would take time to tidy it up, so she was too lazy to come out. What's wrong, Miss Chu? You seem a little. I saw it was Chu Liufeng. Chu Liufeng was immediately shocked, and hurriedly stood up, patting the bulging leather drum which was a little dusty, and suddenly there was another ripple. Mr. Chu, I didn't mean it. I really didn't see anything. If you didn't see it, then you didn't see it. Why are you so flustered? Bring me the contract. Chu Liufeng felt puzzled. I'm not embarrassed even though I was caught, so why are you so shy? Certainly. He also didn't understand how many times Chu Liufeng regretted the 3 minutes of the struggle between his conscience and desire. Hearing this, Chu Liufeng was stunned for a moment, and then a look of great surprise instantly appeared on her face. The contract. Mr. Chu, you. She wanted to ask if you were not angry. But suddenly I realized why I suddenly became such an idiot. Is this what I should ask? They've signed the contract. She took a deep breath, and her bulging chest rose and fell again. Chu Liufeng's face has returned to normal. She became charming and enchanting again, with the alluring side of her fox eyes. After seeing Chu Liufeng sign both contracts, then press his fingerprints and hand her the rough-cut imperial green egg-shaped stone. Only then could she not contain her excitement and showed her joy. She stretched out her tender little white hand, held Chu Liufeng's, and hooked a finger in his palm. Like a cat scratching. Mr. Chu, leave this imperial green egg noodle to me, you can rest assured. This auction process will take a long time, about 1 or 2 months, please be patient. She couldn't wait to find a master to carve it. Then the auction house started to build momentum to attract bidders. The most important thing is to promote the reputation of the imperial green egg noodle and attract the attention of certain specific groups of people. Therefore, this process takes a long time. 2 months. Well, 2 months. Chu Liufeng thought Chu Liufeng wanted to say that. So her face turned slightly red, and her pair of charming fox eyes blinked, revealing a charming posture. It's not limited to 2 months. Anyway, Mr. Chu, when you need me, just come to me. Stretching out her trembling jade-like arms. He touched Chu Liufeng's broad chest muscles and strong abdominal muscles. It feels really good. Touched it for a long time. Chu Liufeng reluctantly withdrew her hand, with a look of unsatisfied feeling on her face. Okay, Mr. Chu, I'll contact the carving master now. Please call me if you need anything tilde. Hand him a business card of your own. Then he turned around and left excitedly, holding the raw stone. Suddenly I thought of something. Chu Liufeng turned her head and glanced at Chu Liufeng with her foxy eyes. It seems like water is about to drip out. By tilde. She raised her little hand, said goodbye, and blew a kiss. Then she turned around and twisted her slender waist. This is an excellent figure. It's really rare. This foxy woman is truly charming to the core. But it's not the kind of gaudy, tacky stuff you see on the roadside. It suits his taste very well. He likes it very much. Let's go, Aunt Xing, let's go home. Don't you have to meet that drunkard auntie later? Say hello. Soon. Chu Liufeng and Xing Yishan returned to the villa. Just opened the door. What caught my eye was a small, nimble little foot wrapped in black silk that kicked towards me all of a sudden. WTF. Leo flying kick. P.S. I have been staying up all night since yesterday. I am really exhausted and my brain is about to explode. If there are any problems in what I wrote while sleeping, please point them out to me, Yanzu and Fuchin. I will make changes when I wake up. If you think it is not smooth or weird, then it is the revised one. Chapter 43, The Rich Woman with Billions of Dollars. State. The little feet wrapped in black silk stockings kicked Chu Liufeng. His broad body didn't even shake, as if he had kicked an iron plate. Instead, the figure uttered an ouch sound. She threw herself directly into Chu Liufeng's arms, then hooked her 2 little hands around his neck, and instantly curled up and hung on him like a koala. Help me quickly, I'm about to fall. The petite figure let out a cry. Her posture was perfect, but her arms were too weak to hold herself up, and she was about to slide down. This left Chu Liufeng speechless. I had to extend my big hand, holding this slender figure. My nephew is the most sensible one. The petite and slender figure smiled foolishly and greedily inhaled the scent of hormones from Chu Liufeng's body. Like a little kitten, it made Chu Liufeng feel a little itchy. It was at this time. Li. Meng. She. A roar that could shake the beams of the house suddenly rang out. Xing Yishan walked over with a sullen face. What are you doing? You are yelling at me like a fool tilde. Li Mingxi shrank her head, but she hugged Chu Liufeng's arms and black silk legs even more tightly. Get down here right now. Xing Yishan pulled at it but couldn't get it off. Instead, it made her stick closer. Oh, it's a tonic. I haven't seen him for more than 10 hours. I miss my nephew so much. Good yee, let me hold him for a while, just hold him for a while. Seeing the silly look of this nymphomaniac, Xing Yishan could only hold her forehead with her hand helplessly. He came to the sofa in the living room, sat down, and looked at Li Mingxi with resentment. Why are you in my house? I've been waiting for you for a long time, but you didn't come, so I just came to find you. What were you doing when I went out with my oldest nephew? Did you go out to play games secretly? Li Mingxi closed her eyes and continued to lie tightly on Chu Liufeng's body. With a sweet smile on her pretty face, she seemed to be enjoying this feeling very much. But now Chu Liufeng is sitting, so this posture seems a little ambiguous. Li Mingxi, if you keep talking nonsense I'm really going to tear your mouth apart. Humph, just don't admit it, why are you so fierce? Xing Yishan then saw 2 or 3 wine bottles lying on the floor of the living room, and several wine bottles lying in disorder on the coffee table. Have you been drinking again today? No. As if she also felt a little guilty, Li Mingxi whispered again. When you guys came back, I drank a little bit out of boredom. Just a little bit, but I wasn't drunk. Nephew, do you think I'm drunk? I'm not drunk, am I? A little bit. You call all these bottles of wine on the ground a little bit? Xing Yishan shook her head and sighed deeply. I don't know where to start. When did Chu Liufeng become your nephew? Li Mingxi made a face and stuck out her tongue. Lululu tilde, he is your nephew, and I am your best friend, so he is naturally my eldest nephew tilde. Do you want me to be your godmother? That's fine too. He, I don't mind having a godson for the first time in my life tilde. What do you say, nephew? It's a good deal. When I die, all these houses of mine will be yours. They will all be yours, he tilde. Chu Liufeng. Why does he feel humiliated? Is this what it feels like to be close to others? Godmother? Etc. Doesn't he Li Mingxi lack fatherly love? I'd be more like your godfather. But he couldn't say that. At least it's not appropriate to say it in front of Aunt Xing now. The key point is, as this drunkard spoke excitedly. She wiggled in his arms, and with the sweet smell all over her body, he couldn't help but hold her in high respect. Li Mingxi seemed to have sensed something as well, and her body trembled violently. She raised her head, her face flushed, and she didn't know if it was because of the alcohol or because she was shy, but her misty eyes were filled with joy that could not be concealed. Although it is still twisting, the arc is not as crazy. She stretched out her two little hands and rubbed Chu Liufeng's cheeks, as if she was rubbing a stuffed doll. Li Mingxi's eyes curved, and she smiled foolishly. My dear nephew, I haven't seen you for just one day. You have become so handsome again. She knelt down with her legs apart and sat astride Chu Liufeng's thighs. She hugged my neck affectionately and acted coquettishly like a little girl. Even though she was 10 or 20 years older than Chu Liufeng. Even Aunt Xing would be very intimate in private, and occasionally shy, but she would always take into account the status and age gap and would not be too open. But this drunkard aunt is completely different. My mental age is very young. Plus, she is a non-marriage advocate, and alcohol is also a factor. At this time, Li Mingxi had the mentality of a little girl. Let go of yourself completely and totally. The blush on her smooth face looks very erotic and a little cute. How about being my godson tilde? Okay, I'll give you all my hundreds of millions of properties, okay tilde. She was seen swaying in Chu Liufeng's arms, looking very restless. Xing Yishan, who was sitting opposite, was speechless. From her angle, she could only see Li Mingxi's slender back and Chu Liufeng's helpless expression. Others can't see anything. Xing Yishan was upset and didn't want to watch this terrible scene. She crossed her arms, turned her face to the side and pouted, looking jealous. She was tired after shopping all morning. I just want to come back to this private space and relax with Chu Liufeng. As a result, who knew that this drunkard would actually come to her house and squat? And now the position I had been dreaming of has been taken up. Etc. Xing Yishan seemed to have thought of something, her eyes changed slightly, and she said coldly. Li Mingxi, how do you have the key to my house? The door of her villa is not equipped with a smart facial recognition lock. Only bedrooms and some rooms have them. So I still use a mechanical lock plus a password lock. Hearing this, Li Mingxi immediately turned around and made a scissors hand gesture like a proud child, and said excitedly. He. Silly, have you forgotten who I am? I'm a super landlady. Managing so many rental houses, oh ho, there is no lock in the world that I can't unlock. Xing Yishan stood up suddenly, widened her eyes and asked in disbelief. You took the lock off my front door. Being asked this question, Li Mingxi's face suddenly flashed with an unnatural look, her eyes wandered for a moment, she hesitated for a long time before she stammered back. Well, it's not that I took it apart. I just took it apart and couldn't put it back together. Isn't this called demolition? Oh my, I'm drunk. Wait for me to calm down. I will definitely be able to install it. Good yi, you have to believe me. Li. Meng. Xing Yishan was completely helpless against this drunkard. Oh my goodness, please keep your voice down, it's making my head hurt tilde. No matter how angry Xing Yishan was, Li Mingxi turned a deaf ear to everything. He doesn't even feel guilty anymore, and has the mentality of a dead pig that is not afraid of boiling water. Anyway, Xing Yishan dotes on her and can't bear to tear her mouth. So at this moment, she suddenly returned to her drunken and nympho expression. With sparkling eyes, he boasted excitedly like a child. Nephew, do you think I am any different today? Chapter 44. Auntie secretly wears it for you to see. What's the difference? Chu Liufeng looked him up and down carefully. Li Mingxi has long hair draped over her shoulders and delicate makeup on her pretty face. It can be seen that she put more effort into her makeup than yesterday, and she is naturally more beautiful, full of intellectual charm and the beauty of a mature woman. She was wearing a sexy V-neck knitted top made of champagne silk. The texture was soft and smooth, and the V-neck cut was bold and elegant, extending all the way to the top of the chest, just right, revealing a large area of white skin on the chest. She wore a black miniskirt that hugged her hips, and the close-fitting design perfectly highlighted her perfect curves. The compact drum was tightly wrapped, and her extremely thin fruit was bulging as if it was about to burst out. So the whole body presents a perfect big S shape. Becoming more stupid. Oh no, idiot, I was wearing shiny black stockings with lace suspenders. It's not just ordinary black silk. Look, look. As she spoke, Li Mingxi stretched out one of her slender and long legs. I have to say, the beautiful legs in black stockings wrapped in shiny silk do look very shiny. There is also lace on the thighs. This doesn't have the vulgarity of ordinary black stockings. It formed an extreme contrast with her dazzlingly white and tender skin. Instead, it makes her already perfect long legs look more layered. Li Mingxi's eyes sparkled and she turned sideways. She rummaged through the Hermes bag on the coffee table and pulled out a pile of fragrant stockings of various colors and styles. Then he held it directly in front of Chu Liufeng as if to show a surprise. Like a kid showing off his new toy to his friends, he said excitedly. Wow, today I also brought gradient stockings, lace stockings, black stockings, white stockings, garter stockings, fishnet stockings. I know young people like you like stockings very much. Come and choose one, nephew. Be bold and don't be shy. Auntie won't be angry. I really like you, I really like you, I really like you, I really like you, I really like you. Which pair do you like? I'll change it for you now, tilde tilde tilde. Now that you have experience, don't embarrass me when you fall in love in the future, tilde tilde tilde. Chu Liufeng remained silent. It's not that he is honest, it's just that Xing Yishan's eyes are almost spitting fire. We can't afford to get into trouble at this time. But this is the feeling of being able to see but not eat or touch. It makes people feel a little uncomfortable. What's more, Li Mingxi was wearing some kind of perfume. It smells sweet and makes people feel very good. Her face is also impeccable, and she can see snow-white skin from her perspective. There is also a unique feeling of the appearance of a mature beauty and the mentality of a pure girl intertwined together. At this moment, he was also a little moved. If it weren't for Aunt Xing, he now has to transform himself into an encyclopedia teacher and let Li Mingxi know what it means to impart knowledge. Seeing Chu Liufeng's helpless expression. Oh tilde. Li Mingxi's hazy and playful big eyes kept blinking. First there was suspicion. Then he showed an expression of sudden enlightenment. I see. You feel embarrassed because your Aunt Xing is here, right? Then wait until your Aunt Xing is not around, and I'll secretly wear it for you to see, and let you touch it as you like, but I promise she won't find out. I'll take it off now and let you enjoy the sight first. Speaking of. Li Mingxi was also preparing to cross her legs. Put it on Chu Liufeng's shoulder, and then take off the suspender stockings. This posture is indeed ambiguous. If it works, it will be very tempting. She just overestimated her body coordination and flexibility. Just as I picked up a slender thigh with my hands, the whole person's center of gravity suddenly fell backwards. The feeling of weightlessness made Li Mingxi's face turn pale with fright. It seemed like the back of my head was about to hit the coffee table. At this dangerous moment, Chu Liufeng hurriedly reached out his hands, and his hands passed through Li Mingxi's armpits accurately and quickly, then he gently embraced her back and hugged her into his arms. I'm so scared, my dear nephew, I'm lucky to have you tilde tilde tilde. Li Mingxi pressed close to Chu Liufeng's chest, feeling the strong and powerful heartbeat. There was a hint of fear on the little face, but also a sly sense of satisfaction. If it weren't for you, I would be in trouble. Oh, I can't go unrewarded for saving my life. My dear nephew, I will repay you with my body, okay? Listening to Li Mingxi's words, Chu Liufeng's expression was a little strange. It wasn't a reaction to that. But his big hand was still on Li Mingxi's back. The sexy champagne-colored silk V-neck knitted top feels very silky and has no bulges at all. Chu Liufeng quickly realized something. He looked down and his eyes flickered slightly. What the hell? R. Seeing that Li Mingxi was getting closer and closer to Chu Liufeng, or in front of my own face, Xing Yishan couldn't help but feel a little uncomfortable in her heart. He couldn't help but stood up and walked behind Li Mingxi with a cold face. State. He hit her head directly. Ouch. It hurts so much. Li Mingxi held her head with both hands, turned her head away crying, and stared at Xing Yishan with her beautiful eyes wide open. Badi, what did you do? It hurts. Xing Yishan snorted and said proudly. You deserve to be beaten for being disrespectful, Li Mingxi. Stop teasing children all the time. Xiaofeng is your junior. If you have a child, he will be almost as old as Xiaofeng. What are you talking about promising yourself to me? Aren't you ashamed? Originally, I said this to make Li Mingxi more serious. But who knew that Li Mingxi's eyes suddenly lit up and said excitedly. Yes, I treat Xiaofeng as my son, so I really want to feed him delicious food. What to feed? What? I feel cold and shivering. He was so angry that his face turned blue and his whole body was shaking. Xing Yishan's chest was heaving violently, and she was obviously very angry. But that look didn't seem intimidating at all, instead it made people feel extremely cute. Oh, good yi, I'm just teasing my good nephew, I'm not trying to snatch it from you. If you like him, just do it secretly at night when I'm not around. No one will know anyway. Right, dear Xiaofeng, do you want your beautiful Aunt Xing to be like this too? Forehead. Does this question need an answer? Chu Liufeng looked up and felt a little dry in the mouth. Xing Yishan's face also turned red as she thought of last night. I seem to be really. You drunkard, I really, you. Xing Yishan was really helpless towards Li Mingxi. When she wasn't drinking. He can be more serious and listen to what others say. But now do I have to argue with a drunkard about right and wrong? You're talking a lot here, but she's not listening at all. Instead, they became even more unscrupulous. I'm really impressed by you. After taking a few deep breaths, Xing Yishan walked into the kitchen and quickly came out with a spatula. I'm going to go cook. Xiaofeng, you take good care of Aunt Xing. Be sure to make sure she doesn't do anything rash. This drunkard often knocks himself over and over again when he's drunk. Aunt Xing has already put on her apron. Her hair was tied up, and she gave instructions with her pair of peach blossom eyes narrowed. Their whole person exudes a virtuous and gentle beauty. But Chu Liufeng just smiled awkwardly. Raise your hands above your head to show your innocence. Based on the level of tacit understanding between him and Aunt Xing who know each other well. Naturally, one can hear the threat in this. Humph, you are sensible Tilder. Xing Yishan stared at Chu Liufeng with a charming look, then turned and walked towards the kitchen. Chapter 45 Auntie, you are full of negative energy. Well. Leaning against the kitchen wall. Xing Yishan let out a long breath, her expression somewhat complicated and resentful. She didn't expect Chu Liufeng to stay quiet for long. After all, he is a young man, full of vigor and vitality. In addition, Chu Liufeng exercises regularly, unlike those weak and skinny nerds, so he is very energetic. And Li Mingxi herself is very clear about her figure. That is absolutely one of a kind, a devilish figure that is beyond belief. Being pushed around in your arms like this must have made him uncomfortable. After all, Chu Liufeng is not a man who would keep quiet. It was only because he respected himself that Chu Liufeng remained as still as a mountain. This made her feel warm inside. Xing Yishan could feel it. My position in Chu Liufeng's heart is still very important. But because of this, she felt sorry for Chu Liufeng. But she couldn't just pretend nothing happened and continue watching. Now I am not generous enough to share with Li Mingxi. I simply decided to out of sight and out of mind, and focused on cooking. While he is away, Chu Liufeng can also let go and take advantage of him. Otherwise, he would always be taken advantage of by that drunkard and suffer losses. That's it. Xing Yishan advised herself this in her heart. But inexplicably, the sour feeling in my heart is hard to erase. She worked quickly and made 3 servings of quinoa salad, poured some thick white yogurt on them, drizzled a little honey on them, and added a few blueberries and almond slices. Then toast a few slices of bread until golden and crispy and spread them with fine cream cheese. This is her lunch. But considering that Chu Liufeng is such a big person, this is not enough. So Xing Yishan frowned slightly, thought for a while, and then took out a pink steak, sprinkled it with sea salt and pepper, and fried the steak until both sides were golden brown, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Then I fried a heart-shaped egg, which is rich in protein. But after thinking about it, this was a bit too deliberate. Li Mingxi might think of something when she saw it, so she fried a heart-shaped egg for herself and Li Mingxi as well. That's it. It's time to eat. She stared at the marble dining table without blinking, not looking away. I was too lazy to look at the two people on the sofa next to me. Of course, she was a little afraid to look, for fear of seeing two people with strange expressions. Then I can't help but wonder what they did while I was away. Out of sight, out of mind. Just pretend you saw nothing. Just brainwashing myself like this. Xing Yishan suddenly felt that her life was very miserable. They are obviously best friends. Why can Li Mingxi be so unscrupulous while I have to hide? Bang. Fine china plates and whole-cut marble dining tables clattered. R. Xing Yishan also opened her mouth slightly, and caught a glimpse of a dark shadow from the corner of her eye. She was instantly frightened and subconsciously let out a scream of fear. She turned her head sharply. Then he saw Chu Liufeng standing next to him with a smirk on his face. Two blushes instantly rose on her fair and delicate face. Stinky Xiaofeng, why are you here? Xing Yishan was surprised and happy, and couldn't help but say with embarrassment. He turned carefully and looked towards the living room. I was afraid that Li Mingxi would see this scene. Don't look at Aunt Xing. Aunt Li fell asleep not long after you went to cook. Nothing happened between her and me, really. Hearing this, Xing Yishan was delighted. She rolled her eyes at him, pouted her lips, and said proudly. Who asked you that? I don't care. Yes, it's that little mouth that's pouty, it's so aggrieved. Chu Liufeng had a sly smile on his face and deliberately teased. Come on, don't be unhappy, smile. My Aunt Xing is so pretty, and she looks so beautiful when she smiles. He pinched Xing Yishan's chin without saying anything. He tapped her plump pink lips. Fragrant. Sweet. You. Xing Yishan opened her beautiful eyes wide. Subconsciously, she stretched out her fist and kept hitting Chu Liufeng's chest. Her voice was soft but she pretended to be angry. Smelly Xiaofeng, you better behave yourself. If Li Mingxi sees this. She's asleep. She won't see it. Chu Liufeng had a wicked smile on his face, suddenly bent down, and picked up Xing Yishan by the waist. Artilder. Xing Yishan was suddenly picked up by the waist and subconsciously let out a cry. But she suddenly covered her mouth with both hands, and stared at Chu Liufeng with her big, lively eyes, who had a wicked smile on his face. Her face is full of shyness, like a little girl in love. Bad boy Xiaofeng, put me down quickly, what do you want to do, Tilder? Although she also likes to be held, it makes her feel safe. But it's not appropriate now. Xing Yishan's cheeks instantly became hot, and the blush spread all their way to her ears, as if blood was about to drip out. Aunt, I see you look so depressed. You are full of negative energy. You almost have the word unhappy written all over your face. Chu Liufeng smiled playfully. Aunt Xing, be happy, you are like Lin Daiyu. This won't work, it will hurt your body. Let me comfort you, fill you with positive energy and make you happy. No, absolutely not. She bit her pink lips nervously, her eyes flickering, as if she was struggling with something. But deep in his eyes, he seemed to be longing for something. It would be bad if your Aunt Li saw it. Then don't let her see it. Xing Yishan's delicate body trembled slightly. She grabbed Chu Liufeng's arm, her nails almost digging into his skin, and begged with a trembling voice. I still have to cook for you now. How about tonight? Wait until your Aunt Li comes back. Xiaofeng, listen to Auntie. No, you really can't do that now. Looking at Xing Yishan's shy look, I thought she was so cute. He deliberately lowered his voice and said jokingly. Aha! Xing Yishan's cheeks were flushed and her eyes were watery. His hands were twisted awkwardly in front of him. She leaned her head shyly on Chu Liufeng's broad and warm chest. Shyly angrily said. Bad guy, I. Forehead. Chu Liufeng was stunned. He didn't expect that Xing Yishan was doing this for this reason. But it is true. But what can we do about it? Well, I was born to be at the peak. Tired of this feeling of being on top. Of course, This doesn't mean that there is no way out of this problem. Chu Liufeng still held Xing Yishan in his arms as he came to the living room and sat down on the sofa. And right across from her, Li Mingxi was still sleeping with a sweet look on her face, her lips moving slightly, as if she was talking in her sleep. Good nephew. Come. Auntie, we'll take you to reminisce about your childhood, and buy you delicious food. Seeing this, Xing Yishan said faintly. Xiaofeng, she really misses you. She even thinks about you in her dreams. Do you miss her? Her eyes curved and she showed a gentle smile. Think. Chu Liufeng did not hesitate and was so decisive that even Xing Yishan was stunned. Her little face suddenly fell. I know it's what's in my heart, but can't I just lie to you now? You dare. Her pretty eyebrows frowned, her eyes became fierce, and she stretched out her hands and pinched her ears. But Chu Liufeng just laughed. I miss Aunt Xing. I like Aunt Xing the best. Bend over. Xing Yishan only felt a warm breath coming towards her. Her body stiffened and her eyes widened instantly. You.